areas. And here we see that there is a slight increase, if you want, in consolidated or rural areas in housing ownership, but not a significant increase. And also interesting to point out that in rural areas, more than 60% of households actually own a house. In urban areas, this share has been lower, at about 40% in the 2000s, and this has increased over the past 15 years to almost 50%. So the largest increase in housing ownership is observed for urban areas. How does this increased ownership in urban areas translate into increased, or how is that connected to increased net housing wealth? So if we look at what these households actually have as housing wealth, we see that, interestingly, so these are numbers in real terms, so adjusted for rising prices. So we see that in all areas between 2002 and 2012, there has been actually a decline in housing wealth. And this is because during this period, consumer prices increased faster than housing prices. So if I wouldn't have adjusted it for prices, then we would have seen an increase, but we would, of course, we are always interested in what is this, what kind of purchasing power comes with the housing wealth. So this is why I adjust for prices in this context. And we see that there's been a marked increase between 2012 and 2017 across regions of net housing wealth, but the most substantial increase has happened in urban areas. So confirming what has been highlighted in the public debate, that urban areas have seen a higher increase in housing prices and housing wealth than more rural areas. Finally, we do again our exercise to decompose overall wealth inequality into the contribution of the different factors. So now I show you a variety of factors of asset types that contribute to wealth and thereby to wealth inequality. So we look at the wealth invested in the primary residence, in other real estate, in financial assets. This encompasses deposits, but also shares, stock-listed shares, business assets, and building loans and insurances. And I want to highlight two facts. First of all, business assets explain about half of overall wealth inequality in Germany, even though these assets are mostly or predominantly owned by the top 10% or the top 1%. So the top 1% in Germany owns 2/3 of overall business assets. So this is, business assets in Germany are very concentrated, and the top are very high, their aggregate. So the wealth that is concentrated at the top in aggregate is very high. So this explains a lot of what we see in overall wealth inequality in Germany. So business assets mostly belonging to the top 1% explain half of wealth inequality in Germany. And almost the other half is explained by inequality in the primary residence and other real estate. And here we see a slight reshuffling that primary residence now explains more of inequality than other real estates did before. So probably the increased variation in house prices of the primary residences now contribute to explain a higher share of wealth inequality in Germany. But what I want to highlight again, if we measure wealth inequality in Germany by these traditional inequality measures like the Gini coefficient or the coefficient of variation in this context, we mostly focus on the upper half of the distribution because they own wealth. And the lower half of the distribution, please remember again that their share collapsed to 3% of the overall wealth, is virtually not included in these measures by construction. So this is also something that I want to highlight. If we talk about wealth inequality, we're talking about the inequality among those who own wealth, and the lower half does not own substantial amounts of wealth. So they are not addressed in these exercises. Concluding now, housing ownership, housing wealth, and rental income still reveal persistent differences between East and West Germany, even though we've seen some catch-up growth. The share of housing ownership increased particularly in urban areas, and also average housing wealth increased in urban areas in real terms, whereas this remained rather stable in rural areas. This increased housing ownership, so houses of all types, both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied, masks a rising share of landlords' households who receive rental income. So these households are mostly at the top of the income distribution, and now an increasing share of households at the top of the distribution additionally on their income from other sources like labor income or dividends also receive rental income. And to give you a magnitude, what I forgot a couple of slides before, mean average disposable income in Germany is about 28,000 euros per year, and the average rental income is between 8,000 and 12,000 euros per year. So just to give you a magnitude on what these households who now receive rental income get on top of what they probably earn as income from other sources, which is most likely much higher than the 28,000 average income in Germany. So rental income increasingly contributes to income inequality in Germany. And this is what I wanted to give you as input for the discussion to come.
Thank you very much. Thanks also for bringing in all the other papers that you wrote. You had a fantastic paper coming out earlier this year, which you cited, which is highly recommended. Yes, and now we have two commentators. I would like to ask Lucas if he could start giving his comments, then Mr. Peichel, and then we go into this discussion. So, hello, Lucas, are you there?
Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to.
If you want, you can turn your camera on, but up to you. Is there any sound?
Let me try. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me correctly? Can you hear me well?
Yeah,
I can hear you in the
that
Zoom.
wasn't in there that you didn't cite was your famous economic history journal paper. And I also heard that Charlotte has a new paper coming out. I'm not gonna advertise other events here, but I just talked to Charlotte before this panel, which was also highly interesting. So this is highly relevant research. I'm very glad that there's a lot been done here.
Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. And first, thanks a lot for Charlotte and Carsten Schröder for this really fascinating work, and more generally also for the work that Charlotte and her colleagues are doing on wealth inequality in Germany. That is extremely important to make us international scholars of inequality be able to have more comparable estimates. And to be able to understand more in a comparative way what is happening across countries. And I just wanted to, very few and short comments on this paper, starting with this international perspective. So this paper, also citing the one that you just mentioned before on wealth inequality in Germany in the long run, starts by showing that the top 10% wealth share in Germany is about 55-56% of total wealth. Just to replace this in the international context, Germany is well in this kind of European wealth distribution typology of countries where you have a patrimonial middle class that has not was created in the 20th century. So creation of the 20th century that has not been totally wiped out yet, as compared to a country like the US, where the top 10% owns 75% of all wealth, similar levels that you can find in Russia, or extreme inequality countries like emerging countries such as South Africa, where the top 10% owns 90% of all wealth. So Germany is quite comparable to France or the UK, where the top 10 is owning around half of all the wealth that there is to own in the country. One factor here, I think, that the paper discusses to try to better understand why we see an increase in wealth inequality among European nations, but not as much as in the US. And this is the paradoxical effect of house price booms that support the patrimonial middle class, in the sense that the middle class, the middle 40%, own a lot of real estate, and so there is a kind of a non-secession effect that is associated to these real estate price booms. Non-secession between the middle 40% and the top 10%, but as Charlotte really mentioned, there is close to zero wealth at the bottom. But I think this is important to understand, the differential dynamics between France, Germany, perhaps the UK on the one side, and the US on the other. Now, that being said, I think it's also interesting and important to try to compare and contrast countries like Germany and France, and Germany, France, and the UK. And I think that, what the numbers put forward by Charlotte also show is that there's a slightly higher wealth inequality level in Germany than in France, at least when you look at top 10% figures. So just to try to compare again the numbers that we have, the top 10% in Germany owns about 2 million euros on average. That's 2 times higher than in France, where the top 10 owns 1 million euros on average. The middle 40% in Germany owns 400,000 euros on average. That's again 2 times the value that you find in France, 200,000 euros on average for the French patrimonial middle class. But now the bottom 50% seems extremely low in both countries, but even lower in Germany. That is, in Germany, you have a bottom 50% that owns about 20,000 euros. In France, it's a bit more, 25,000 euros. But you see that the gap between the bottom and the middle is much larger in Germany than in France. And if you look at the dynamics as well, as Charlotte was mentioning, there's no growth at the bottom of the wealth distribution over 20 years. There is some growth in a country like France. So I think it's also important and interesting to try to understand what happened there. Indeed, income inequality and the dynamics of income inequality really matter. So what we see also in Charlotte's and Carsten's paper is really a very striking stagnation of post-tax or after government, as it's called in the paper, income. The very poor of the poor at the bottom of the distribution are poorer today than in 2002. The median post-tax income is about the same today as in 2002. This is a difference, a divergence between a country like Germany and France. Potential reason, factor 2, that I think deserves some further discussion here when we're trying to compare and contrast European countries with one another is the strong role of business assets at the top 1% in Germany. It seems to me that we have a bit less business assets in a country like France at the top. Reason 3, regional divides. And I think the paper makes a clear case here by showing that there is a very little catch-up between East and West, and still an extremely important gap between the wealth of both regions. So this leads me to my final point, which are 2 questions. One more on the methodology, which is, do we have enough material to assess regional ownership of the West, of the East by the West? So here we had, shares of owners in each region. Do we know who owns what where? That's my first point. And what have been the dynamics of this ownership or regional ownership? Second point, more about policy. So what should be done considering the fact that the bottom 50%, they don't have much, they have close to nothing. This has been stagnating over the past 20 years. Is it more public housing? Is it more Mietpreisbremse, more controlled rental prices? Is it more taxation to finance more construction in the housing sector? How do we do a housing policy that works for the bottom 50% that do not own housing yet, without alienating the middle 40% of owners? So this is a few questions that I'd also be interested to hear from you, Charlotte. But thanks again for this fascinating paper and this fascinating work.
Thank you very much. Yes, applaud. Thank you very much. I really like this. Fantastic questions. I would prefer to go directly to Andreas Peichel and have all comments, and then move on to discussion. I think I noted the questions for later. Unless you prefer to answer something now. Charlotte, it's up to you. I wrote down international comparison, if we have enough tools to assess who owns what in East and West, and which policies works, but not alienating the middle class. So those are the three questions I comment. So I think we note that, come back to this later, and we first go to the second comment. Mr. Peichel, are you here with us?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Great. I've prepared some slides, so let's try if I can share those. Does this work? No, I'm not.
Yes. Yes, this looks good.
Okay, great. So thanks for having me, and thanks for organizing this conference. I think it's a great event. Also, the timing is a bit unfortunate, as the Vereinstagung, the German Economic Association, is in parallel, and I have to be on a panel later today, so I'll miss parts of the interesting stuff here. But I hope you put it online, and so I can see it later. And thanks also Charlotte and Carsten for this very interesting paper, and this important study on the drivers of inequality, and especially the focus on the real estate market, which I think it's really an important topic, and we have a lot of discussions in this. I will have three comments. In general, a bit more general on the composition, the role of household formation, a bit on data, and also, let's say, for the discussion then on the implications, what follows from this study for redistribution. But before that, I have two more minor things on the study itself. So the first thing is, I was wondering what the role of the choice of the base and the end year. So you choose 2002 and 2017, and especially for this decomposition of the wealth assets later, where you showed that business assets play a key role and that this increased. I was wondering which role 2002 plays when basically we were in a recession after 9/11 and so on the year before. And the stock market was relatively low, whereas in 2017 it was relatively high. So whether this plays a role for these type of decompositions, that's something I would see maybe in a follow-up or in a new version to play a bit around with these base and end years. And another, just a question, that's something which I just wrote right now, because when you said something that the real wealth increase between 2017 and 2012, so I think that was slide 14 or so of your presentation, was larger in rural versus urban areas. And from my reading from the graph, was it that it was in absolute terms about the same, or the other way around? Maybe you can comment on this or clarify this. So If it was the case that the increase in urban areas was almost as large, or even in relative terms larger, then this would be indeed surprising. So maybe I misunderstood the graph there. But on more general, on the comments on the topic, the first thing, I think that's interesting in general, is that if we look at the long run, we see a decline in the average household size. So we have more singles, less children, also mobility. So children leaving the houses earlier, and this leads to an increase in the number of households. And if we look then at inequality on the household level, so we have more households, more units, and if this can lead, or this has been shown that this leads to an increase in income inequality. And I think that this is also relevant in this context, since typically rental income, housing wealth, and also expenditures are measured on the household level. And of course, if you now have, and there are economies of scales involved in, for example, renting. And so this clearly has then also an effect here. And I would like to see at least a discussion of that, or maybe that's something we can discuss here. And in general, if we have these changes in composition, this has obviously implications on the on cross-sectional approaches like this one. Remember, this is not like really a panel study following the individuals over time, but it's looking at the cross-sectional distribution in 2002, and then again the cross-sectional distribution in 2017 or some years in between. And you look at who is at the bottom and at the top in these different distributions. But if the size of the population or the household, the number of households is changing, then obviously this can have effects, and you can construct some weird examples that individuals' incomes all go up, but the average incomes of all deciles go down if the population size is increasing. So I think it would also be, it's something we should maybe talk about in the discussion, and also maybe for a revised version of the paper that could be interesting. The second point in general I want to make, because I think this here is not only an academic audience, so that at least my understanding was that there's maybe also some people in Berlin from ministries or policymakers. We in general see that a lot of inequality analysis, a lot of it depends on the data. And while I do not want to criticize the sub-data here in general, it's the best data we have for this data. What I would like to say to the policymakers in the room, or the bureaucrats, we have a real issue in Germany in terms of data availability, especially for research. And this, despite the fact that we collect a lot of administrative data. So we have in principle data on rental and capital income, on property, wealth, and so on from the various taxes. So we have the income taxes, the capital income taxes, property taxes, and so on. And this data is available, and there's a unique tax ID, and this data could be linked. And this could be even in line with the GDPR. It can be linked and could be made available for research. And then we would know much more about these distributions and the developments, because obviously the survey data is great, and the SURP is one of the best, if not the best, household survey in the world, but it's limited to 10,000 households or so. And this is obviously, as soon as if you want to dig into very much details at the below Bundesland level, it's hardly possible to do anything, and that's obviously a big issue here. So for these type of also regional analysis. So it would be important that we improve this data situation. And there are some recent initiatives, for example, from the Wissenschaftliche Beirat, the Scientific Advisory Council of the Federal Ministry of Finance. And I think that's something what we've also seen in the current crisis, that we in many cases we don't have the data or the tools to make evidence-based decision in real time, and that's a real problem in general. So that's independent of this study, but especially for studying inequality, it would be nice and important to have access to good administrative data. And France, for example, is doing much more in this direction and making much more data available recently, and that's something should follow. The last point I want to make, which is now coming to the policy discussion, we've seen that there is an increase in inequality in general over time. We can obviously discuss a few the details, but the question now is what should we do as the government? And what I think, the point that I want to make is that an increase in inequality does not necessarily require an additional policy intervention. It really depends on the sources of these inequalities. And I would bring into the discussion another argument, which is a bit more about fairness. So is this increase fair or unfair? And related to this, if we look into the philosophical literature on distributive justice, most philosophers would agree that from equality or inequality, it does not necessarily follow that something is unfair or unjust. So it's really, it depends a bit on your fairness preferences. And there was 2 years ago in the idea is summarized nicely in this picture here. Where on the left-hand side, you have equality in outcomes. Here, the outcomes is this having a grade. So this could also be seen in income, but in the end, so this is everybody has the same income in that sense. But in the end, in terms of welfare, one of the 3 persons is not able to see the football match here. But then there's equity, which is redistributing this, let's say, income in a way that everybody has the same welfare by watching the football match. Whereas on the right-hand side, real justice is achieved when you tackle the sources of not being able to watch the football match, and that's sort of the idea summarized in this comic, that equality, equity, and also justice can mean different things. And in the SUB 2 years ago, there were questions about this. And for example, there was a question whether people agree to the statement that a society is just if income and wealth are equally distributed among its members. And the support for this was less than 50% in the German population. And this is also true for, if you look at the European Social Survey, and for many European or all European countries that are in the survey. And it's also if you run experimental studies in the lab or in doing this. So if you look at these studies, there are 2 concepts typically, and also in the SUB analysis where you find support, and these are the principles of equality of opportunity and freedom from poverty. So the idea of the latter is freedom from poverty, that everybody should have enough to make ends meet. And that's, I think, something, especially in the context of, if we talk about wealth in Germany, we see that wealth at the bottom of the distribution is very low, and we seriously need to think how to improve wealth accumulation of people at the bottom of the distribution. That's, I think, for sure. And the other thing is the idea of equality of opportunity, that is basically depending on your background, your circumstances, and whether you can make it to the top, basically whether everybody has equal chances. And we see that we have several problems there in Germany in terms of the education system, but also in terms of, for example, if we think about the inheritance taxation in Germany, which is basically you can, as soon as you have enough wealth, you can avoid paying any inheritance tax, and that doesn't make any sense. So I think we have some serious problems there, but what I would like to see is also in the discussion to take these more philosophical principles into account. But then obviously the key issue here is that we need to make explicit normative statements, and that's something we as economists often, and especially if we're empirical economists, often try to avoid, because we need to really say what we think, what is fair and what is unfair. Generally, that's something very individual. So everybody has a personal view. And let me end by this nice quote from René Descartes of this thing, of all things, good sense is the most fairly distributed, everyone thinks that he is so well supplied with it and never desires more of it than they already have. So that's, I think, the only thing where we agree that this is fairly distributed, but for all the other things, we can discuss this. And I'm now looking forward to the discussion of on this topic and the paper and in general. So thanks again for the presentation and for having me here.
Thank you very much, Andreas Peichel, for those excellent comments. I think we have a lot to discuss. I could imagine a football pitch with no fences at all, so maybe where we can all combine inequality, and injustice, but maybe put this philosophical question more to the end, maybe come back to Lucas' comments about the national context versus the international context. What can we learn from examples like France, where the differences and so forth, and the other questions: do we have enough tools to assess who owns what, etc., and what policy? Maybe the policy question we can also put to the end. Maybe those two first. Charlotte, would you like to respond to the comments?
Yes. Maybe I can first of all, thank you, Luca and Andreas, for really great comments, very much in depth and broad at the same time. Maybe I can come back to a point that both raised, in fact. So as I'm a researcher, very much resonates with me, their points raised about the data sources. So maybe I can highlight 3 factors that being Andreas criticized that I chose 2002, 2007, 12, 17. So this is in fact a data limitation. The ZEP only dares to survey wealth every 5 years because you see that the respondents drop out after being surveyed for their wealth. So we only do it every 5 years. And unfortunately, this is predetermined the years that I can analyze. I strongly support your call, Andreas, for administrative data. I fully agree that we would need much more data that are in fact produced for administrative reasons, but not available for researchers. But particularly for rental income, I feel that the SEP is a very good data source because rental income and tax data is very famous to use as a loophole to do it like Trump in the 90s to reduce, to take losses from renting and leasing to reduce overall income tax burden. So in fact, in the income tax data, we see negative income from renting and leasing. So I guess with respect to investigating rental income, the sub-data actually might give us a better picture because the income tax data show very low rental incomes at the bottom. And then also those families who have a lot of real estate probably have their real estate in the form of businesses, which we cannot differentiate in income tax data. So we wouldn't be able to identify their large incomes from large possessions of housing and particularly in urban areas with the income tax data, unfortunately. And this maybe adds another dimension that also Luca, let me add another dimension that also Luca asked for. So unfortunately, we can both in income tax data and in sub-data only analyze the location of the household who receives rental income. So unfortunately, we don't know where the rental income comes from. So we cannot investigate. I have no idea. So I'm happy if anybody has an idea how I could relate differences in rents across region to the households that receive these rental incomes. So
I think this greatly goes over to one point that Andreas Peichel also mentioned, this whole urban versus rural story. You can't really measure, or it's hard to measure where the income goes, who owns what. So
no, I know where the income goes to. I know where the household lives. I know what the household owns, who lives in a certain district, but I don't know where this comes from.
Right. Yes, and then Andreas Peichel was also asking about the household size decreasing.
I can also say something about that. Andreas, we're preparing a new version of the paper with Thilo and Moritz, and I've produced a very nice graph where we do this famous Dinardi-Fortin-Lemieux reweighting exercise to control for changes in household composition, and we only find very minor effects on the different wealth growth rates across the distribution. So it's not that the increasing share of single households is behind the collapse of the bottom 50% wealth share. I can say that. No.
Maybe I can also ask something about, because Andreas Peichel said that we need to improve the data situation. You already touched on this. I always thought it was because we got rid of the wealth tax that we don't have this administrative data anymore, that like after, when was it, in 98 or 95, we got rid of the wealth tax, and so it's very hard to collect that data from tax returns. Is that something I'm wrong about, or something?
Of course, there's a lot of administrative data that is being produced, wealth tax data being one of them, being not produced anymore. But then what is Andrea mostly concerned with is that these data sources that still do exist are not, we're not allowed to link them. So in other countries, you can link, for example, the Abgeltungssteuer with the tax declaration with the survey data, so that we can combine the different informations that we have on the households across data sources. But this is not allowed in Germany. If I use the income tax data, I can use the income tax data and nothing else. So I cannot use that to, for example, link that with corporate tax data to understand to what extent part of the corporate tax is declared.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And can I say something?
Maybe I can bring in our other two panelists. We have some questions in the chat also. One which I found very interesting, and I was also pondering about myself, is like, so there are different forms of inequality: income inequality, wealth inequality. And it seems there are different dynamics. You said, you rightly pointed out now, maybe capital income is the more important, or there's a mechanical relationship going on. Capital income becomes more important than labor income or whatever, and then rental income now is becoming more important. So there's a lot of dynamics in the chat. One person has asked, how many individuals and households move between deciles within the wealth distribution. And then we also have this urban-rural dynamic. So how can we measure inequality if there are like so many different dynamics? Can we really see what's going on? Also about our measurements, like the Gini coefficients, do they really capture everything? Maybe I can bring in Lucas about the dynamics of inequality, and then we go back to Andreas Peichel. Hello.
I'm not 100% sure that the connection went on well. If you could repeat just the question.
So we have a question in the chat. How about the dynamic aspect of inequality? How many individuals, households move between deciles of the wealth income distribution? Certainly there must have been movements between income groups in the period covered. And yeah.
So precisely for the case of Germany, I actually would be really interested to know better about this. In the case of countries where we have relatively good information to assess these questions, in particular in the US, what we know is that, despite what is said about, the possibility for movement, a lot of movement up to the top, we know that there is actually a very little movement among, the top 1%, the top 5% of the distribution of income and less of wealth. So this is absolutely an important part of the question. In general, when you have high or rise in inequality as measured by the types of metrics and data that Charlotte has been presenting here, that we could call anonymous inequality data, in the sense that we don't really know who are in these groups. This in general also tends to represent a rise in inequality or more precisely, very little movement between one group and the next. At least this is what we observe in a country like the USA, for instance.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can also bring my part of the question back in about the dynamics to Andreas Peiche. So if we are talking about the drivers of inequality, and it's a very dynamic process, is it labor income that matters? So differences, say, there's like technological progress, and you have difference in wages, you have those superstar firms, or is it a political question? If it's political decisions such as taxes and so forth, and yeah, how can we look at the dynamics of those drivers?
Yeah, it's a tough question in the sense that it's very complicated issue, or complicated dynamics behind it. I have to be a bit careful because we have written a report for the next Armuts- und Reichtumsbericht, so the government report on income and wealth, which should have been published, but thanks to Corona, it's not yet published, and so I'm not allowed to talk about this. So I need to be a bit careful there. We've looked at dynamics of income and wealth and so on, and this is hopefully coming soon. In general, what we've seen obviously is, I think Charlotte also has showed this a bit. What we know from the data is that we've seen income inequality, wage inequality, especially at the end of the 90s, in the early 2000s. Labor income inequality was important for a lot of dynamics, but at least since the mid-2000s, the business income side became more important, also with stock market development. And if you look at these indicators, and this is clearly having an effect both on the income distribution and the wealth distribution. And I think in general, if we look at in Germany, Germany has one of the, in international comparison, Germany has one of the lowest home ownership rates and one of the lowest also share of people investing in the stock market. So in that sense, owning business assets and also ownerships in general, direct ownership of firms is not so high. So we rely a lot on labor income for the vast majority of the population. And this is, as other work by Moritz Schularik has shown, that especially on the real estate and on the stock market is where in the long run you make the high returns. And so if you're not invested in these high return assets, you cannot participate. And that's, I think, what also explains partly the relatively large wealth inequality in Germany, together with the fact that a lot of people don't like taking on debt to buy a house, and maybe despite all the recent problems, the rental market is or at least was working relatively well in international comparison. So I think it's, in that sense, it's relatively complex, the whole area, but also looking at the dynamics and doing really a panel analysis would be very interesting to see what's behind these different developments by Cree.
So you are proposing sort of more the American model, or like I think Branko Milanovic proposed once a stock buying program for the bottom 50% or something in that way. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there are different options. There's something what was called a Bürgerfond and other things, or participation, where you things like in Sweden, where part of the pension system is mandated by the government or organized by the government, put into stock markets. And I mean, right now, Corona is changing a lot of things, but before the situation, we could have borrowed as Germany money and would have paid for it actually, and could have invested this internationally on the stock market, for example, and redistribute this somehow to the bottom. These type of things. I think in general, but also in terms of home ownership, it's relatively hard, and also the extra costs to buy a house, like you have the property transaction tax, you have the fees that you have to pay, and so on. This can, in Berlin, I think it can amount up to 14 or 15% of the house price, and that's obviously something which hinders a lot of also transactions, and also people ability, especially in the middle of the distribution, to invest into the housing market. And that's, Germany is one of the few countries in Europe where we have the home ownership rate is below 50%, and that's, I think it's not, it's no surprise.
Okay, we have a question in our virtual audience from Richard Zenner, which I want to bring in. It's directed to all. So feel free to, whoever wants to answer this. Otherwise, I'm gonna pick somebody of you. How is the German mercantilist current account surplus linked to wealth and inequality? How does access to mortgages by income group compare to other countries? Do poor households have access to bank credit joining the housing party? So I think the last two questions sort of touch upon what Andreas Peichel just said. The first one about Germany's current account surplus, I would reference the study that we will have later today by Achim Truger and co-authors on the German current account. We have been also doing webinars and stuff on that. So that's going to be exciting. I'm not sure how you are all with international economics, but if somebody, I mean, Germany is really the export Weltmeister. We already, was for a number of years. And Charlotte, you showed business assets matter a lot. So is it really those small, medium-sized enterprise maybe that also could be a driver in this inequality, and it has to do with exports?
Yes, in my long-run paper on top incomes in Germany, I can see a clear positive correlation between the export share in total GDP and top incomes. So this suggests that most of the benefits from the export Weltmeister actually accrue to the top 10%, the top 1% of the income distribution, because those are the owners of the businesses, the medium-sized and large German Mittelstand, which is actually not so small, but very large. And those top income earners,
underrated word.
Those top income earners in Germany are 80% of their income comes from unincorporated family firms, and less than 15% comes from dividends from stock markets. So just to give you a perspective numbers, on this small Mittelstand.
Fantastic. We have only 5 minutes more because we need some technical setups for the next panel. So I would like to come back to this last question by Andreas Peichel, this philosophical question. What is fairness? And maybe I could bring Luca back in here. What is fairness, and how can we cope with this difference between inequality, inequity, and injustice? If we do a final round.
And when we study equality, inequality, we may all have in mind, what would be a good income distribution or wealth distribution as researchers or as citizens. I don't think anyone has the good or the true answer. There's no model that should be there to tell us what this level should be. This should be a matter of collective deliberation. This is a political choice. But that being said, I think that between the very high inequality levels that we observe, whether in the US where it's extreme, but also in Europe where it's higher than it was 20 years ago, and extreme equality where, the bottom 50% would have 50% of all wealth and the top 50% would have 50% of all wealth. There's a wide variety of possibilities. And I think, when we look at the numbers for the bottom 50%, there's quite a margin before thinking that would be too much equality if this level was increased. Now, the real question that we have is, can we increase the wealth at the bottom without doing anything at the top? You know, perhaps it's possible, but that's really an open question. But perhaps also it's not possible to invest in, you know, housing, invest in the bottom 50% without taxing a bit more the top 10 or the top 1%, where wealth is really highly concentrated. And we also know that, you know, money doesn't just fall from the sky. So if you really want to invest in the bottom 50%, how do we do in a context of rising and relatively large inequality levels?
I think we have one more comment from we can go back to Andreas Peichel, and then if you would like to respond to that.
So I think in terms of, let's say, wealth inequality, indeed, we need to think about how to increase the wealth at the bottom. And then it's indeed true, we need to also think in general about what is the right level of taxation that we want to put on the different parts of the income distribution. And I personally think we don't need a wealth tax or a new wealth tax for this if we were to seriously tax all income sources in the right way and inheritances. But in Germany, we basically, if you have a certain income, exceed a certain income, you don't pay inheritance tax if you have a good tax lawyer, and that's something which I personally find very unfair. And there are also lots of possibilities to avoid paying income taxes on certain forms of capital income. Charlotte mentioned this earlier, that if you put the right deductions, you get negative income from renting out. And I mean, that's something which is clearly something that should be discussed. And also in terms of capital income and the way capital gains are treated or were treated and so on, that's something, especially if you hold assets for a certain period, or if you put them in certain construct, in certain type of legal forms, you can sell it without paying taxes and so on. And that's something which I think we should tackle. We should close all these loopholes. And then this would already generate a lot more tax revenue. And especially it would also hit those who are using these loopholes, which are typically not the bottom 90%, but the top of the distribution.
Thanks. So Charlotte, to close this, maybe you can also, if you want, to address this philosophical question again, what is fairness? Or you could also go into what are the best tools for also the German context, what Andreas Peichel and Luca just talked about. And then maybe I can again highlight that we will have a third stage of the project where we exactly gonna try to answer this, what tools are most efficient to, for example, increase the bottom wealth of the 50%.
So maybe I can try to connect the point of fairness that Andreas raised with what I said in the beginning of my talk about labor income and capital income. So I guess something that most of the people can agree on is that if you exert a lot of effort, you should also receive a high income. So if you work a lot, then you should receive high income. And the fact that macroeconomically capital income has increased in importance, and that capital income comes with not so much work as labor income, is something that we probably could all agree on. And that is why we should better understand why capital income is increasing and who is receiving this capital income. And also, as Andreas mentioned just now, how we can better tax these capital incomes. As we probably can all agree on that capital incomes are less fair than labor incomes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charlotte, for your amazing work in this project. Thank you to all the panelists. Your part. Thank you very much.
Mark, for this excellent session and moderation. That's, I think, been excellent, and we very much invite whoever wants to join this discussion for the next few months on the policy issues of inequality to join us, and we will have in-between sessions. That's the spirit of this project anyway, that we want to broaden the discussion and bring in steering groups and so on, all intelligence we have on inequality, because it's very much needed to better understand inequality. And this leads to our next session that we are about to start. And I see that Thomas is already online and hopefully listening. We have one of the most prominent economists in the world having started to explore this inequality question, which has been a little bit in the darkness for some time, for a long time, because statistics weren't there and so on. So Thomas is certainly the one of the most important contributors to this puzzle, and to not to the puzzle, but to solve the puzzle and to better understand what is inequality and what are the numbers and so on. And Thomas has written a second book last year, and this has been published this year in German, which is called Capital und Ideologie, Capital and Ideology. We today won't listen so much to your insights in inequality, but more on the ideology side. As you all have followed in the last year, there's been a lot of confusion about German policy, and we're talking about the German model. And in a sense, in international terms, I think it must have been quite confusing for people to follow what has happened in Germany, because on the one side, we had this constitutional court decision, which has been, let's say, very orthodox and very against any broader understanding of European policies. And then suddenly a German government that has agreed on something which many people wouldn't have expected before, which is the recovery fund in Europe. So it seems as if, well, it's confusing, but maybe it's moving. And that's what we want to discuss. And it's the topic of your keynote, Thomas, to talk about what you think is your perception from Paris and from your view on, let's say, capital and ideology. What's the German ideology in the context of the European project and European renovation? So I want to hand over and thank you very much to have some time with us and give us a keynote on this very important issue that, by the way, we will continue to discuss during the day. And then we will have two commentators afterwards that I will present then. So Thomas, please start and give us your keynote.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for inviting me, and thanks a lot for this introduction. So as as you said, we often see confusing ideologies coming from a single country, because I think every country is much more complicated than what it is sometimes thought and described from the outside. So I will not talk much about the Constitutional Court decision in this keynote, but let me say this. I'm going to say, I'm going to try in this keynote to give a sort of very optimistic and positive view about the possibility of a renovation of Europe. And I think this is the right time, and I think it is possible. And in particular, I would like to speak against the pessimistic view according to which the differences between Germany and France and Spain and Italy in basic economic ideology, economic beliefs, economic culture makes it impossible to renovate Europe. I want to speak against this idea because, in fact, there is no such thing as a German ideology or French ideology. And if you take, first, I would like to make 2 points. First, if you take an historical perspective, you see actually a lot of imagination in German views about the economy, and a lot of innovation, in a way, more innovation than in a country like France. So this will be my first point, is that there's a lot more imagination and pragmatism about economic belief in Germany than what we sometimes want to describe Germany as always very conservative, etc. But in fact, France has been, in many ways, has been more conservative historically. And my second point is that, well, if we want to address future challenge, we will have to be also very imaginative and innovative, in particular regarding the organization of federalism, and in particular economic federalism and fiscal federalism in Europe. So first, let me start with my first point. If we take a long-run view on German economic ideologies and policies, what we find in practice is many innovations came from Germany. So after World War II, there was a huge public debt pretty much everywhere, and in fact Germany, together with Japan, was one of the countries which used a lot at the time exceptional progressive wealth tax on very high wealth holders. So this was not only to solve the public debt problem, of course, this was also to solve for all the problem of people who had refugees coming from former eastern part of Germany. So it was a time of huge crises and huge inequity, and we countries had to find solution. But there was also an enormous public debt, and it was important to find new fiscal resources in order to address this. And the way the German government of the time designed a very progressive wealth tax with very, very high tax rate and top capital holdings, is very, very interesting, because there are some other countries, including France, which also used exceptional wealth tax a little bit, but much less so, and relied a lot more on more traditional policies like inflation, which of course, will hurt the poor and the middle much more than the progressive wealth tax that was used in Germany. So this innovation that came from Germany at the time is also due to the fact that there was a trauma with inflation in the 1920s, which contributed to make the German government more imaginative after World War II. But in any case, that's wealth tax, exceptional wealth tax to reduce large public debt is very much a German idea historically, and has been used a lot in Germany. Just to take another example on the ideology of how you regulate property relation in general, the co-determination laws that were applied and adopted in Germany in the 1950s were certainly very innovative for the time, with up to 50% of voting rights in corporate boards in large industrial companies. I can tell you, in France today, people are saying, oh, maybe we should do the same. That will be very good, I think, but this will actually require to change the French constitution, because the way the French constitution describes private property is, in a way, much more conservative and belongs to, if you want, 19th century proprietarian ideology, to describe using the terms that I use in my book. Whereas in Germany, the 1949 constitution refers to property as a social relation, involving different stakeholders, and in many ways, it's a much more sort of modern and much less conservative approach to property relation in general. So just with these two examples, which are quite important, both of them, I want to illustrate how if we take a long-run historical perspective, a lot of innovation in economic doctrine and in economic ideology, broadly speaking, has come from Germany. So the view that we have sometimes today that, German economists are always conservative, Germany as a country is very conservative and economic issues, and therefore no agreement is possible with much more imaginative countries like France or Italy or Spain. I think this is all sort of nationalist and counter-nationalist discourse, which do not pay a proper tribute to the complexity of each country, and in particular to the fact that, confronted with huge challenges, German political parties and trade unions and German society in general invented very impressive new solution to address enormous challenges. And I think, there are lessons to be drawn for the future. So now, looking at the future, what I want to stress is that, we need to keep being imaginative, and in particular, I think we cannot take, the current organization of federalism in general in Europe, and fiscal federalism in particular, as given. And I think we will have to change the basic functioning on how we take decision, in particular on public debt and common budget and common taxation in the future. So just to summarize, what has happened this summer with the decision to have a new common public debt in order to confront the COVID crisis, and in particular, the most innovative component is of course the new common European public debt of 390 billion euros that is supposed to finance directly country budget, and then which is repaid together at the level of the European Union rather than to be repaid separately by the countries that benefit from this. So this is of course a major innovation which nobody before the COVID crisis was thinking to be possible. Now, I think unfortunately, there are two limits to this. The first limit is at 390 billion euro. This is a lot of money, but at the same time, the GDP of the European Union is more than 40,000 billion euro. So this is less than 3% of European Union GDP. This is going to be spent over 3, 4, 5 years. Well, as you know, this is not adopted yet, but this is supposed to be spent over 3, 4, 5 years. So this is like a bit more than 0.5% of GDP per year. So starting from a European Union budget of 1% of GDP per year, this is indeed a big increase. But if we take a broader historical perspective, this is not so huge, as compared to the size of country budget, as compared to the size of, if we compare the federal budget in the US, which used to be about 2% of GDP until the 1920s and jumped to 10–15% of GDP during the crisis of the 1930s. So if we make this kind of comparison, it is still relatively small. And I'm concerned about the fact that if in 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, we want to increase the size of this, how are we going to do? Which brings me to the second important limitation of what has been done, which is the fact that we are still stick with unanimity rule. And so, there was a lot of pressure on the Netherlands and Sweden in order to avoid a veto from them and get unanimity decision making. But, I think at some point, the price to pay for this becomes enormous, and I think at some point, I think maybe it's preferable to move with a smaller group of countries, at least for a number of years, with a majority rule decision-making system, and then when the other countries want to join because they see that this is working well, they will join. But just continuing with this system with unanimity rule with all the countries, it puts really strong limits. And let me conclude by mentioning what I think could be part of a solution, and the fact that I want to refer to as all of you know, there was a new bilateral treaty between Germany and France that was adopted last year, which created a French-German parliamentary assembly made of members of the German Bundestag and the French Assemblée Nationale. The only problem with this assembly so far is that it has no real power. It's a purely consultative assembly. But I think this is an interesting model because I think first it could be open to other countries, in particular Italy, Spain, and other European Union countries that might want to join. And, this kind of assembly, could be granted decision-making power, typically to adopt a recovery plan or to adopt a larger common public debt if necessary. And we are in a situation where each national parliament, in effect, has a veto power on any common decisions that we take on a common public debt. And we know that now this fall we're waiting for each national parliament to approve what was decided last July. I don't think this kind of decision-making system can be with us for very long. One possibility would be to give all power to the Council of Ministers or the final say to the European Parliament, or at least to the countries that want to move ahead in this direction. But then this will in effect cut the European level decision entirely from national parliaments, from the Bundestag, from the Assembly Nationale, which I think is not doable, and it's actually is not desirable when it comes to decisions that have big consequences on national taxpayers. So I think the only way to move ahead is to put these national parliament members in front of each other in a new kind of parliamentary assembly that will have the legitimacy to have the public deliberation and the majority rule decision-making power for certain decisions for the future. So this is a major change in the way we think about federalism in Europe. I mean, some would say this is a return to the old parliamentary, European Parliament of the 1960s, 1970s. The big difference is that here it will be with major decision-making power about the common public debt, common budget, and recovery plan. So I think this has really nothing to do. And again, we need to think. I'm not saying this is the only solution. I think it's a very complicated problem. Nobody has the perfect solution, but we really need to keep thinking about how we are going to move, possibly with a smaller number of countries, because the price to pay for unanimity rule, I think is really getting enormous and may prove to put very strong limit on our ability to react to new economic and social and sanitary development in the months to come. So let's keep being innovative, imaginative, as Germany has been about issues of taxation, including wealth taxation, public debt, property relation, and federalism, of course, in the future. Thanks a lot for your attention.
The perception of Germany and German policies, and we will continue to discuss this certainly during the afternoon, but the European issues certainly are also one of the top issues. So I would like to hand over to two excellent commentators. And first, Moritz, you can take your seat, but we want to start with Veronika Grimm, who's from the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg, and since recently, this year, a member of the Council of Experts, Economic Experts of the German government, so one of now the most prominent economists in Germany, and she will comment on your keynote. Please, Veronika.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very optimistic keynote, and thank you very much for the invitation to make a comment. I want to start a little bit with the question. We had a big crisis in Europe, and many say now that we can take this crisis also as a chance to further develop. At the first moment, this didn't seem to be the case, because the free movement of goods, services, and people is essential for the European single market. And at the beginning of the corona pandemic, 17 member states closed the border temporarily, restricted the trade of goods, and also the mobility of workers within Europe. So initially, we had the member states pursued a very national and isolated Corona policy largely, but basically due to the strong international interdependence in Europe, it became quickly clear that Europe can only engage in meaningful crisis management with regard to supply chains if we work together. So if one looks at the picture, in particular in Germany, it's evident that 25% of the intermediate products is currently imported mostly from the EU. So these supply chains that are within the EU are very important, and economic difficulties in one country can affect others. And this clearly justified enhanced cooperation to enhance resiliences within Europe. And I also think we need an innovative perspective, and we need joint growth and joint endeavors in order to further develop the EU and start into the future. And I think the Recovery Fund is a big important signal in this direction. So it is now important to look how to go further. There are several challenges. So money should be spent fast, which might be challenging in one or the other country, and directed towards growth enhancing measures. For example, a European approach to climate protection and digitization, infrastructure, investment, health policy. This is certainly a good way to go, and the EU is the right level to agree on rules in this respect and to promote these issues further. And I think it is clear that now the EU also has taken an important coordinating role in case of crisis to ensure that trade routes are kept open, that goods and services, capital, technology can flow without a major barrier. And so this is a good direction in which we are heading. There are many reasons for enhanced European cooperation right now. And I will name a few. One is certainly the global challenges in environmental and climate policy. They can only be addressed jointly, and they come with real chances also for Europe's industry and for innovation and competitiveness in certain technology fields. A second issue would be the decreasing willingness of the US to provide global public goods, for example, such as security. A third aspect and a third reason for enhanced European cooperation is that China is growing in terms of economic and political strength. And there are the current trade conflicts that have been active before Corona, and that will certainly play a major role in the future. And then, of course, the challenges posed by migration. I think it is important to see that there are different perspectives on the European endeavor that clearly play together. So some see the EU clearly as a political project designed to bring the people of Europe together and to maintain peace on the continent. The EU can also be an actor that allows European states not to be ignored in a global context and to defend their interests together. And one further aspect might be that the EU is also an opportunity to set regulatory standards for as many people as possible, which might be very important, for example, in the current developments in climate protection policies. We will have many new technologies, and common standards and norms are very important for them to really build markets where these products can be sold attractively. Cohesion in Europe requires a common vision, but also a common path. And there's certainly a lot of things to be done, a lot of proposals in the room which way we should go. Of course, we have for a long time, also in the treaties, so the principle of subsidiarity. So the transfer of tasks to the European level should take place when the transfer of competence results in efficiency or cost advantages. And as I made clear, there are many issues where there's a case for that. However, at the same time, we observe that there are very heterogeneous preferences of the member states, which community tasks these are and which must be reconciled. And cohesion within the European Union, of course, also hinges on the support within the population of each and every country. So this is certainly an issue that we have to take seriously. In some areas, and there I am very much with Thomas Piketty, a coalition of the willing might be a way to go. This could be, for example, the case in issues of climate protection frameworks, where certainly member states can go together and push forward things and others join in. Developments so far suggest that the tighter regulation of the banking sector has largely proven its worth. There is some room for improvement, which has to be discussed, and also there will be a discussion on fiscal rules and the sustainability of the member states' public finances. So maybe I stop here and give over to Moritz, who is in Berlin, as I see, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Does this work? Yeah, perfect. Well, thanks a lot for having me. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for Veronica for the nice words and the fantastic keynote. I want to talk about two things, and I want to be reasonably brief, but also reasonably sort of provocative. So the first is, Thomas mentioned it at the very beginning. There is this old idea that economic philosophy in France and Germany couldn't be more different. The French like discretion, the German like rules, the French like solidarity, the Germans like liability. And that, I think both of those views have a lot of, if you look at economic history, but if you look at sort of macro economics more general, there's a lot of justification for both of them. I think we have learned, Thomas and I, we had this discussion a few times. We've all learned that maybe in 1929, 1930 in Germany, with a more active fiscal policy, very bad things could have been prevented. But we also know from long run studies of economic history that in the long run, it's really important to get the institutions right. And if you don't get the institutions right, you end up in kleptocratic, plutocratic, unstable societies. So both the emphasis on rules, institutions, that is the German view, but also the emphasis on flexibility, on short-term crisis management, that is the maybe a little bit more the French tradition, or at least in current decades. If you go back in history, it was often the French who were very attached to the gold standard and were very laissez-faire, and the Germans more interventionist. But anyway, so I think that is number one. Number two is this idea about solidarity and liability within Europe. And again, you know, I think there are good points to be had. I mean, we want people to be liable, generally speaking, and even also the public sector for actions. And I think Veronica mentioned the subsidiarity principle. There's a lot to be said for having the spending and liability, or reward and liability being tightly linked. On the other hand, we also have seen it in Corona, and that's my first sort of provocative point, if you will, that solidarity per se is extremely important to keep the European project not only economically together, but also politically together. So my first point for the discussion would be, I really think that with the Corona COVID crisis, these two old distinctions, discretion versus rules and liability versus solidarity, have become a little bit obsolete, in the sense that I see in the German debate a very clear understanding, also driven by the success of the crisis management of our government, that a lot of porcelain can be broken in crises, and you need to be flexible and react, and sometimes you really need the bazooka to catch the animal spirits. And on the other hand, the nature of this crisis, and maybe 2008-9 was different, or at least could be spun in a different way, is one where, liability is not what we like. No one is kind of responsible for a global pandemic. It's not to do with previous sort of bad behavior. There's no moral hazard issues. We really don't want this. And so on both of these margins, if you will, I think the COVID crisis has opened a big room for us to go ahead. And I think the European solidarity, but the fund that we've established, it's imperfect in many ways, and it risks being watered down by bureaucrats in Brussels and country allocations. And I think they've done a job already that probably, this could have been managed much better on the PR side as really a big European solidarity project. And instead it's been sort of dragged down into country haggling over pork barrel, who gets how much. But on both fronts, I think Corona has opened up a new field for European action that the doors are open and we have to go through them. That's number one. Number two, and I would be super interested to also hear what Thomas has to say about this. My view for a long time, for quite some time now, was that to use that football analogy, you have this amazing team, Thomas, so like football analogy works really well. I think the ball is in your camp. I think the ball is in the French camp, because I think what's holding, I don't think on the German side, if you make the marriage proposal, I don't think the Germans wouldn't say yes. But for now, I think the impression in Berlin is that, to use that Brexit word, that in a way, France wants to have its cake and eat it, in the sense that the nation state, France is much more attached to that. Germany has a long tradition of being, this subsidiary, complicated federal setup with lots of, it's been a nation state only for 120 years or 150 years now. So I think Germany would be open to that federal Europe, but in a way, the marriage proposal has to come from France. And my perception is that the French elite and the French state, being so entrenched to the nation state, actually has a much higher hurdle to jump than the German political system would have to go that next step towards a federal Europe. Maybe I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much, Moritz. As I didn't want to touch the micro, I didn't introduce you, but all of you know Moritz as a professor at the University of Bonn and working for INET. Thomas, there have been some question directly to you.
Yes, so regarding the marriage proposal coming from France, I'd be happy, Moritz, to make you a marriage proposal, and we can discuss two first. I think the French. You're right about the fact that you're probably right about the fact that it has to come a lot from France, and that there is some resistance in France about the national sovereignty and the nation state, especially when it comes to regalian issues and diplomacy, military issues. So if you want to transfer directly diplomacy, military issues to the European Assembly, maybe that's not the best way to go. But if we talk about budgetary issues and recovery plan and a common tax on the profits of large corporations and more fiscal justice, etc. I think the French elite, or at least certainly the French public opinion, is ready, well ready to understand that it would be better to have, take the French-German Parliamentary Assembly that was created last year. I think if we were to decide to transfer, to decide that just France and Germany have a common corporate tax, at least on corporations above a certain size, and that this assembly this common parliamentary assembly will be in charge of adopting both a common corporate tax base and a minimum corporate tax rate to be applied together. I don't think there will be a strong resistance in France for that. And so if you tell me that if I understood you well, that this kind of marriage proposal will be well received in Germany as well, then let's go. So I want to make sure that this is what you had in mind. I think the complication, both from the German side and the French side, to be more precise, will come from the fact that initially some countries will probably not enter into that kind of scheme. And so many people will say, oh, we are splitting Europe again, this is not the time to do that. And that will be a difficult decision, I think, both in Germany and France. But, tell me if I am wrong, because, there are some countries that will not want to have a majority rule decision making about the corporate tax or about the recovery plan. Maybe it would have been better, to have a clear veto in July, or maybe there will be a clear veto in the. I think one reason why there was the veto power was not exerted until the end by the Nordic countries is also probably because they know that if they exert it, then this will trigger a reaction with this kind of smaller circle political integration that we are talking about. But yeah, I'd be curious to know, the two of you, whether you really think that this kind of marriage proposal that I was describing with a majority rule decision making in a common parliamentary assembly based on national parliament members will be so welcome in German circles.
Any reaction to what Veronica said? I think there was no direct question. So
well, maybe no. One point about what Veronica said. I think we have to be very careful, indeed, about the fact that there are many segments of the public opinion in different ways in different countries. Are very skeptical about Europe and are very careful. But I think one important point when I look at who is more against Europe, in across European countries, or if I look at referendum over Brexit or the referendums that happened in France in 2005 or 1992, it's always the bottom income groups and the bottom 50% income groups and education groups and wealth groups that are the most negative against Europe integration. And I think this has to do with the fact that so far, we've never really used Europe as a tool for more economic justice, and in order, in particular, to ask more to the biggest winners of globalization. And that's why I think it is so important, to have some common solidarity that's based not only on public debt, but also at some point on, taxing the biggest winners of globalization together. And I think this is the only way. It will take a long time in any case, but this is the only way to try to restore a little bit of trust in Europe, especially among the most disadvantaged socio-economic groups.
Moritz, on the marriage proposal, who's come back?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the German political system would have it would be a major challenge to put it would be a major challenge to say no. I think there's always been an idea in European integration and German political history after World War II that this is a way to potentially overcome an unloved and, catastrophic experience with the nation state and nationalism. And it might be, the historical moment might be there where the country in that moment now where we are also sort of, I think geopolitically we're going like very far now, but where we're torn between, where we sort of entering a new setup between potentially, not very peaceful, or peaceful, yes, but maybe not very coexisting, peacefully coexisting big geopolitical blocks where Europe has to take that step. I think my impression from discussions also, if you think about the Constitutional Court judgment, if you think about the criticism of German more conservative economists of the euro and the European project, it's always been that idea that somehow France is trying to leverage the German balance sheet, but ultimately not let go of control over what France wants to do. So this old de Gaulle idea that, you know, France uses European integration as a leverage to preserve French power, using sort of the economic might of the rest of Europe, but ultimately not being willing to give up control, is still very prominent. I see that. So, and if you look at the Constitutional Court judgment, and it's always clear that, like, as long as this sort of, you know, on the basis of the German Constitution, we're thinking about this, but of course, if steps beyond that become possible and are taken, you know, the jurisdiction of the German Constitutional Court does no longer apply. I think sort of in that German rule-based framework, that idea of like, okay, if we take the next step, then it has to be like a formal arrangement, and we at some point are at the end of this sort of you know, piecemeal approach where, you know, if you think about the Constitutional Court, where it's like, but okay, there's sort of, you know, we push it a little bit, and then there is the pushback. In my view, that might create more conflict and more resentment, and I agree with you also on the social stratification of that resentment, than actually, as you propose, working on that big proposal and then, you know, ultimately have a referendum and see how far we want to go with a federal Europe.
Veronica, maybe just adding that you're a member of this council where 2 of the 5 members have advised the Constitutional Court, Lars Feld and Volker Wieland, maybe influencing this. Would you think that you get a majority on this marriage proposal in the council?
So we didn't discuss this yet. I think I also think there is currently an opportunity to further develop the European Union. I think there is an open door, but also I think that to get institutions right will matter a lot in Germany, also for political actors. Maybe I would see a chance to. I think it is very important to have this perspective in the participating countries within the population or within broad majority in the population, that the EU really contributes and opens up chances for the member states. And I think there's a big door open right now, and there will be quite some challenges. For example, due to the structural change that is now triggered by the corona crisis, there will be many structural changes also in the economy. Thinking, for example, about things that happen now to tourism in Southern Europe. So there will be quite some challenges that we have to tackle, and there are also within the recovery funds programs that can provide perspectives how to tackle these issues with investments that promote growth in the countries and that provide perspectives, employment, and so on. I am coming back to your question. I cannot judge whether we would agree in the council, but I think a common perspective among all of us is that due to the corona crisis and the action of also the German government and the French government, there are significant perspectives to really go through these open doors.
Thank you. Thomas, on the point of Moritz, on maybe you could answer on this supposed unwillingness of French elites to go further this way, maybe something.
Yeah, I think this is certainly part of the difficulties. At the same time, let me emphasize again that if you have a marriage contract where, you know, it's not only France and Germany, which together, you know, have a common parliamentary, you know, decision-making process to have a common budget, a common tax, but it's also Italy, Spain. So, you know, if you take France, Germany, Italy, Spain, you have 75% of the population and the GDP of the Eurozone, which is already quite significant. Now, within this 4 group of countries, you know, if you had a parliamentary assembly in proportion to the population of each of these 4 countries and in proportion to the current political groups in the different national parliaments, I think there will be a majority to vote a bigger recovery plan than what we voted together with unanimity in July, and that is not yet adopted. And I think there will be a majority to vote, you know, change in the tax system, in particular for large corporations and possibly for high income and high wealth individuals. You know, I don't know exactly what will be the majority, but I have the feeling, given the public opinion in Italy, Spain, France, Germany right now, that there will be possibly a majority to move in this direction. Now, who will be more upset about this? Would it be the French elite or some of the German elites? I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious to have your view, you know, Moritz and Veronica, about this. I think, you know, some of the German elite, or just some of the German public opinion in general, might be afraid to be put in a minority in such a decision-making process. Whereas with the current system, where each country, you know, has in effect a veto power, and particularly the most powerful economic country, which is Germany, you can. In effect, you can, you know, if the German government disagrees about anything, you know, nothing will happen. Within this parliamentary system that I am describing, you know, potentially, you know, potentially, in effect, you know, even if there's no majority support within the German Bundestag, you know, there could be a majority support in this joint European Assembly, even though the assembly I am describing will be even if it was fully proportional to population, which is not the case with the European Parliament, but in the project I've been describing, it's fully proportional to population, or at least more proportional to population. In my view, it should be fully proportional. Still, you know, in Germany, there could be a fear to be put in a minority. But so I'd be curious to have your view on this. I mean, if it is not the case, and if in the end the attachment to the European project and European federalism and rule-based and institution-based approach is stronger, you know, this is good news. But I'd be curious to have your view on this.
Yeah, no, very, very good points. I think the one important point I wanted to make is I think there's a deep suspicion in the political sphere of proposals that pool resources without thinking about the institutions and getting the long-term institutions right. So that's why my point was, like, if there is a proposal on the table that, I mean, Veronica can chip in and jump in and tell us what she thinks as well. But if there was a constitutional proposal on the table, and these constitutional proposals, you know, they have checks and balances, you would maybe have a parliament and a second chamber, and the second chamber could US style, Senate style, reserve some prerogatives, and it would be clear which powers are delegated to the union level and what remains national or even regional. I mean, we're getting into the details there, but I think if such a proposal was on the table and we would discuss, does the European Union have the competence for, you know, value-added tax or income tax, then I think you would find a German, very law-based and legally focused public mindset be very engaging with that. And I think it would be, given the tradition of the Federal Republic, it would be just very hard if there's an honest proposal on the table from the French saying, okay, we go beyond l'État-nation and we start something new here, and this is for real. It would be very hard for the German political culture, tradition, and mindset to not say yes and engage with it. But
Veronica, any thoughts on that?
my suspicion is that in German politics, this institutional view would be very important. And it is of course also important what this in how far proposals are really agreed upon in the population, not only in, I mean, it's of course a debate that also affects many other countries, and that also affects incentives that are implemented in other countries with respect to this new governance structure. I think that these issues, how much support and backup there is in the populations for that, does not only play a role within the member countries that are acting, but also in member countries that are not immediately involved. This might make it different and more difficult. But I think, of course, if there is such an initiative by France, I think that German politics would react and would try to also put that further.
Thank you. Thomas, has this been satisfying?
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, this is very, you know, I wanted to be optimistic, and I thought, you know, the two reactions by Veronica and Moritz, you know, confirm in my view that we, you know, we have to be optimistic, we have to be ambitious. But now to conclude with something, you know, specific, you know, even more constructive and even more specific, you know, I think the question is, how do we move ahead with what an honest proposal, you know, to use the term used by Maurice, you know, would look like? And so, as you probably know, Moritz and Veronica, you know, we have put together a proposed, you know, treaty for the democratization of Europe and a manifesto for the democratization of Europe, which is available online. So let me do a little bit of advertisement, you know, tdem.eu, Treaty for Democratization of Europe. And I'd be curious to know, you know, Moritz and Veronica, you know, not now, but next time we discuss, or, you know, another time, you know, we can correspond by email, you know, how much of an honest proposal this is. So, and you know, I'm by the way, we are aware, you know, we have, you know, I mean, dozens of people have participated to this project, including many people from Germany. We have about 100,000 people who have signed this project across Europe, which is still small, but it's already something. And you know, we are all aware that maybe, you know, this is 5% of the solution or 3% of the solution in this proposal. You know, there's a lot to add. There's a lot. You know, Moritz was referring to the checks and balances and whatever. You know, there's a lot to change to this and to add to this proposal. But let's start from something and let's see, you know, what needs to be added. Let's see what's need to be, you know, we need to suppress. But, you know, I think this is time to move. You know, we cannot just wait for a perfect, you know, French government that will arrive in the future and make a perfectly honest proposal, which Germany will not refuse. So I agree with the general premises that, you know, some of the blocking forces are in France and Germany, you know, probably will be ready to move ahead. But once we've said that, if we want to make progress in this direction, I think we all have to contribute in effect to what, you know, an honest marriage proposal would look like.
Okay, we have some minutes left. Maybe if there's someone in the audience who wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. I would just like to know, as we're now talking evidently and importantly about Germany, but as you said, I mean, there have been, finally Germany has joined the camp in a way, but now there are 4 to 5 countries, frugal countries who are not joining. What is your reading of that? I mean, is on talking about ideology, even social democrat governments have joined this opposition. What is your reading?
You know, first of all, I think we have to be very careful with the words we use. And in particular, the word frugal, you know, I think is really problematic. especially when it comes to the Netherlands, I should say, and their tax dumping strategy regarding the corporate tax. You know, there is some very careful computation that has been made by Gabriel Zuckman, who's a professor of economics at Berkeley University, together with some colleagues from Copenhagen universities, and looking very, very precisely at the financial accounts of companies who have their headquarters in the Netherlands. You know, they have come to the conclusion that in effect, you know, the Netherlands, or you know, the Netherlands government is taking, you know, around 10 billion euros per year in tax revenues away from other countries for economic activities that does not take place in the Netherlands. You know, these are just purely book profits. You know, these are not, there's no real economic activity of any kind. So now, when, and you know, this is very well evident. You know, there's a website called, you know, missingprofits.com, which you can go to. There's a lot of statistical material making this demonstration. Now, when you take 10 billion euro per year away from Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and your neighbor countries, and you present yourself as a frugal country, you know, this is a very costly way to be frugal, you know, and so I think the problem is that now we live in a world where everybody has this kind of information, and you know, I remember some, some reaction in Italy, and you know, very upset against this kind of rhetoric. So this is very, very, very dangerous, and this makes me, you know, very, very upset for the next step. And I was a bit sad indeed to see, you know, the Swedish Social Democrats siding with this kind of discourse. Yes, this is a bit sad. I think this will change at some point. You know, the Swedish Social Democrats have been very internationalist when it comes to refugees. You know, much more open than a country like France, for instance. Much more internationalist regarding global warming, including than France. But when it comes to common economic policy or tax policy in Europe, you know, they've been very conservative historically. You know, they feel, you know, they can do it on their own way well, and you know, they do many things very well on their own, of course. But you know, I think at some point, you know, we live in the same planet, we live in the same continent, we are not going to be able to have free trade and free capital flows without common taxation, common regulation, common carbon tax, common environmental policy forever. And you know, I would like the, you know, Swedish and Nordic social democrats in general to participate more to this discussion. And you know, I think at some point they will, but it's possible that first we need to go through an historical phase where you know, we move ahead with a smaller number of countries, and you know, I think as long as we have you know, the core of the eurozone is moving, you know, I think it's worth going in this direction. Always, of course, keeping it open for the you know, other countries to join.
Thank you, Moritz or Veronica. Any further comment? I would just mention that there was one very important question, which is not directly related. Maybe you have a very quick answer, which is on inheritance taxes, which we have mentioned, which may be part of the assembly of decision making. But in very general terms, the question is, why is it such a difficult thing to decide or to convince people? It's a very sensitive issue, inheritance taxes, but on the other side, it might be very effective in reducing inequality. That's a question by Martina Linatas from the audience from Zoom.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think annual wealth tax are generally better than inheritance tax. You know, I think we need both. But the view that many economists have pushed in the past, that inheritance tax are better and we should just have a big inheritance tax, I think is wrong. Well, first, it's wrong in terms of theoretical understanding of the tax. You know, I think the good thing about the annual wealth tax is that because it's a small tax every year, you know, it can adapt to the change in the value of your assets. Whereas, you know, inheritance tax, it's once and for all. But, you know, like, look, if I inherited an apartment in Paris in the 1970s that was worth 100,000 euros at the time, nobody could guess at the time that it will be worth 5 million euros today and will bring me a rental income of, you know, 10 times minimum wage or whatever. So that's why an annual tax, it can adapt to the changing asset values and economic value of what you own. And so I think it's generally better. And also, actually, in actual facts, it raises a lot more revenue. If we take a broad view of annual wealth tax, including, of course, property tax and real estate tax, the property tax in the United States, or the tax foncière, which is the equivalent of the property tax in France, raises more than 2% of GDP right now. Inheritance tax is less than 0.5% of GDP. So I think there's more potential, an annual wealth tax, and it's always been a bigger source of fiscal revenue historically than inheritance tax. And so I think it's very important to change from this. I think for a long time it has been a dominant economic view among economists to favor the inheritance tax, but it's less popular in public opinion. And it's actually less efficient from an economic viewpoint than a wealth tax. The millionaire tax and billionaire tax is very popular. In most countries, the public opinion very well understands that if you own millions or billions, you should pay more tax on this basis of your wealth. The millionaire and billionaires don't like it, of course, but in public opinion, it's actually pretty popular, and I think we have to move in this direction.
Many thanks, Thomas. We have come to the end. We're 5 minutes to 11:30, and many thanks for joining us. And hopefully, at some point in the future, we will meet again in person. But so thanks, Moritz. Thanks, Veronica. We now will have a 15 minutes or approximately 15 minutes break here in the room, and at home, wherever you are in the office. We are about more than 200, I think, which is difficult to see because it's a lot of people online. But many thanks, so Thomas, and take care till next time. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Bye, Veronica. Bye, Moritz.
Bye.
Start again. Please take your seat in the room, and I welcome everyone back in the room and online via Zoom and other channels that we have to our next session. As mentioned this morning and yesterday, this day is very much about presenting some fundamental studies about the future of the German model that we have commissioned over 1 year ago, and that we've been working on in different forms and sessions and steering meetings and so on since. And the first one was on inequality, which is one of the main topics, main issues of modern times and challenges. This morning, the second one that we will now discuss is on fiscal policy. And we have touched on that topic a lot of times during yesterday, the sessions, and today. It's mainly, I mean, we've commissioned a study last year before anyone knew that we will be in the situation that we are now with Corona. But the issue was there already to know how can we cope with the regulatory system in Germany, with the debt brake, and its issues, and some issues that it implies, like maybe a problem for investment, public investment, and other issues that we will discuss in a second. So we asked Michael Hüter and Jens Südekum, two very prominent economists in Germany, to work on this and present the study today. And Michael is here, Jens is online. Michael Hüter will present this study on the debt brake and on a new paradigm for fiscal policy. That's the issue that we have in general in our discussions and at the forum, is about how can we define a new paradigm, and maybe there has been no paradigm that now is not adapted to the situation anymore, and we need a new one. Michael, please present your thoughts and your study. Thank you.
Thomas, many thanks for inviting me, or inviting us, first to produce this paper, this joint paper, and second to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really an interesting topic to focus on the story on the German debt brake, the German fiscal policy regulation, looking back to the last decade and looking forward. First of all, what's going on? What are the drivers of German fiscal policy? I would say, yes, there's a paradigm. The traditional paradigm is centered on deficit control, is on reduced state intervention. This has a background of long-standing experience since the midst of the 1970s of a rising debt ratio. We will, in a few seconds, I will focus on that. And combined with that was Karl Schiller, the German most still prominent Minister of Economic Affairs and the father of global steering, managing the global economy, the whole economy using fiscal policy instruments, said in 1986, we also realized the misuse of Keynesian instruments, because in times where we had no Keynesian problem, we had a supply side problem, for example, and this misuse combined with this experience of the rising debt ratio was a background in the for 10 years time ago to say maybe we should have something different. A new regulation, what we call the German debt brake. And you could ask today, was this the wrong instrument for a right reason, or the right instrument for a wrong reason? Both is possible, and let's go a little bit in. So first point is just looking on the figures, a little bit what just happened after financial crisis and before Corona, and then the crisis management and our ideas of a new framework. It's still work in progress. We will finish our paper just after this conference to bring in all your arguments and ideas. So looking first on the debt ratio, debt in percent of GDP and employment rate, you see here, this is a story which started in mid-1970s. After in this period, we had this, what Karl Schiller in the retrospect called the misuse of Keynesian instruments in supply side environment, an increase from 20% debt ratio to 40%, a stabilization during the 80s. The second hike was then after German unification from 40 to 60%. And then in very short period of time, in 2008, financial crisis to 2010, an increase again 20 percentage points to 80%. And then since then we were able to reduce the debt ratio to 60% again just before Corona crisis. Two different narratives you can have behind that. The group of economists saying which are in favor of the debt brake, this is only due to the debt brake. The others, the criticism position, or the critical position saying no, it has nothing to do with the debt brake. And as we all know, the truth lies in between. We had some other factors, and from my side, the most important factor is the involvement of more people into the labor market situation, the increase of the employment ratio from 69% to nearly 80%, the people in the age between 20 and 65. This we had never before. And my hypothesis is you cannot have a balanced budget if the labor market conditions are worse. So if you're working on labor market, if you bring more people into jobs to good compensation, then you have a chance to bring this debt ratio in line with the other regulation we have from the European side, the Maastricht criteria. And there was some help, as we all know, from the low interest rate. And in this surrounding, the debt brake was some help in the budgetary procedure. If you ask politicians, members of parliament, saying that in the discussion between parliamentary groups, this debt brake had some impact, it's quite clear. But this wasn't, in the end of the day, what we have to realize was the investment, the public investment, the loser of the last decade. And you see this here, the shrinking net capital stock in Germany, compared it with all the other, on the left side is Japan, all the other had the stabilization of the net capital stock or an increase of the net capital stock, and you can use different other indicators. He will show you the same. We ask several times a year the companies, what are your outlook, your perception of the present-day economic situation, and sometimes we use to bring in some special questions, and one is here on the infrastructure deficiencies. We asked in 2013, 2018, and what you can see here in this simple chart is that the problems are more severe than 5 years ago, and it's all infrastructure networks are attached. It's road transport, it's communication networks, energy supply, rail, air transport, and so on. So there is a widespread impact of this poor quality, would say, of the German public infrastructure, with an impact on our growth potential we will see in the medium term. Looking at that, the question is, why were the people able or willing to bring the debt brake to the Constitution in 2009? And I think it's very important to see that we had a very broad consensus. This was not a left-wing, right-wing story in this time. The Social Democrats were the same line as the Christian Democrats, saying this is a good idea, and the Liberals as well, to have such a debt brake in. And we should not forget, if you're looking on the economic discussion, that we also have two different narratives. There's a more conservative background under the headline avoidance of excessive state. But there's also a more progressive left-wing narrative avoiding a starving state, just after the experience of the Reagan administration in the United States, which pushed down the tax rates, something like the race to the bottom tax competition. And from this side, they say, no, we want to have a stable expenditure ratio. So from this, we have to be also aligned that there should be a stabilization of the debt as an instrument to make clear that there's no room for further reduction of tax rates. So this, you should not forget, you have two different narratives behind. And I believe you should not forget that in the late 80s, a lot of expert commissions were started in Germany focusing on lean government, lean state. The expert commission on lean state in 1989, big report on in which way we should organize and managing public activities, and the expert commission of deregulation, which published the report in 1990, focusing very different fields of activity of the state. The outcome in the end was that investment is a loser of this period, and What we also have to realize that we have a very dramatic impact on the municipalities, of the fiscal stance of the municipalities. We have a lot of structural problems for the municipalities in North Rhine-Westphalia, Rhineland-Palatinate, in Hesse and in Saarland. Well, there we do have still the structural problems, and they have a high structural deficit, and we will have to work on that. In Hesse and Saarland, they started, but we have to move on. So the second, just very short, because we just discussed a lot about the crisis reaction of politics in Europe, in Germany as well. First stance, it was the situation that liquidity matters. In March, we had this combined supply side and demand side shock. So in the first row, we had to focus on stabilization of liquidity in the companies. Then after opening up the lockdown, and in May, we could see that there was something of bottoming out of the economic activity, and regaining productivity and regaining production puts the second policy idea or second question to the table, in which way we can use Keynesian impulse, so demand side policy, to bring back demand in line with the production potential or the potential output. And the third perspective is on the left side. Here's a future package work focusing on growth and structural change as well. But could say that we have learned a lot of lessons from the financial crisis. In the financial crisis, we used different instruments in between. Some colleagues from Kiel Economics and the Halle Institute made some research in which way, which instruments were effective or not. And we could use these resources. The child bonus, for example, was very clear that it was effective. It was also effective as a premium paid for cars, but this was a different surrounding. So I think we started a very impressive program beginning of July, and it should be terminated, and it should be temporary, as Keynesian politics targeted timely and temporary, just in line this year. The outcome, the effect of the fiscal stance is as outlined here. For the federal, state, and the local level, additional expenditure, revenue losses. On the other hand, we will see, this is just our calculation this year, debt ratio will be around 76, but below 80%. It's also a forecast for next year. It has to do a lot with the new consensus forecast. We started with a very dramatic consensus forecast, cleared more close to 10% as a minus, and this year we just see it's -5%. This is had this impact that the debt ratio will not above 80%. Just know that's what we see this year. What we expect for the next year, the reduction of GDP is nearly the same than we had in the year 2009, -5.6. It is -5.7. It was in 2009. This year we are just -6, but in this range. We will see. We had a strong fiscal response to the corona crisis in different countries, but we see here that, as we just discussed on the European politics side, that the Germans moved ahead, and they were very tough, and in a very short period of time, they decided to do a lot. There was not really a dispute about the general idea, only a dispute about the instruments in detail. But in general, it was accepted that we have to do a lot, and that we push from the demand side again after what we did first in March and April on liquidity stabilization. So this is, I think it's interesting to see that Germany is not really an outliner in a negative sense, more looking from this policy response, it's in the positive sense. Only a few remarks, but because we just had this wonderful discussion about the French and German differences for historical reasons. I would say that, in my perspective, it's something like a normalization of overstretching the differences. Something of a normalization of overstretching the normative anchored positions we had in the past. So if the reality is as is this year, there is such a severe crisis, then yes, there's no escape from reality. We have to answer. And we should also not forget, since the year 2000, we are more or less in a rush hour of big crises. 2001, 2003, and so on, 2009. then 2012, you can have a row of big crises. One in itself would be a threat for our economic perspective 10 years ago or 20 years ago, but no, we have it in this only 2 decades. And I think if this is such like a rush hour of crisis we are in since the beginning of the new century, there is no other way as to have evidence-based, more than in the past, evidence-based politic answers. So a new framework of rules and procedures and strategies for fiscal policy should reflect this experience on the one hand from the last decade and over the longer perspective in historical terms, but also what we see forward. The lessons learned. First, we had a consolidation success in the last decade based on employment-intensive growth, low interest rates and limited budget discipline. For me, it's quite clear that from employment-intensive growth and low interest rates, there could be not the same impact for the next 10 years, because we have already 80% of the employment of the workforce in the labor market engaged. You cannot increase above to 90%. If you're on international science, there's no room, can little bit. Maybe we have a struggle to have a stabilization of employment, but I do not have the idea that we will have another increase of 10 percentage points in the next. So that means it's not so easy. The situation in front of us is not so easy as it was the last decade. The debt brake was an expression of small state-lean government, and not forget the 2 different approaches in interpretation. It was based on a broad political consensus. Pandemic shock was answered quickly and was based also on a broad consensus. The black zero is obsolete. Fourth, if there's such a paradigm shift, I think it will be based on 2 key drivers. First, the obvious large gap in public investment. The crisis we do have in public investment. And second, that we have a fundamental shift in the interest rate environment, which in turn must have a bearing on the conduct of fiscal policies, the fiscal paradigm more broadly. The fact that over all maturities, the interest rate for government bonds is below, in a normal economic surrounding, below the GDP growth rate, mean that we have different situations than we had in the period when we discussed the debt brake. So this is not in a systematic way reflected in our debt brake, and it should be, as we will answer. Extremely unconventional expensive monetary policy, also in combination with what we realize on Next Generation EU, will be driver for such a paradigm shift. And this last point here, we should not forget, we do have a specific problem in Germany to fiscal federalism. We do have the high debt in some German states, as I mentioned before, on the local level, and it's not really solved up to now. It's solved to a certain degree in Hessen. It's solved to a certain degree in Saarland, but it's still waiting in the problems to be solved in North Rhine-Westphalia and Rhineland-Palatinate. And it's crucial that we cannot change the debt from one level in the federal system to another inside the debt brake, because in overall the debt ratio will not affect it, the debt amount will not affect it. So this is also not really a feasible basis. This is just, I made this chart yesterday, what we have on decision about the German lender, in which year they want to start with the repayment, how long they want to repay, and in which kind every year. And you see there is a wide range. In Saxony, in 6 years, all problems are solved. In North Rhine-Westphalia, 50 years. This will have an impact on the coordination and the activity in the German Federal Republic of fiscal policy, because this is not coordinated. And the question is in which way we can do it. It's very simple for the federal government. He can organize a long-term repayment and use his structural credit. He can use every year 0.35% of GDP. For the lender, there's no other way. So this is, as I said before, this is our expectation that the current yield on German government will also, we will come back to the situation if we have once solved more or less the COVID-19 pandemic. Last slide. These are the argumentation. What should be changed? What should be the content of reform of the debt brake? First, we should have a more flexible debt brake. It's not so easy to grow out. This was this more or less a strategy in the last decade. So if there is no way to grow out, what we have to do is to make clear that the impact of Corona debt should not reduce the expenditure on the one hand, and should not use as an argument to hike the tax rate on the other hand. So if we want to do this, we need the same flexibility the federal state has for the German lender, and we should organize this maybe in a coordinated discussion in the Stability Council. The second is pushing forward transformative growth. This is the idea to have a public investment fund, as it was designed by Sebastian Dolin, some colleagues of our institutes. And again, as this corporation, it's a Cologne-Düsseldorf corporation, you see it's a fruitful one. Was not always the case in history, but in this time it is. And we have the idea in which way we can use the changed investment surrounding R minus is lower than G, to give room for this, to have more understanding that it's very easy to start public investment in this way. The third pillar in our orientation is the Maastricht conformity, but we should have more time. And I think we should argue that should argue in favor of using the next generation EU as starting of an EU investment union. This could be a pillar for new financial architecture. On the one hand, we have the normal budget as it's designed already, and then we use this next generation EU based on Euro bonds for investment purpose, and to have such a way a new second pillar for financing Europe, as not only acting on administration, but also offers more opportunities for investment. Thank you so far.
Thank you very much, Michael Hüter. We now have an excellent round of commentators, international commentators, and I think that's a very useful way of approaching this. We have a lot of intra-German discussions, but I think in that situation, it's particularly interesting to hear voices from abroad, even if partly they are not non-German. Like Guntram. But I would like to hand over to Daniela Gabor first to have your comments on this study. You are from Bristol and a very well-known economist in fiscal policy terms and broader questions. So please.
Okay, hi everybody. Hope you can hear me well. Yes, I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to comment on German issues as a non-German, truly non-German, although I'm Romanian based in Bristol. And I want to start by saying that I very much enjoyed reading the paper, and I want to congratulate the authors for exposing so clearly the historical and political trajectory of the fiscal paradigm that has dominated Germany and influenced heavily the debates in the Eurozone over the past 20 years. And I have two main takeaways from this that more or less approximate what has been presented. The first takeaway I get from the report is that it paints a very stark picture of the costs, at least in terms of public investment in Germany, of the ideological commitment to and the broad political consensus around Schwarze-Null. And quite interesting for me, it also shows that it replicates an intra-Germany Eurozone with a north periphery divide whereby export-reliant regions have more room for investment, whereas periphery ones are forced into austerity on public investment. Second takeaway is that the report stresses very much that the paradigm shift in German fiscal thinking that the Economist announced recently has not firmly landed yet, and we should think very carefully about whether it's going to arrive. And it hasn't arrived or firmly landed for reasons that are both ideational, that is the political power of the debt break narrative, and for material reasons, because we have the rapid rise in public debt to GDP ratios with the COVID pandemic that I think will weigh very heavily in German macro debates and in Eurozone macro debates. I think the report very correctly identifies a material precondition for a changing paradigm of fiscal policy in Germany, that interest rates on German bonds remain low and public debt can be serviced out of growth, as it were, as the author just noticed. And it is here that I would encourage the authors to engage with what I think is a neglected aspect in the paper and in general in the fiscal debates in the Eurozone. That is the macro financial aspects of fiscal policy and public debt. And what do I mean by the macrofinancial aspect? Macrofinance in general takes as a starting point the observation that rapid changes in the nature and organization of the financial system have significant implications for monetary and for fiscal policy. Now, if we ask how financial structure and macroeconomic policies interact, it becomes clear that evolutionary changes in European finance need to be taken into account when discussing paradigm shifts in German or other European fiscal policies. Consider the largest money market for European banks and institutional investors in the Eurozone, the 7 trillion repo market or repurchase market. 2 out of 3 euros borrowed through repos in the Eurozone use sovereign bonds issued by Euro area members, Germany and Italy the largest, as collateral. What this means is that private credit creation, which is the bread and butter of the ECB's operations, fundamentally relies on sovereign bonds and so on fiscal policy. Higher sovereign yields make private credit more expensive. In turn, the repo market creates and can easily destroy liquidity for governments in the secondary bond market. And with this, they influence their borrowing conditions and ultimately they influence fiscal policy. So through this macro-financial lens, I have two, I would say, small doubts about the report or where the report could elaborate further. One is a lingering view that I read in the report, and maybe the authors would counteract that it's an unfair view, the lingering view that Germany needs debt consolidation, be it because of the Maastricht criteria or because of the German macro fondness for Goethe's view of public debt. And here I would urge the authors to consider the question of debt consolidation from a macro financial perspective. In the euro area, financial market structure and historical decisions of the European Central Bank over sovereign debt collateral have created an exorbitant privilege for Germany. In crisis, banks and shadow banks run to German bonds because these preserve access to repo or collateralized funding. This is why the leaders of periphery, between quotation marks, euro countries, watch the spread to German bonds nervously. And incidentally, this is why the European Systemic Risk Board and various academics who also discuss this question of the exorbitant privilege that Germany has in capital markets in the Eurozone have tried to create, through a coalition of Eurosystem central banks, a single safe asset that can take away this exorbitant privilege from Germany. And from this perspective, I really wonder whether we have the tools to identify how much public debt is too much given the financial structure of the Eurozone. So I would urge the authors to expand their safe asset discussion on page 20 by situating the German Bund safe asset story within the European finance story and the question of exorbitant privilege. I'm also wondering whether the next generation EU that has been mentioned, although it may be a Hamiltonian moment for Europe, it raises questions of the implications for the demand for German bonds and the question of low interest rates. Are the volumes that are going to be issued as common debt significant enough to displace the German bond hegemony, at least in the European repo market and in capital markets in general? What does it mean for the assumptions that interest rates on German bonds will remain low for secular reasons? And this takes me to the second question or doubt I have, and it focuses on the paradigm shift. The paper talks about the paradigm shift on fiscal policy without touching, in my view, in a sufficient depth on the relationship with the central bank. Can and should we move away from a German fiscal view without rethinking the question of coordination with central banks? We already know through a macro-financial lens that the ECB intervenes in sovereign bond markets for prudential reasons. When Madame Lagarde talked about targeting the spreads, that to me was an acknowledgement after a long time that the liquidity of sovereign collateral in the Eurozone is critical for financial stability, not only for public debt questions. So I would say that the ECB didn't intervene in sovereign bond markets because it worried about debt sustainability. It intervened because that's an effective way to support private credit creation and the transmission mechanism of monetary policy. Improvement in financing conditions for governments that are much decried in some European and German circles are not a policy target for the ECB, but they are a side effect of the repo-based sovereign debt order that the founders of the euro have put in place. And when they did that, they didn't appreciate the complex political ramifications, in particular, the structural pressures on central banks to intervene in sovereign bond markets. I think given the growing public debt to GDP ratios and the possibility on renewed pressure on vulnerable sovereigns in the next 5 to 10 years, it is imperative that we rethink this order. So for this, I think we need to update. So I wonder whether we need to update the institutional framework that governs the relationship between central banks and governments. What we've had so far is that the ECB, but also other central banks, have improvised through unconventional monetary policy measures, but on terms that they control, that the central banks control. Is this a political scenario that we are comfortable with? Or can this political scenario effectively prevent the fiscal paradigm shift that the paper welcomes? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Agreement in the audience. Before coming back to the German discussants, Eric, can I ask you your take on this study? You're a very well-known economist working for M&G Investments, but also having written a book that we presented recently and discussed recently on Angrynomics that we can recommend very much, and you'll find the session that we had on our website. Maybe you touch Angrynomics, which is an excellent way of explaining our times in your take, but your comments on this study, please.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I just want to say how much I enjoyed the study, and I enjoyed, in fact, the framing of the problem or the issue that we've just seen in the slides that Michael presented. I just want to make a few general observations, and I'd be very interested to get the author's thoughts on this, because I've given an awful lot of thought, like we all have, to fiscal rules. And from experience of thinking about fiscal rules, I've come to some conclusions which I think are relevant to the context, which is, to me, there are really two tensions in any fiscal rule structure. The first one is, to what extent should fiscal policy be oriented around future liabilities versus current conditions? And we repeatedly face this dilemma, which is we can think about long-term liabilities. Typically, we focus on liabilities. We think about long-term liabilities, and then we kind of plan as a government against that backdrop. And yet the reality of fiscal outcomes is that as long as policy is operating within the realms of the normal distribution, as long as policy is reasonable, it is usually exogenous factors that are determining the actual fiscal outcomes. So we can if we look across the developed world, we can largely explain debt GDP ratios without reference to fiscal policy. So it's largely a function of what's happened cyclically, what's the behavior of the private sector, what is the interest rate structure, rather than actually the starting point or the determining factor being a fiscal objective. And I think that's easy to forget. The other challenge, I think, for fiscal policy is a tendency, and economics hasn't helped here, to view the fiscal authorities in isolation and forgetting that the fiscal authorities are part of a system. And I think this touches on a lot of the points that Daniela is raising. But of course, the fiscal authorities are not. So we can't view the state's balance sheet in isolation. We've got to think about the state's balance sheet relative to what the needs of the entire system are and the changes that are happening elsewhere in the system. Now, how do we design rules given these inherent tensions? And I think an error that's been made in economics, or I think the economics of debt sustainability is incomplete. Let me put it like that. Because what we've tended to do is we start with the objective of, we think about sustainability in terms of a stable debt to GDP ratio. Right? That is how most fiscal sustainability equations start. We back out what we should do based on having a stable debt to GDP ratio. And as the authors have very intelligently and coherently put forward here, in Germany, in a sense, we tend to go even further, which is we view fiscal success based on a declining debt GDP ratio. Now, I want to think about that because I don't think it's satisfactory. So it's clearly unsatisfactory to say I'm going to run fiscal policy unsustainably But we could define sustainability in a way that's independent of the debt to GDP ratio. And I think, and this is where I really want to compliment the authors, but I want to hear more about this, is I have come to the conclusion that the most flexible and effective fiscal rule actually starts by looking at the cost of debt. So I've just been on my Bloomberg looking at where 30-year German government bond yields are. And the German government can now borrow at minus 11 basis points, minus 11 basis points for 30 years. Now, as you alluded to, my day job, I'm making financial investments. If I have a discount rate of minus 0.1, I can create enormous amounts of fixed for 30 years. Right? Can we not find some investments with a higher expected real return than more than minus 2% real if we believe the ECB's inflation target? Or can we not get a nominal return on capital higher than minus 0.1? Now, what's very intriguing about that is this is actually capital investment that strengthens my balance sheet. So if I think in terms of my net assets, if I borrow at minus 0.1 fixed, and I make, say, a 2% real return, which if we took, for example, sustainable energy investment with regulated utility electricity prices, we can make 6% real returns in the Eurozone, right, within sustainable energy investment. That is value creating. In other words, that would be an increase in my debt ratio, but also simultaneously an increase in my net assets. So my assets would go up by more than my debt. And so this is where I really think I'm very interested to get the author's thoughts on this and Michael's reflections on this, because I think the investment fund is a great idea. And I think, in a sense, we need to think slightly more creatively to adapt to the current circumstances. And this is not about saying there's no limit, clearly, because there is a limit, but it's thinking of sustainability in a more rigorous and complete way. Because I think ultimately the interest rate, in a sense, is a system indicator. It's telling you about what other parts of the system are doing. And it is giving you an objective standard. And it's also permitting some of the functions for fiscal policy that Daniela is alluding to, which is actually that it may be that the system requires more bonds for other financial stability reasons. But I would prefer, to focus really on value creation for the state and society. And I think we have two challenges at the moment. One is we need capital investment. That's come through very clear. We have a huge environmental sustainability challenge. But we have been given manna from heaven, which is we have negative borrowing rates for 30 years.
Thank you, Eric. Excellent. I would like to ask Christian to come to the scene, the second real in-person contributor. Christian Kastrop is now State Secretary at the Ministry of Justice and Consumer Rights, I think. Don't know how the exact translation in English is, but very much more importantly, Christian has been at the Ministry of Finance in 2009, and that was the year when the debt brake has been done, and the colleagues from the Financial Times have called him the father of the debt brake. So we are extremely happy that you are here, because we're very much discussing now how to reform and how to do a better debt brake. And please give us your view on the current discussion and on the paper, especially that Michael and Jens have produced. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas, for this very nice and friendly discussion. Yeah, I may have been a leader of a team starting 2005 with a new concept, bringing it in the coalition agreement. It's all a long story. I could talk for a whole night. Thomas knows that, and I have to concentrate on the most important things. But let me start. I'm not an apologetic. So I think policy is about what you do think, what for a current situation and a long-time development is the right thing to do. And of course, this may change. And so please do not expect that I'm just do an apologetic for the given system. I will indeed, I have quite another view. Of course, it can be done differently, but we have to look at different aspects. And My new job in a way helps me because the very correct would be I'm State Secretary for Digital Society and Consumer Policy. So, and you see, and this is about people. So this is about people that they have the money to be a consumer, and they consume for the right things in a way, and this is also a polity task. So, so I'm really 3 reasons why I'm especially delighted to participate here. Because as we have seen, the COVID pandemic has hit all of us very hard. And as said, we are all consumers. So much of the recovery will depend on how consumers' welfare will be evolved in the months to come. And of course, the precondition for having, say, the firepower also as a public entity to battle against a pandemic. We did not foresee a pandemic, but we created an exception clause, which we have well taken now. And of course, it was the right reason to use the exception clause from the so-called debt brake. But the principal idea that we need a kind of a steering instrument which works into the direction of, say, fiscal sustainability in whatever way, or whatever it's enough or too weak or too strong, we can all discuss that. But let me make this point first, that there is an issue about fiscal sustainability with getting firepower for a future in an aging country, which can only depend on brain and high productivity and not on natural resources of any kind. So we are our own natural resources. Let me put it this way. So we are different from a lot of other countries in the world. So, so we had at least gone away in this fiscal sustainability direction. Again, in the right way, we have to discuss. But then, of course, as Michael has shown to you, what's very important also, that we have also concentrated now with the big packages, not just on the recovery, but we have also done something for the transformation of the economy. Let me mention digitalization as one of my new subjects, which is more important in our daily lives. And Jens and Michael already showed that the digitalization is a very important need for investment. And of course, it's not just digitalization, it's also circular economy, say, not just fiscal sustainability, but say sustainability of our whole society, which in the end is also related to our democratic values we have here in Central Europe. Let me really make it a bit broader than just economics. And I would call this sustainability too. So overall sustainability being fit for the future. And in fact, this was the political debate when we started to develop a new fiscal rule, a better fiscal rule, which is better directed to a good future for this country. And of course, it's also for the European issue. I also had the honor to be asked 1996 whether we could drive a proposal for a European Stability Pact, but I will leave this story completely out here. So, and then of course we invented fiscal rules, and as said, that's very important for me. Of course, we can discuss whether these rules under a given condition will work, say, in a more austerity mode, but I just would like to mention here, it started all with sustainability. It was not about control and pull back the state, and this is also what Michael already mentioned, it was about sustainability for the future. So I share many points of the paper. This is very, very convincing. It's true that Germany saw very unusually strong growth after the financial crisis. And indeed that the reduction of the debt ratio, of course, was induced by higher growth and not by austerity in terms of fiscal consolidation. So we work ourselves out of the problem with growth and not with austerity. And also one of the results, of course, that social spending has not decreased, which is also important to prevent, of course, social unrest, as the paper says, but it also reduces increasing inequality, which is another issue, not having neglected groups in our society as a whole. So I also certainly agree that we have seen underinvestment or negative net investment in Germany over the last 2 decades and even longer before. But let me make a little remark here already that I would also add that we have sometimes seen too little investment, but also too little consumption of the right type in our economy. Let me just mention here teachers and other important issues. So it's an important point. Whenever we talk about investment, it's not just investment. If you want to be a high productive country in the future, you need investment, yes, for sure, of different type, yes, for sure. But you also need complementary consumption expenditure. And this is what we should never forget in the debate about investment, because the history of Germany has also seen, especially in the municipalities, quite a lot of bad investment, which were very, very expensive and really were a burden for the future and did not go for more sustainability of our local, regional and state entities. So we have really to be a bit careful to overuse the term investment. And this is another point I want to make. So, should not be too long. So, of course, it is important that the German multi-tier federal fiscal structure can be tricky. So we know that also some municipalities are rather well off and some have huge problems, especially in my home country, which is North Rhine-Westphalia too. So, and this can of course spur inequality, and consequently, I think it's independent from the debt brake. Over the last 2 decades or so, we have seen rising regional inequality in terms also of high quality investment and the quality of public goods. This is true. So, and of course, there is also has been an issue in Germany of some, say, more conservative groups in the society. This is about a lean state or a rollback of the state. But I think it's not as dominant as we have seen it, for instance, in the US or in the UK. So, and at least in Europe, I am rather confident that most policymakers have understood how important the state is beyond just being a referee for free markets. Climate change, investment in the data economy, intangibles, inclusive growth, all this needs strong, but let me also make the point, it needs an efficient and effective state. So as we need inclusive economic and sustainable growth. So let me now come to some points I would like to add to the paper. So debt brake is sometimes indirectly linked to low public investment, but as said, low investment was also before 2009, and this may not be the entire reason. And if we look about the figures, and this is also well described in the paper, that the debt brake, of course, was, as it stands today, it was not ever a break for investment. We have to keep in mind that we were, after the crisis, we had this boom, and also is mentioned in the paper, but we have also to see what are the political priorities we have set. So I may also offer the view here, but when there was an affluent situation in the German public finance in the years after the crisis with the big boom, that the priorities, the political priorities, were set on other types of spending than, say, the pro-future oriented investment or consumption expenditures. So, for instance, we did, and I think the figures are there, state consumption, social spending. As said, social spending is also necessary, but some elements of the additional social spending, of course, was not really something which helps us for the future. So my point here is that we talk about fiscal rules, and if we talk about policy, which is conducive to it, it's always about political priorities. And that's, I think, the most important point. So, and the key priorities, like the green transition, for instance, have been much less politically focused on 20 years ago as compared to today. So we must be honest about this. So also, let us not forget private investment. So it makes up 10%. Public investment is only 10% of all investment. So why is private investment so low? A recent study has shown that at the same free cash flow level, firms invest much less than in the past. So firms also underinvest because they want to, not because they have to. Of course, it's about the overarching global environment and economy. So we should look at that too. So, and indeed, investment and GDP growth should not be seen as distinct entities. The right type of investment, of course, can boost GDP growth even further, and therefore, as mentioned, drives down the debt to GDP growth also. So, what about the future agenda? So of course, I also agree that R below G may require us to rethink investment policy. It may indeed be favorable, as mentioned here also from Eric, favorable to debt finance investment plus X again, from a technical point of view. So again, let me make this point very clear. This is why a golden rule would not help us at all. A golden rule which is focusing on investment. So what is really important, I think, is something which is also discussed on the European level. I was some years in Brussels chairing one of the ECOFIN working groups, Economic Policy Committee. We had a huge project about so-called future-looking quality of public finance. So what is the growth relevance of a certain expenditure? Is it investment? Is it consumption? Or is it the mix of both? And I may tell you another story. In the early 2000s, I made a proposal to the then Minister of Finance to say we need a kind of a so-called growth and future budget. So just identify terms which pay high returns on long-term sustainability, on growth and sustainability. And I can tell you, this was never pursued. And it's still an open issue. We put it now in the European regulations, but it still needs to bring more forward. And therefore, I think the whole debate we have here today about the investment rule or about too low investment should really be more holistic on what brings productivity to our societies. So we need a kind of an inclusive, productive agenda where public investment, private investment, and state consumptions are joining forces for high productivity. So let me do another thing. Of course, if we think about the given debt break system, of course, it should be a kind of a breathing debt break. It's indeed stupid that our given system of the debt break in the given economic circumstances would move. And you see this in a nice chart Michael showed us. You see that the debt to GDP ratio goes down to whatever low. Yeah, this is, of course, not necessary. It would be rather stupid not to do that. So I could imagine that, for instance, we have a kind of a breathing debt break. When the debt to GDP ratio is low, you get more room. You can double it or triple it. I'm rather open to that. And let me also make this last point. I would also be very favorable to a distinctive investment funds. But again, we should really think about what investment do we mean. We do mean intangibles. We do mean the right melange of investment and consumption expenditures. And not to get too long, I stop it here with some concrete proposals.
Thank you, Christian. Last panelist is Guntram Wolf from Brussels, head of the Brussels-based Bruegel Institute. Please, Guntram.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. It's so good to be here, and it's a pleasure to also see old friends such as Christian Castrop or Daniele or Eric. So great to be on this panel and debate. I really wanted to make 3 points, and since you almost called me a non-German, let me start by my German experience being having been an economist in the German Bundesbank, central bank, in the fiscal policy department at the time of the debt break. And at the time, we had a long debate within the department where my view did not prevail, which was really about the golden rule and the question of the design of the debt break. I was making the point that the golden rule, so that existed before, was not the reason why the debt to GDP ratio in Germany had been increasing up to the financial crisis. And I think Michael Hüter's and Jens Südekum's paper shows this very nicely. The increase in the debt to GDP ratios happened at times of major crisis, be that the oil price shock or be that German reunification. I mean, these were the events that drove up the debt to GDP ratio, not investment or excessive exploitation of loopholes in investments, as some people at the time were claiming. So I think we made a mistake in the debt break, definitely in terms of recognizing investments as something that should be exempted from the deficit debt rule. And I think it's a mistake because, of course, we know that the benefits of investments play out over several years, while the cost is basically happening in the given budgetary year. So as a political system, when I cannot sort of stretch the costs of investments over several years, I will have an incentive to underinvest. And I think that's exactly what is happening. If you look at the investment rates, they have been miserable and very, very low in Germany ever since the debt brake was introduced. And by the way, on top of it, we've received a systematic bias in the budgetary forecasts in Germany, which up to now COVID, basically since the beginning of the debt brake, which has led to a systematic overfulfillment of the debt brake relative to what it was originally intended to do. So German fiscal policy since the introduction of the debt brake has been much tighter than even what the debt brake would have required due to systematic biases in the forecasts. Now, the counter argument, of course, and I think in all fairness, one has to discuss that, is the point. And by the way, on the Christian's point that investment should be broader investment, I entirely agree. I mean, it's not just about concrete; it's about a much broader definition of what is future oriented. But that's a different debate. But I mean, I think the counter argument that was given and continues to be given in many circles is that Eric's idea that we can borrow at minus 0.1 and find positive investment projects that have a positive return, that idea is fundamentally flawed. I have to say, Eric, the problem with that argument is really, I mean, everybody agrees with this argument in theory, but then as Christian is saying, politics is different, and a lot of borrowing is not going to be used if you loosen up the rules too much, is not going to be used in a productive way. And so the return on that borrowing will be probably even more negative than minus 0.1. So this is I think the political economy, and I have to admit, I mean, it's an argument that has always bugged me, and I always felt uncomfortable with, because ultimately what it says is we don't trust that our democracies can think about the future. And I think this is really a problem. I mean, we are having here a problem if we don't believe that in a democratic process we can use borrowed money sensibly for future-oriented investments. I think this is really, it's really an issue, and it's something I'm quite concerned about. And I think, Christian, what you just said is essentially that also at the EU level, we find it extremely difficult to agree on sort of future-oriented spending. And we've seen that also in the experience of the great financial crisis, the fiscal consolidation that happened at the expense of future-oriented spending, not at the expense of current consumption. And so this is a systematic bias that we are starting to have in our political system, which I think we need to be concerned about in our democracies. Now, that's let me add make my last point, which is really about the debt brake in the European fiscal context. And so now I'm sort of moving from being the pure German to how you called it, Thomas, the half German, or I don't know how you call it. So basically the German based in Brussels. And, of course, the big debate now in Brussels that is starting is about the European fiscal rules and the extent to which the European fiscal rules need to be changed or should be changed. And I guess the starting point here is that the European fiscal rules, especially the fiscal compact, is basically based on the German debt brake. And the fiscal compact requires member states of the Eurozone, of the EU, to reduce their debt to GDP ratio basically to 60%, with a reduction per year of 1/20th of the difference between 60 and the debt level that you have currently. So I just looked at the numbers. Italy is, according to Ameco, at 159, so 160% of GDP, France 117, Spain 116, Greece 196, Germany 75. So Germany has very little adjustment need to do to come back to the 60%. So this is very easy to do. The numbers that will be required from Italy, France, Spain, and Greece will be very, very high, according to the fiscal compact. And those numbers will be very difficult to achieve. And Michael, I think you mentioned the fact that without job growth, it's very difficult to run a budgetary surplus as well. I mean, if you look at several of these countries, unemployment is very high, youth unemployment is very high, and how are they going to run these high budgetary surpluses to reduce their debt to GDP ratios? I think it's basically politically it's not going to be possible, and I don't see how it's going to happen. So I think what we are seeing here is a very, very big divergence between Germany, which will, I think, more or less go back to the German debt brake as of 22, I would say. 21 is still exceptional year, but as of 22, we will go back. We will adjust very quickly back to the 60% unless something extraordinary happens. But the other countries of the Eurozone that I mentioned will not be able to do this. Now, those countries are calling for a change in the debt brake. I mean, in the fiscal compact. The problem is, even if that was achievable and if they got that in the European framework, they would still face the problem, and there I come to Daniela, they would still face the problem that Germany's debt would fall, while their debt wouldn't really fall. And so we will see a divergence of the fiscal fundamentals between these parts of the Eurozone, which in itself will create tensions in the sovereign bond markets. And I agree with Daniela that Next Generation EU is a big step forward. It's a very positive step. But of course, it's not gonna eliminate the spreads. I mean, it has reduced the spreads quite a bit. But as the divergence in the fiscal positions will start to grow after 22 again, I think we will see again tensions in the bond markets. And then very quickly we have also problems in Italy related to R-G, because basically with the spread, Italian R is going to be higher than Italian G, and so then very quickly we end up with very difficult situation in other parts of the Eurozone. So I guess overall my take is I think we need to have a debate in Germany about the debt brake. I think it should be a debate which is a little bit politically more optimistic, and where politically we work on making sure that the money that we borrow is used productively, but where we give the space really to invest in the future. And I mean green or all the other things. I mean, I really think we need a bit of more flexibility to borrow for future-oriented investments and make sure that the politics of this works, that we can actually still invest in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guntram. Just before handing over to Michael, because a lot of questions, we will switch from the debt break to the lunch break in 15 minutes, let's say. So we need to be very efficient. First in your reactions and maybe then another round. And if there's any question in the room, please. And
I will try to do it very brief. I'm all my hopes fulfilled that we will get such a wide range of comments and constructive ideas to bring into the paper. And so you can read all this, what we will do on that. But only a few sentences about what we have heard from Daniela, I think it's very important, your point, to bring in the interaction between public debt, bond market, and the ECB. So this is really the point, which is only just discussed very indirectly through the next generation EU, because what Guntram said, it's our idea to use this European pillar to bring to have the chance that in all the other European member states the employment ratio will move up, and then they have a broader basis for public finances, and this will help us to bring the Eurozone a situation that we will not have such an tensions as described as a risk by Guntram. One general idea was how much public debt is too much and what's, you can say, too low, because it may be too low if we to have an underinvestment, which will have an ongoing reduction of net capital stock, as we could see in the first chart I showed to the audience. So I think here it's very easy to say, on the one hand, we have the acceptance of the bond market. If the bond markets, say Germany is a stable country, a stable economy, so we are willing to pay in premium if you will host my money. That's what really do. Yeah, for 30 years is such a promise of the German government that if you give me the money, I will also had a premium. So you have the security, the safety. This is a really safe harbor we are in. This should be used for investment. This is if in the case the Norwegian state used the oil and gas resources they have to invest for the future, because this is a resources we have just now, but maybe not for the whole future. So let's use all these resources and the revenues coming from that for investing for the future. The same idea is behind the investment fund. Use the situation on the government on the government bond side, on the bond market, to bring more public investment on the road and to have a higher growth potential. And quite clear, it should be efficient. It should be effective. And my idea was something to say, if we can use some institutions we already have, use the stability board, saying they have to sign in. This is an investment which could be possible in the infrastructure fund, and then the Parliament will decide on that. So you can have such a procedure to have such like a screening of investment projects, which will have to go to the future. Yeah, value creation. Eric said on that, and the bring back the macro. For me, it's something like bringing back macroeconomics to economic policy. For some long time, we discussed only on institutions. Maybe it has something to do with the situation we had, but no, if we are looking on R and G and the relation on R and G, that means that we bring in macroeconomics in a different way to the politics we used to organize. Christian, your points are all very interesting to see what was behind the discussion. It was for a time being in the 10 years time before the right answer, maybe. And now we have to put the question to the table, what could be the framework for the future? That does not mean that we will have no regulation, but a regulation that is more flexible, which will also reflect the problems we have on the table. As I said, the legacy debt of the municipalities, the flexibility for the lender as well, and in general, what's going on with the European side. And yes, I think, if you're looking on the bond markets, I would say this is not only, but you mentioned the low private investment of the companies. What we see there is also structural change with digitization. The need for big amount of money has shrunk. So they can use the money they as from the future for broader investment. If you are going in the digital world, more intangible, or in this related topics for the digitization and digital transformation of the company. And on the other hand, it's quite clear as demographics. In an aging society and in the world, we have an aging process. It's quite clear that we have a surplus of capital supply. So if we have a structural change in capital market, that means for me that for the medium term, we have the outlook that R will be in general below G. And from this side, this is also to bring in the assessment on capital markets as a room for maneuver for fiscal policy. Though it's high time to debate on the debt brake, it has nothing to do from my side with ideology. It is something only to have a pragmatic answer to the situation we are just in. And so this is what we will do with our paper. And I hope Jens is also in the online audience, and maybe he will add something on that, but we will work in the next days just to bring all your comments in and to have a second edition of the paper.
To tell you, Jens is doing a field experiment on infrastructure in Germany. He's in the train and following the Zoom. So he will tell us afterwards if there's some more need for investment in it. Is there anyone from Christian or from the panelists who wants to react or have another comment on what Michael said? Please raise your hands, perhaps.
No, I completely agree with Michael here. I think this is a very, very good approach. I think I also agree with Guntram. Of course, the so-called fiscal compact was just a stupid German idea to bully the so-called weak ones, which is anyway awful. It's also from a political point of view. This has caused a lot of damage. And I can't agree more that this was most stupid to make the fiscal compact. To be honest, when we developed the debt brake, it was only meant for a new Article 115 of our federal of the Grundgesetz. It was never meant even for the states of Germany, but nevertheless policy leads to that. So this is also a bit of a history here. Let me mention that. I think there is nevertheless one idea which I think is already in the German system with the debt brake system or with the Stability and Growth Pact, and this is the so-called preventive arm. I think the so-called corrective arm of the system, which is this 3% ceiling, this does not fit at all in the economic environment we have right now. But the preventive arm, to see what is necessary individually for each country, not one size fits all. So having fiscal sustainability, given your macroeconomic and structural performance, given your quality of public finance, given your aging ratio, given your whether you have say a very good R below G ratio or not, this all makes a difference. So we need to get a bit more, I mentioned the breathing debt brake. I think we need a bit of a breathing system, which not points that we have to reach something the next year, but we need that this goes in the right direction with expenditure clauses, with exceptional clauses, with a certain room to deviate from a medium-term path. And I think if we can do this, this would be a big political progress. But I still think this tendency to draw, say, an arrow or to shoot an arrow in the direction that we have long-term fiscal sustainability, this will also help us to create economic and ecologic and other sustainabilities we are so much in need. So yeah, the stability, I would love, I think the idea to follow a bit the Norwegian idea of a state funds, which is not fueled via oil revenues, but here we are using our gap. This is a very, very good idea. But again, we have to see how we safeguard the high quality. The stability board, unfortunately, I advised at that time the minister to make it much more stronger, give it a much better mandate. We can do that, but it needs a much stronger mandate than now as a part of an annex of the so-called Finance Stability Council, where the finance ministers of the states and the federal level are. So, but I stop here.
Then one last idea. We heard something about what is the impact of such a debt brake if you introduce it once in time for the general political sphere or the reaction of other actors. And this has something to do with the last point mentioned by Guntram. Most of the political economic arguments are saying that in a democratic system, we are not able to have a future-oriented policy. And I'm very critical on that. And I would say we have to understand, if you start to introduce a debt brake, you change an incomplete contract. And the incomplete contract is the budget. The public budget is something like an incomplete contract because you offer, in general, some kind of activities and so on. If you bring some restriction in to change an incomplete contract, you will see very closely, the demand for the next restriction. So the people ask for, let's say, an investment ratio. The people ask for a ceiling for the social contribution ratio, because if you start here, you have the reaction of the political system to this restriction, and then you need a second restriction, a third restriction. In the end of the day, you will have the budgetary process no more in the parliamentary debate, but out, and it's defined more or less by the constitution. And that's not in line with the democratic system we want to have. So the budgetary process is at the core, which at the heart of democratic institutions and democratic decision making.
But you need a watchdog on the other hand. That's true. It's we should never do with fiscal policy what we do for some reason with monetary policy, making independent central banks here. That's not about that, say, how you see people like me, admin people rule the world or rule Germany. Never, never, ever. But they need a certain, say, how you say, nudging in the right direction. Let me put it like this.
Daniela.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So thank you for the comments and the interventions. The discussion just now reminded me of a joke that we hear in sort of academic circles who study Germany and the Eurozone, that Germany is a reluctant hegemon, in the sense that it somehow stumbled into the position of being very powerful in the Eurozone macro-financial architecture, and it doesn't quite know what to do with it. And the comment that we just heard, that the fiscal compact was a stupid idea introduced by Germany to discipline periphery countries, makes me wonder whether Germany is really a reluctant hegemon, or there is a strategic sort of game at play. Because from what Guntram just described, what we're looking at is, for the next 10 years, the foundations of the German hegemony in macro financial issues will be strongly reinforced by the fiscal compact. So I'm wondering, for the German participants in the panel, what would it take to reverse this stupid idea? I mean, what is the responsibility that Germany has in order to reverse the kind of straitjacket that the fiscal compact is, and that is going to push again the peripheral countries into some very unpalatable political choices? And it's nice to hear in some ways that having austerity in Germany meant you only had problems with public investment, but you were able to maintain social spending at the same levels. But that's not the case for the rest of the Eurozone, particularly for periphery countries. Their social spending took very serious hits because of the austerity that has been encouraged, if not imposed, by fiscal rules coming from Germany, or fiscal ideas coming from Germany.
Maybe we have 2 minutes left. Someone from the Zoom world, Guntram maybe, is the... We can also switch to Mike. Well,
I mean, I think what I can say on this, I mean, it seems to me, I mean, my argument was it's not enough to talk about the fiscal compact. I mean, if you abolish the EU rules and you keep the German debt brake, we are bound to also have trouble. So yeah, I think what I would like to see is, I would like to see a new German debt brake, which has, you know, much more leeway on investment, because you want investment to happen now, and you know, you want not to disincentivize investment as the current debt brake is doing it. So you want more German investment, more German expenditure systematically, not just during COVID, but, you know, post-COVID. And only if we accept that, we will actually be able to sort of also loosen on the European level the fiscal compact. And then, you know, if both are relaxed, you know, then we don't run into the trouble in terms of the spreads, right? And so I think that's basically the direction of travel. Now that I think I would advocate. Now then, on top of it, you know, then you can be, you know, sort of a federalist and say, look, I mean, ideally we create a full Eurozone level on debt and expenditure and all of that. And, you know, now we have done a little step with the Next Generation EU, which is quite a big step, but it's also just a sort of, it's a temporary thing. And so it's not the creation of a permanent fiscal union. And frankly speaking, this would go well beyond this session. It's it's a daunting task to really think about a fiscal union and how to do it. I mean, I think it's extremely difficult in what we have. So I think what we have achieved now with this next generation EU, if it all goes through, I think is a huge step in the right direction. But it might not be enough for the next 10 years. So I think that's basically what I would argue.
Okay, Eric, very, very shortly, just.
Well, maybe just I could make a very quick question or observation, which is when we look at the R relative to G, which I'm very pleased to see has been such a central part of the discussion, I tend to think of G as in real GDP growth as less relevant than the return on capital. Now, one thing a very interesting question that I would pose from a German perspective, if I was thinking long-term about German economic policy, I would say the R as in return on capital could easily be higher externally than it is internally. So if I have a cost of capital of minus 10 basis points, I should seek a global return on capital in excess of that. And there's two ways you can think about that, which is ironically, I encourage overseas investment spending by my state, or I could think about something like a sovereign wealth fund, which is substantially funded by debt. And I just wonder if those are ideas that are under consideration. There's a problem, which is both imply a larger current account surplus, which I personally don't have a problem with, but that is an interesting dynamic.
Excellent. I think we need to stop here. We certainly will continue this discussion as you will continue to work on the paper, and maybe we'll find another way of going a little bit deeper into the technical questions of how you would like to reform the Grundgesetz and laws. And then I would like to refer to the discussion that we will have tomorrow, which is, going directly to that, on the role of Germany in the Eurozone, which will be tomorrow morning. So we will just come back to the questions that we had at the end now. But now I will ask anyone at home and here and in the office to have some lunch. We will have some lunch here. You will have some lunch in the office. Just to say, I'm very sorry that we don't have so many longer breaks. We wanted to bring in so many things at the last workshops. There were people who said that we have a too dense program. We reacted to that and don't invite these people anymore. So please have a quick lunch, and next time we will try to have a longer again. But thanks a lot to Michael and Christian and Guntram and Daniela and Eric. Thank you.
So, ich hoffe, alle hatten eine kurze, aber trotzdem erholsame kleine Pause zur Stärkung. Wir haben eine kleine Session, die wir jetzt zum Übergang nutzen, um auf unsere nächsten großen Themen auch hinzukommen. Der Titel Speed Dating, den haben wir irgendwann mal eingeführt vor einiger Zeit schon in Workshops. Die Idee ist, dass wir mehrere dazu einladen, kurz und knapp eine Idee vorzustellen, etwas, was neues paradigmatisches Denken reflektiert und dann kurz diskutiert wird. Also das Ganze angelegt auf eine halbe Stunde, kurzer Input, kurze Frage, Antwort und dann geht's weiter im Programm. Unser Thema jetzt in unserem Speed Dating ist sozusagen aktuell liegt in der Luft und geht um die Frage der Antwort auf die Corona-Krise, Konjunkturpakete. Es gibt immer wieder diese Momente, Finanzkrisen und andere, jetzt die Corona-Krise, wo sehr schnell in akuten Situationen staatliche Interventionen gefragt sind, die heutzutage auch akzeptierter sind, als in Deutschland das vor einiger Zeit noch der Fall war. Und immer wieder, zumindest in den letzten, sagen wir mal, 10, 15 Jahren, kommt dann die Frage auf, wie kann man denn diese Konjunkturpolitik dann auch besser machen, sodass sie auch längerfristige strukturelle Dinge mit befördert und nicht einfach nur schnelles Geld rausgibt, das möglicherweise dann auch noch kontraproduktiv ist, was längerfristige Ziele angeht. Zum Beispiel und vor allen Dingen, was heutzutage natürlich im Mittelpunkt steht, in Sachen Klimaverträglichkeit. Und mit dem Stichwort letzte Krise 2009 hat man eine Antwort gemacht, zu der ein Konjunkturpaket, zu dem auch eine Abwrackprämie gehört, die unzweifelhaft jetzt nicht unbedingt sehr förderlich fürs Klima war. Die Frage ist diesmal schon ganz anders angegangen worden. Trotzdem war dann im Frühjahr nicht so sonderlich viel Zeit, die Antwort darauf zu geben. Das Konjunkturpaket musste auch sehr schnell gemacht werden. Wir haben uns überlegt in einem Projekt zusammen mit dem IMK, mit dem Institut für Makroökonomie und Konjunkturforschung in Düsseldorf, dass wir zusammen einfach mal ein Tool anlegen, wie man in solchen Situationen besser gewährleistet, dass in Maßnahmen, die in so einem Konjunkturpaket drin sind, eben nicht nur konjunkturpolitisch wirken, aber das eben auch gezielter und gleichzeitig Klimawirkungen erzielen. Wir haben das ein bisschen erweitert, haben auch nicht nur Klima eingenommen, sondern eben sozusagen Sustainability in einem weiteren Sinne, auch soziale Sustainability. Es gibt ja auch Konjunkturmaßnahmen, die in dem Sinne nicht unbedingt förderlich sind. Und mit dem Grundgedanken, wenn man schon so viel Geld in die Hand nimmt, um konjunkturell zu wirken, kann man das dann nicht optimieren und dieses Geld dann gleichzeitig auch dazu nutzen, längerfristige Ziele zu erreichen. Wir haben dazu eine Matrix entwickelt als ein ganz einfaches Starttool, um zu checken, um jede Maßnahme, die wir im Auge haben oder die in der Diskussion ist, zu checken nach ihrer Konjunkturwirkung oder und nach einer Nachhaltigkeitswirkung. Und das wollen wir heute kurz und knapp vorstellen. Sebastian ist online und ich übergebe jetzt Sebastian Dulin, Direktor des IMK, um diese Matrix oder unser Herangehen vorzustellen. Und danach haben wir einen Kommentar von Gerhard Schick, kurz und knapp. Sebastian, bitte.
Well, danke, Thomas. Ich habe die Präsentation jetzt auf Englisch vorbereitet.
I'm sorry, I switched to German.
Okay, so thanks, Thomas, for the invitation and thanks that I can be here. Let me see whether I managed to start my PowerPoint. Yeah, I think you should see my slides now. So I'll speak in English. I prepared the slides in English, so I hope that's okay. As Thomas said, what I'm presenting now is joint work in progress. I would like to present you what my colleague Silke Toba and me and the New Economy team did on how to think about stimulus packages, because over the past 10 years, the thinking really has evolved. So there is a new thinking here as well. And we would like to show how you can evaluate stimulus packages against that background, in how far the German package has taken the new thinking already on board and what we can learn for potentially new programs. And so that's basically our first contrast traditional and new thinking about stimulus packages, then discuss how to instrumentalize that, and then have the view on the German stimulus of 2020 and beyond that. So many of you might have heard about the 3 Ts. That's basically how the thinking was in 2008, 2009, how a stimulus package should be. And the 3 Ts which were discussed then were targeted, timely, temporary. And that meant targeted that the support should reach the sectors which need stimulus and not much more, but directly the money should go where, well, the slump is deepest and where you can get the most employment effects from the money spent. Also, well, and this means basically you look at sectors and regions and you design stimulus packages that they are helped. And you also look at employment effects, because usually where you have higher employment effects, you have higher multiplier effects, and so you get more bang for the buck, as the Americans would say. You get most economic impact for the money you spend. The second T was timely. So in order to stimulate the economy in a downturn, you need to act fast, because usually a recession doesn't last forever. And if you don't act fast, a recession might turn to a structural slump because firms go bankrupt and structures are lost. And what is important here is that many of the measures you can think about, especially infrastructure investments, they have a planning lag, they have an implementation lag. So sometimes they are that takes too long. So important here is the moment of macroeconomic impact, which should be as early as possible. And then there was the argument they should be temporary. And the idea here was, well, if you do permanent things, they become quickly very expensive. So if you cut taxes on a permanent basis, you have a hole in your budget for the decades to come. If you do that only for a temporary time, this is not as bad. And this was basically done with a view at sustainability of public finances. So the black things were basically what we thought in 2008, 2009 about these issues. So since then, thinking has evolved. And one thing is that now more people look at, well, if we already spend so much money, that should do something permanently good for the economy. Of course, it should still stabilize. That's the primary motive for a stimulus package. But beyond that, you should help the economy transform to well, an economy which serves better for the people. And there are 3 dimensions here. Ecological, so you should help the transition, to reduce the emission of carbon dioxides. Distributional, you should at least not make the income and wealth distribution worse, but better you even help it. And finally, resilience, you should try to make the economy more resilient, because we have seen now in the COVID crisis that, well, our economy is not terribly resilient in many dimensions when something like the pandemic hits. And then there is another small but subtle change, and that is we put here tenable next to temporary. Because what also has changed a little bit, the thinking of long-term public investment programs. We have now seen underinvestment in infrastructure in many countries. And if you can leverage the stimulus package in something which increases investment, you might have a fiscal return. So it makes public finances more sustainable, even though it's not temporary. So the temporary thing is has changed a little bit more. Okay, and how can we instrumentalize this? Well, our goal was to evaluate the different measures along the 4 Ts. And if you go into it, you see the 4 Ts by themselves, they can be further broken down. So targeted could mean, well, it works already, or timely could mean it already works 2020, but it could also mean 2021, because potentially that's also timely for the COVID crisis. So what we did is we chose a dashboard approach. We evaluate the individual measures, which you see on the right-hand side. There's a whole list of the package, the German stimulus package. You don't have to be able to read the details. I explain a little bit later, but here it's about the visual impact. And we evaluate them along the different dimensions. We don't produce an aggregate score, because then you would have to make value judgments. I mean, how much carbon dioxide emission is worth how much stimulus, and we didn't want to do that. But we used color coding to provide a quick visual overview. And we used 4 colors, dark green, light green for, positive but not too large impact, dark green for positive and large impact, and then we used light red and dark red, and to see slightly negative or large negative impact. And then you get an idea of how this package has worked. So if we now evaluate the stimulus package of 2020, interestingly, I mean, pleasantly, what you see here is you see very little red areas. You see a lot of green on the traditional 3 Ts. You see a little bit of red further on the right for the structural change. But overall, there's a lot of green, and that means it's a sensible program. However, some measures have a problem. There seems to be a trade-off between the short-term impact, that it's timely, and that you have a sufficient volume to impact on the economy, and the transformative dimension. That's where you see where you have a lot of green on the left-hand side, but you have, no green or even light red, dark red on the right-hand side. And one example for this would be the VAT cut, the temporary VAT cut, which we had here in Germany for the second half of this year. This might work a little bit. This is the one where you even have a red one in the second column, because, it works in 2020, but it has a backlash in 2021, even from the business cycle perspective. On the right-hand side, it doesn't help transformation, but it just increases consumption. And ecologically, if you just increase consumption as you did before, that's not good. However, given the depth of the crisis and that you wanted to do something large, quick, it's understandable that one has opted for these measures, even though they are not quite as transformative as one wanted. And overall, this is a sensible package. I mean, after all, it could have been much worse. You could have done things like built new coal-fired power plants, which had a much clearer and much more negative impact on the transformative dimension. Okay, so this basically, the red column here shows you the impact in 2020, and you see that there are a lot of things which have shown an impact here. You can see now this by sector. So you have a lot of things in the mobility sector which have not that much impact in 2020, but have a transformative impact. On the consumption side, you have, more impact here and also more volume, which you see in the middle panel, but you have the negative transformative impact. Okay, so what can we do, or what can we learn for the next stimulus package? Well, what we did in the next table here is we looked at potential things, measures which have been discussed but not implemented, or which are under discussion at the moment, in order to see what can we do if we need another stimulus package. I'm at the moment not sure whether that will be the case, because the recovery seems to be well underway. But if that is the case, we would need to choose some of the things. And what we found using also this metric is that one should maybe look more at consumption incentives for products which have a transformative element, and to have a bit more targeted investment incentives, for example, total capital depreciation for capital expenditure, which helps to bring down the carbon footprint of companies. And finally, investments and employment programs in education, they could also help in the transformative dimension and stabilize the economy. The first thing is, however, you would need to plan these things now to limit the implementation and planning lag if things become necessary again. And there are limits to plausible volumes. For example, if you subsidize electric cars, the problem is that maybe the production capacities are not there, that you can ramp up the production of these cars quickly enough to have a large macroeconomic impact. So there still this trade-off exists. So yeah, this is here basically where you see in the middle, in the red box, that of the new measures, there are not too many where you would say they are well targeted at the moment. and still bring the volume on the table, which would be necessary to stabilize. But some of the measures are there, and they should be basically planned for now, so they can be taken out of the drawer once it becomes necessary. So my conclusions, the new thinking on stimulus packages has moved beyond the 3 T's and now includes a 4T, the transformative. Overall, the German stimulus package meets the 4 T's reasonably well. And for further packages, a stronger focus on the transformative element would be desirable. However, it's not trivial to come up with large volume measures which are evaluated positively across all 4 T's. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sebastian. I will immediately hand over to Gerhard to comment on this work, please. Gerhard Schick is now, yeah, no, you can stand. Just to say a word on your experience, because it's important. You're now leading the Finanzwende, the German Finance Watch, sort of, and have been at the German Parliament as a member of the Greens at the time of the 2009 crisis, and also at that time thinking already about stimulus packages and climate issues. So please.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and thank you, Sebastian, for this very valuable input. I think it does make a lot of sense to look at from the 4T perspective and give an overview at this early moment in time. Certainly, this will need to be adapted when you have a longer term possibility to analyze the data, how the measures really got implemented and how their effects were. Let me just draw your attention to 4 points that I find interesting for our discussion. First of all, yes, a very important contribution looking at the transformative side and the economic side, not to play one against the other, but try to bring all this in one perspective. I think this is really helpful, especially when we see that it was very important to have the analysis of the scrapping bonus, the Abwrackprämie of 2009. I think it would have not been possible to fend it off this time had it not been analyzed as a not very good instrument in the 2009 stimulus package. So I think we will need exactly this kind of evaluation when it comes to further measures, and that might not be the last package in this crisis. I'm slightly more critical than you are, Sebastian, when it comes to the overall effect. When we look at the VAT reduction, I mean, it was not in a discussion before to reduce VAT. It came kind of out of the box in the short moment of time when this was negotiated. And the effect is not very convincing, and it has an enormous quantitative importance in the overall package. And when you look at the car industry, it is easy to see that the package overall did not really give a perspective what to do with this industry in this crisis. We are not at the end of the discussion of what to do with the car industry. But what gets clear at those 2 points is that a government that has no clear transformative strategy before the crisis will not be able to bring about in 2 weeks' time a stimulus package which has a clear transformative impact. It's impossible. So I think this is important to prepare for a next moment of crisis. What is our transformative strategy? And then you can try to use a stimulus package to support that strategy, but inventing it in the moment of crisis is certainly too late. And then come those out-of-the-box measures that have an enormous economic importance without a big effect, either in the transformative or in the economic part. My second point is, as Sebastian, you said, recession doesn't last forever. Well, there is interesting research done on how pandemic recessions behave differently than normal recessions or financial market recessions, like we had it in 2008 and 2009. And I'm afraid that we have to think in the longer run here, and that was perhaps already visible in spring. The idea of very short rebound, a V effect, I think it was from the very beginning too optimistic. And what I observe is that at the lender level, the regional level in Germany, the debt break already comes in very soon after the stimulus package. So we get, again, like in 2009, very soon back to the old thinking. And there was a very short time when at the regional level, there was really a support for a stimulus. So I think we should have a longer term vision, and I'm afraid we look too short term at the crisis measures this time too. My third point is the interconnections of the German economy with the rest of the world. I'm very grateful that you include the spillover effects in your analysis. I think that's crucial. In the project Transformative Responses that we do at Finanzwende or Finance Watch Germany, our basic scenario is a bumpy road, saying that there will not be a clear recovery in all the European member states, but different economic situations that make it very difficult to define in which situation the European economy is. And this is what you can see now, a very bad outlook for Spain and Italy, a better outlook for Germany, and it might be reversed in other times. So I think this is very important that you look at those spillovers. Politically, it will be very difficult at the European level to find a common answer to that, to the economic situation that is so different in different member states. My fourth and last point, well, it's more a question. It concerns financial markets because that's the focus at Finanzwende. I think there needs to be a closer look on the effect on the financial markets and the rebound that might occur there. When you look at the insolvencies of businesses, well, most of that is postponed, so we don't know yet. And there might be a bad news to come. So the overall effect of the answer to the crisis, I guess it's too early to assess that, because there might be a wave of insolvencies to come. That includes household indebtedness, which already before the crisis was very high in Germany, reaching almost 7 million people. And there might be an enormous increase in the months to come. So when you look at the effect of the stimulus, I think it's too early to assess that. There might be a postponed reaction. And then I want to draw the attention on the distributional effects of the measures in March 22 that the central banks have done. Again, an exceptional intervention of central banks, stabilizing assets that mostly held by the very rich. And we cannot overestimate the negative distributional effect of this part of the support system against the crisis. And that shows that even if the stimulus package itself has some distributional effects that are okay, the overall answer to the crisis might have a clear negative distributional effects. Just want to draw the attention to this. I guess it's too early to analyze that in depth. It's not easy to do that either, but I think we should include that dimension in our analysis of how governments and central banks reacted to the crisis. Thank you again, Sebastian and Silke, for your input, and good luck for the further collaborative work on this important question. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, would you like to react?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot what Gerhard said. Just a few small points on that. If I said I'm happy with all of the stimulus package, then you got me wrong there. I mean, I've been very critical about the VAT tax cut, especially the efficiency, and in a way it is reflected in this matrix because it is only light green for 2020. It is then red for 2021 because you have mostly shifts of consumption. According to our estimates, about half of the 20 billion VAT tax cut just ends up in higher corporate profits and not in higher purchasing power. So that is not a very effective element. But again, if you look at it overall, the whole package is okay, and it has been more transformative than the package we had in 2008, 2009. Also, I would like to point out, because you were quite blanket about this cash for clunkers program, the Abwrackprämie in 2008, 2009. I think from the business cycle perspective, it worked great. It created an incentive for people to dip into their own savings to buy a new car. However, and there you are completely correct, from the ecological perspective, the transformative perspective, it was not necessarily that helpful because, well, it didn't matter what kind of car you bought. So basically, you gave an incentive to buy, well, just buy a car. And if you had done that at this moment, I think that would have been a problem. But of course, you can design these things a bit more intelligent. So you could have something where you combine the two things, but that wasn't done, and it wasn't really discussed because we had basically the model 2008 or none, and that was what was implemented here. I completely agree what you said on the spillovers and so on. These things are important, and there are a lot of risks which remain for the German economy, and that is why we are saying you need to prepare for if something worse still comes.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Is there any quick question in the room? Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Sebastian, did you hear me already?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, sorry, okay. I'm sometimes also a methodological geek, so I really love those matrices, and it's great. Just given the different weighting with regards to the amount of money that was invested in the different measures, it might also be nice to display it in a way where it's not everything a line, but you see the share. So then the VAT, for example, that has been, I think, around 40% or something, with the small red aspects would be much larger. I think still I agree this package has been better than the one in 2009, but then also visually and with regards to the amount of €1 spent and the effect, you would have a different picture, and maybe that would be a good add-on to that study.
Thank you. As we're having a speed dating, time is nearly over already. So Gerhard, would you perhaps say another comment on maybe this remark or something? Sebastian?
No, I would like to thank the comment. I think that's valuable, and we have to work on how to visually present different things. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that for the moment. We now switch to another session, which for the first time in our 2 days will be a completely virtual session. So we hand over to the virtual world, including the moderator. Just to say briefly, that's the third big topic that we commissioned, the third big study that we commissioned last year on the German economy, on the renewal of the German economy, the German model. And this is about a topic that is maybe not discussed as much now today, but very much discussed in the last decade, in the last years, which is about the German economy, exports, and especially, and I mean, the bigger question behind is how to reduce Germany's big current account surplus and how to reduce the export dependency. And then you can add a lot of questions that we had yesterday already with an excellent presentation, for example, by Veronique, showing that the German industry is already suffering from different trends, globalization trends, and which all comes back to the same question: how will we design the future of this German model, which has been driven very much by exports? So I hand over to Christian, who will moderate the session where Achim Truger and colleagues will present the study they are about to do, this work in progress still, on how to reduce the German current account surplus. Please, Christian.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas, and welcome to this session. You introduced it very well, I think, in saying that this discussion is not a recent one. It's been here for a while. And one of the great things about the paper that Achim and his team have written is to show us a bit how to think anew about the same issue, because I feel that the Corona crisis and the macro challenges going forward will make this important topic not go away, rather it will make it more important. And we also have three fantastic discussants, which I would like to introduce quickly. We have Ludovic Sobran, the chief economist from the Allianz, which is an interesting combination, because one of the criticisms of the German current account surplus has always come from France. And so hearing a French perspective on this topic, I mean, no discussion of the current account surplus would be complete without a French perspective on it. And then we have Matt Klein, all the way from California. I'm not entirely sure what time it is in California right now, but Matt Klein has written a book together with Michael Pettis, the China-based economist, on sort of a global view of current account imbalances and what they're how trade wars are in effect class wars. That is the title of the book, which I strongly encourage you to read. And then we have Heike Jöpkes, whom I can't see.
I was wrong. She's in the room.
All right. Okay. Fantastic.
Completely virtual. I'm
Hello.
a little confused about it.
Fantastic. So Heike has been writing about this topic for over 10 years now. So she really knows not only the issue in depth, but also sort of the path of the debate that we've been having on this in Germany. So I think at roughly 3:30, you will all have a refresher plus a few more ideas on how to tackle the German current account surplus. Achim, do you want to start with your presentation of maybe 10 to 15 minutes, and then we give each of the discussions 5 to 7, and then we open it up to a broader discussion?
Yes, thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Thomas. Thanks for having us. So as Thomas already said, this is a joint study by Jan Behringer and Till van Treek and myself. I have to apologize. I would have liked to be in the room actually, but I flew in from Vienna in the morning, and I'm now under quarantine because my corona test is not yet ready. So that's how it goes these times. Yes. So I try to share the screen. So why doesn't?
Not yet working.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay, it seems it is somewhere here. Yes. So sorry. So this is it. And we are talking about how to reduce the still huge current account surpluses of Germany. This is going to be a joint presentation. As Thomas said, this is still work in progress. We received the request for the study rather late, and so we had to speed up a little because we had little time. But the first draft is now ready since I think yesterday or so. And as we do think that we have some sort of a fresh view, and most of the fresh view is actually Till's view. He's going to present the second part. So what are we going to show? First, we start with 3 myths about Germany as an export nation. Then the fresh view, I think, some less discussed facts about Germany's external surplus from a sectoral balances perspective. That's what Till is going to present. And then I come back with 3 tentative policy recommendations to overcome that surplus model. Okay, so let's start. The first myth is that Germany always had an export surplus, which that's just the normal thing for the German economy. And if you look at the macro history database by Jorda, Schulrich, and Taylor, you can see that actually that huge current account surplus is something that occurred, well, maybe over the last 15, has been occurring over the last 15 years or so, but that's rather a new development. So it's not something that we always used to have. The second myth is that somehow this is an equilibrium, an intertemporal equilibrium phenomenon that may be due to Germany's aging population. So it's about demographics. And if there is this approach by the IMF's external balance assessment with current account norms that tries to incorporate all those ideas. And what you can see is that for the last 8 years or so, Germany, or the German current account surplus, has always been stronger than implied by fundamentals. If you believe in that approach, then something in the order of magnitude of 2.5% of GDP should be the normal, the current account norm. And what we see then is clearly excessive, and Germany is the only country that had stronger than implied by fundamentals current account surplus for the last 8 years. Last thing, Germany's export surplus emerged because its exports have become ever more competitive. If you just look at the slide there, the graph, you can see that actually German exports, real exports, have been growing well, close to a linear trend. They have been following a linear trend. And what's actually happened at the turning of the century is that imports decoupled actually from that trend. And so the message is it's the imports, stupid. It's not so much excessive export growth. It's imports that don't keep up with export growth. And this is a recent phenomenon since the early 2000s. Okay, and now I hand over to Till, who's going to tell you something about the less discussed facts.
Can I just quickly interject and offer my apologies to Till for not introducing him proper? I didn't see the video there, so I was thinking that Achim introduces that by himself. Till, thanks so much for being here and to presenting the second part of this. Till, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, as Achim said, we received the request from the economy recently, and so we decided to keep up because one of the reasons is that Jan Behringer, our other co-author, and I have worked on a couple of papers actually on the origins of the current account imbalances. Achim, could you go to the next slide? So since we don't have a lot of time, I would just refer to here to the more technical work that we have done on the relationship between income distribution and the current account. Because in fact, we believe that the changes in income distribution over the past decades have contributed to the emergence of the current account imbalances. And I think here there are also, we have a lot of points of views in common with Matt Klein and Michael Pettis. And in the paper that I'm referring to here, we actually start from the, I think, very interesting observation that countries that experienced a very strong increase in the top household income share, so the share of income going to the top 1% or top 5% of the income distribution, tended to experience current account deficits, whereas countries where the wage share or the share of wages, or the more broadly speaking, the share of total aggregate household income in the national disposable income has decreased, tended to experience a current account surplus. And Germany clearly belongs to that second group. So if we could go to the next slide, what we basically do here in this more applied work is to point to a number of facts that are perhaps not as often discussed in the debate, that relate to the distribution of income across the different sectors of the economy. So what we have here is the sectoral financial balances. So that's the financial balances of the private household sector, the private corporate sector, and the government sector. And the sum of these three financial balances obviously sums to the net lending of the total economy, which is essentially the current account balance. So what we can see here is throughout the 1990s, Germany had a slight current account deficit, because the financial surpluses, that is disposable income minus consumption and investment by private households, was positive. And the deficits of the private corporate sector and the government sector approximately matched the private household sector surpluses. Then we see this very striking and very quick, actually, increase in the current account balance. And by the mid-2000s, we reach a current account surplus of 6%, and it has remained in the range of 6 to 9% ever since. And as you can see here in the chart, this rise in the current account balance in Germany was due almost exclusively to the increase in the corporate sector financial balance and the government sector financial balance. And we would argue that, like, these trends that you can see here are related to very substantial shifts in income distribution. So if we can go to the next slide. On the left hand side, we see the distribution of the national disposable income across the three sectors: private households, private corporations, and the government. And as you can see here, since the mid to late 1990s, the private household sector in aggregate has actually lost 6 to 7% of gross disposable income. And that's very substantial. And households first lost income share to the corporate sector because the wage share fell. Private sector profits rocketed throughout the 90s and 2000s. And then starting in 2010, even though the wage share increases, so wage growth has picked up in Germany, but the private household sector kept losing income, this time to the government sector, who increased its income share from about 20% in 2010 to 25% in 2019. So this is obviously everything that we show here is before the COVID-19 crisis. And then, as you can see on the in the right-hand side chart, along with the decrease in its income share, private households actually reduced their expenditure share in GDP. This is more or less a mirror image to what you can see on the left-hand side. But neither the corporate sector nor the government sector, even though they considerably increased their income shares by 3 to 5%, depending on which sector you talk about, they haven't increased their spending. And so essentially, households are the big losers when you look at these distributional patterns of the past 20 years. And the winning sectors, the corporate sector and the government sector, didn't do much with these rising incomes in terms of spending, but they consolidated and they run persistent persistent financial surpluses. So let us just, I have just 3 more slides, look at each sector in turn. So here on the left-hand side, you see the wage share. So this is wages as a percent of GDP, and private household expenditure. You see a very neat correlation from the early 90s to 2007. And many economists, including Matt Klein, I think, and Michael Pattis, argued that wage repression in Germany actually contributed to the very weak domestic demand, and then also contributed to the current account surplus. Interestingly, though, this correlation breaks down after the crisis, and we see considerable wage growth in Germany at the expense of the profit share. But interestingly, as we can see here on the right-hand side, the household income share just continues to decline. and this is due to the rise in taxes, and also to the decline in interest income, which has overcompensated the increase in wage income. So this very good correlation between household disposable income and private household expenditure just continues also throughout the past decade or two. When we then look at the corporate sector, here we see the increase in corporate sector net lending. We had persistent, the corporate sector was in a net borrowing position in the 1990s. This is actually what the corporate sector should do. It should take up the positive net lending of the household sector and invest. But since the mid-2000s, in every year, corporate saving exceeded corporate investment. Also, I would like to stress the fact that the increase in the corporate sector balance hasn't been due so much to the fall in investment. This is a criticism that the OECD like in the mid-2000s often made. And in Germany, there was all this debate. Hans-Werner Sinn, for example, had this hypothesis, and also the German Council of Economic Experts had this hypothesis that the rise in the German current account surplus was mainly due to the fact that Germany wasn't attractive enough as a business location, and that we needed to reduce corporate taxes and deregulate the labor and product markets so that investment would take off. But as we can see here, really what has shifted the corporate sector balance from a deficit to a surplus is the rise in saving. That's the increase in retained profits, and not so much the decrease in investment, which is pretty flat across the period that we see here. And then lastly, the government sector. This is my last chart. So yeah, we would like to I mean, Achim can talk much more eloquently about this than I can, I think, but briefly talking about the political economy here behind the shrinking of the government in Germany. You see that in the late 1990s, early 2000s, there were this substantial tax cuts in Germany. Then we had the recession. So what happened first in the early 2000s was the decrease in government revenues. And the political economy here is that if you want to reduce the size of the government, maybe it's a good idea. And you know that there is the 3% threshold with the Stability and Growth Pact. Maybe it's a good idea to first start by reducing taxes, so that then in the next recession you hit the 3% threshold, and then you follow by reducing expenditures, and you see this very substantial decrease in government expenditures from 49% to 43% in a very short period of time. And this is actually when the current account surplus emerged. You had more or less balanced growth before 2001, and you had more or less balanced growth since 2008. But during this period, when there was this very strong decline in government spending, we had this emergence of the current account surplus. And since then, government revenues have increased again, but we have seen the establishment of the debt brake and this new norm of the black zero. And that's why since the mid-2010s, the government has runs persistent current account surpluses. So, okay, I leave it here. Obviously, this is all from a sectoral financial balances perspective, and it's all just correlations or identities that we show. But I think it's very important to keep in mind, like these substantial sectoral shifts in income distribution that I just tried to show.
Okay, thanks. So just briefly about the policy recommendations. As Till said, basically it's the government sector and the corporate sector extracting income from the private household sector, but not doing anything with the income. We asked ourselves whether what's the scale of the problem with rebalancing. And on the left-hand side, you see the business as usual scenario. As I said, it's basically following a linear trend. And we saw some 58 billion euros export growth over the last 10 years, and some 50 billion euros import growth. And as you can see on the right-hand side, if imports increased by 80 billion per year, then you would have a quick rebalancing, and actually you would have a balanced, trade balance at the end of the century. And as you can see, maybe that's unrealistic, but you can see that the line is just as steeply falling as it has been increasing within just 7 years. So maybe that was just an extraordinary shock, and what we now need is another shock, but just in the other direction. And now the question is, where does that shock come from? And as Till said, of course, this is we have some hints from that sectoral balance approach, and so we have some ideas of what could happen. We can increase public sector spending. We can increase private household income by maybe having higher wage growth, by cutting taxes. Maybe we should tax corporations more strongly and redistribute. So, but what we of course need is some normative ideas, some ideas about causality, or maybe even a model which we don't have, and a convincing story about that. And to keep it brief, we had a look at some role models: China, the US, and France. I don't go into that, but our conclusion is that the challenge is mainly in the public sector, and we would like to connect this with the other reform discussion about the German model. And we think that the most pressing thing to do would be to increase public sector spending with regard to the pressing socio-ecological needs. And that, of course, includes public investment into the ecological transition. It's also about housing. It's about the health system. It's about the education system. So everything that has been discussed in this country for many, many years, and where you only see slight changes. But of course, we need then much larger changes. Also, we have a demographic challenge, but it's not so much about keeping the contribution rates low, or having a ceiling for the contribution rates. It's about maybe investing so that an aging population can have a decent life and have a good have good public services. So that's about it. Of course, then we could increase the private household income, and hence hope that would increase spending. So what we think a key element in that would be to boost wages in the low wage sector. The minimum wage is one instrument, but also, of course, increasing coverage of trade union coverage, basically. Another thing that would come to mind is increasing taxes for the corporate sector. This is something that is almost out of the question politically in Germany. You can never do that. But one thing that I would like to stress is that from the analysis that we saw, I don't think you can easily conclude that what we need is corporate tax cuts in order to boost investment. We had that, and you can see that it didn't really help the rebalancing. So that at least I think should be said. And a third option would be reducing working hours, because of course you can either increase demand or you can decrease production. And if you decrease or have a slower growth in production for exports, that would of course also help to balance the current account. And one model that is discussed at the moment would be decreasing or having shorter working hours, a 4-day week actually in the export-oriented sectors, which are now under heavy pressure from structural change and from, of course, the trade wars that we see. And that would then mean that we could let workers choose between higher wage growth and more leisure time. And I think that in the end, this could be a progressive reform package. Okay, so that's as brief as it was possible to put it. Of course, we do have to mention that it's difficult to have this fiscal boost that we are proposing when at the same time we have the fiscal compact in Europe and that constitutional debt break. There are ways in the current framework to circumvent that to some extent. There are good proposals by many people, among others by Sebastian Dulin, by Michael Hüter, and Jens Südekum. But that's maybe only half the way that maybe we need to go. But this is our proposal, and we're looking forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achim, and thank you, Till. That was a very good presentation of sort of what is behind the current account surplus over the last decade or more, and pointing in directions in which to solve them. Can I just interject two questions just to understand what you said? The deviation between sort of the wage increases that we've seen and the still continuing decline in household expenditure. Till, is that something you can elaborate a bit more on? Because I'm sure our audience may be a bit puzzled by that, because one of the things that you've often heard in those discussions is, well, we had this wage restraint, that's why we have a current account surplus. Now there's wage growth. Why is that not working fast? And I think that deviation sort of points in the direction of why that alone hasn't helped. Maybe you can spend another minute or so to explain that puzzle.
Okay, I don't have the exact numbers here right now, but basically it's three factors. Like if you just do a decomposition analysis, why has the share of aggregate household income in the national disposable income fallen further, even though the wage income has increased? And that's taxes, basically. I think this is mainly coming from the income tax systems. We didn't have a tax reform in a while, and because of the progressive tax system, so more and more households get into higher tax brackets and pay higher income taxes. It's also due to social security contributions, and that's actually, I think, the single most important factor: the decline in interest income. And then there is another factor which is very interesting when you look at the corporate sector, which has run surpluses for almost 20 years now. And obviously in the 1990s and 2000s, the corporate sector benefited from very strong increase in profits, and they were able to at the same time retain a higher share of profits, like as a share of GDP within firms, and distribute more dividends to the household sector. And when wage growth picked up and profits went down after the crisis, a higher fraction of profits and pay fewer dividends to the household sector. So we are currently working on like micro level firm data to understand better why this is happening. In my opinion, like one hypothesis would be that this is to a large extent due to the German Mittelstand, which wants to retain financial independence in an environment of globalized financial markets. And where there is a risk of hostile takeover that didn't exist in Germany, at least before 2002, because then capital gains were taxed very heavily. Hostile takeovers essentially weren't possible. So now, as a medium-sized firm, if you want to retain financial independence, maybe it's a good idea to have high retained profits. So I think this is something where you would want to look for an answer.
Thanks, excellent. So I would say in the good tradition of the German-French friendship, we start with Ludovic to give his response. Although you're based in Munich now, so maybe that
correct. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad because I have to play the German in the room basically, because you guys are giving.
Because Achim and Till were the French, so you played. Yeah, okay, correct. No, that's fine. But it will shake up the discussion.
The only recipe for nightmare that you forgot is that we should forbid every German exporter to jump on a plane to seek new customers. Oh wait, that's COVID-19 doing it for you. No, I'm just being serious about this. It's very interesting to have this conversation because indeed, in France now, we praise ourselves to not repeat the same mistake as we did in the early 2000s by decreasing the working hours to 35 hours, by deindustrializing the country, and certainly by having a major issue, which is today our trade balance, especially in goods, is massively, in deficit. Actually, we estimate that this year, the French goods balance may suddenly be in the tune of minus 80 billion. So it's, so you always wish what you don't have, and conversely. I very much like the thought-provoking study. I think it was very interesting also to debunk the myth, because it's, we hear always the same solutions, and we hear always the same stories about the German account deficit. So I noted four things, or four ideas that I wanted to throw at the authors. The first thing is about wages, because I think it's a very interesting conversation. We have several empirical papers here in France by Cahuc and his co-authors about increasing minimum wage and the negative impact it has on employment. It is something that looks easy, but I've always been struggling a little bit with the unit labor cost data in Germany, because I see wage increases. My wage bill in my department increases without me doing anything by 4% because of trade unions. So I always had some difficulty to understand really what was the trend in wages. We know that wage moderation in Germany kind of waned off over the past year. So we've seen already that compensation of employees in percent of GDP in Germany has been a bit on the increasing side for the past now 8 years. I think it would be very complicated to address the underlying issues of Germany with increasing wages for two reasons. The first one is the wage negotiation happens at a very delocalized level, much less than the French, because of the unionized percentage, because of the branch agreements and so forth, but also because I feel that we haven't really tackled the issue of productivity, and in Germany, the real issue are in the non-tradable sectors. So the real issue are in the service sector that are very protected. The real issues are protected in many ways, but the financial services that may not be up to the game, that have massively missed the digital transformation. So I'm always a bit, I think the service balance is where we should do more in Germany, and to really have a big bang on the service balance. The big issue is to increase productivity, which is maybe, in the tune of 30% below the productivity in the manufacturing sector, so in the trade exposed sector. So for me, the issue for the consumer, at least, instead of looking at wages, I would look much more in the social protection sphere, because and again, maybe also on the consumer side, I don't know if you can change really consuming preferences. We have Amazon on both sides of the Rhine, but the import, the negative effect on the current account deficit of France of Amazon is much higher than, and I call it the Amazon effect. We've tried to quantify this. Is very hard because Amazon doesn't have, revenue data, etc. But we try to understand whether having the opportunity to order everything at home changes a bit the preferences and gives a higher likelihood to import goods, right? Because and in France we see that it fuels a bit the imports to have Amazon. Or since Amazon has been growing double-digit in France, we think that there is an attributable effect to Amazon to the growing trade deficit of France. We don't see the similar issue in Germany, and so it seems that even with something as massive as Amazon, we don't change the preferences for the Germans to not consume so much imported goods. So at least they don't have this elasticity like we have in France. €1 consumed is 33 cents imported. The number is just below in Germany. And even with a massive behavioral change like home delivery, you don't see anything. So with that, I don't know if boosting consumption would actually, or boosting wages and certainly trying to change preferences will have an effect in Germany. But so I will move I will kick the ball down the social protection court, because really one of the big differences and what we think is creating a bit these precautionary savings in Germany today is the uncertainty about pension. It's the uncertainty about unemployment benefits, or at least the lack of generosity of unemployment benefits. It's the issue related to accidents in life and how protected they are from whatever public sector schemes are in place. And this is a major difference between Germany and the rest of Europe. And again, here, very interestingly, the French, because of COVID, are rethinking a bit, or are at the same point that Germany was in 2004, 2005, thinking, okay, we shouldn't waste this crisis and we should really push for unemployment benefits reform. We should push for pension reform. We should push also for health benefits, because they believe, or the government today think it is, of course, one of the strongest contributor to the fiscal deficit, but it would also change a little bit the tapping into the private savings issue that we have also in France in the current system. But in Germany, for whatever reason, I don't think you can budge too much on the wage setting mechanism, but you can certainly change a little bit to untap the savings. If you believe that today these precautionary savings are also at a peak, one of the issue would be to really change or rethink how social protection is perceived, and the effect that complementary pension systems, for example, in some middle-sized companies, are not seen as a viable option to what used to be the pillar one of the pension system in Germany. Second issue, companies. I'm a strong believer that the corporate tax trend will have to be reversed at one point. Of course, none of the government have decided to put that as an issue, because they learned from 2008, 2010, and they know that they cannot, have anywhere near, at least over the next foreseeable future, increasing taxes as a response to the crisis. But we see that the repartition, the distribution between value added, between profits and wages in a series of countries, including Germany, has been an issue. We see that corporate tax trend has been decreasing, while income tax trend has been, I would say, rather increasing, or at least more regressive than in the past. So I would say that there is certainly something to the fiscal revaluation argument. But the problem is, I don't know if this will work in the short run. So it pushes the issue on what are the incentives we can give to companies so that they can unleash the massive savings that they have accumulated, that they still have. Why is it that German companies are under-equipped with digital, equipment? So how is it that German companies, especially in the manufacturing sector that is contributing so vastly to the current account surplus, how is it that the green revolution is not changing in any way the manufacturing function of these companies? I'm thinking about the motor sector, the car sector. I'm thinking also about some of the machinery and equipment goods. And for me, the question is more on the digital incentives. How can we, and in France, we've had a couple of schemes that have worked more or less, where we offered, les programmes d'investissement d'avenir, le crédit impôt recherche. So we offered tax cuts to companies that were committed to R&D. We offered tax cuts to companies that were committed to some type of structural change that the government wanted to incentivize at the time T. And I wonder whether there is something there to do that would be maybe slower in terms of effect, but certainly would not kill growth in the short run. And because of time, just a few other points, and I'm sure the others will also talk about that. Third, on the governments, it will be, I think everybody agrees on that, so it's good. The big question is, should we overheat the German economy endogenously before a regulatory reason undercuts it exogenously? And how do we do it? In which amount, which magnitude are we talking about? Because we know more or less the multipliers, we know that it is working, we know that it's been underinvested, but how do we make it happen when we know that there is a slow take-up for the public subsidies, even today, in times of crisis? So for me, that's an issue. And the last point is, if you really want to also think broadly about specific initiatives, one of the questions that one could ask is whether there should be subsidies for cross-border investment by German companies. Schularik has shown that the Germans are very good at export, but they're not very good at income coming from their FDIs. Should we, is it something that the next generation EU will do? So naturally help redistribute, I would say, savings from across countries to countries that have too low investment, or should the German government even help or support a bit the internationalization of firms via, especially in the euro area, via subsidized foreign direct investment flows? I mean, the French would be super happy if Germany were to come and strengthen the equity ratios of the French companies, for example, which is quite an issue as we exit this crisis. So I just wanted to offer these few points.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I really feel that the roles have reversed a bit. So Achim and Till, as the Germans,
I had to.
almost a French view, and so I'm sure Matt will be thoroughly confused now by this switch of roles. We also have Heike in the audience in the room. So if Heike, if you could make it to the podium, and I will give Matt first the opportunity to share his thoughts based on his book, but also from his perspective as a U.S. commentator of the European economy, and with a view on China. This was one of the countries also on Achim Truger's slides on which countries we can compare it to. What are the experiences of other countries? We've heard the French, now it's for the U.S. and with a bit of China. Matt, thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, Christian. And yeah, thank you for the very interesting presentation. The paper, there's a lot in there to agree with. I mean, obviously our whole book was based also on sort of sectoral balances, and then sort of trying to put a historical narrative on top of that to explain things. And I think you covered all the things that we had in terms of the, the corporate sector being the driver initially, and then the government sector, sort of the post 2007 period of being, why did households not benefit from this wage redistribution? I think the first thing I want to say, though, is just maybe challenging the premise of this discussion, which is that I don't think the current account surplus in and of itself is the problem. I think it's actually a symptom of a bunch of problems internal to Germany, and that's those are the problems that I think that Achim and Till identified. That in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with producing more than you're consuming if there are good reasons for that. But if we look at why there's this balance here, and we see that, I think pretty convincingly, you can see first that it is import driven, as Achim noted, and then why are imports been relatively suppressed, that actually is reflecting problems within Germany, and that essentially Germans have been and continue to be living below their means. And that really is sort of, I think, the problem that we should be focused on, or not we, that Germans should be focused on addressing. I mean, I'm just an observer here, but I think that if people in Germany were to solve that issue, or at least begin to address it, that would end up alleviating and resolving a lot of problems that people in other countries have with German economic policy, and then essentially those would just go away of their own accord. I think one thing that's interesting, maybe contrary a little bit to what Ludovic was saying, that I think that the wage element here, actually, I mean, I don't know if there's a government policy that can drive that, because it wasn't government policy that drove it, down in the first place. But that, I think that is a really important factor. And while it's certainly true that whether you look at it as a share of GDP or as a share of the value added of the corporate sector, that wages have rebounded significantly from the lows as a percentage of since about 2007 or so. The reason that's happened is largely through growth in employment more than actual growth in wages of people who are already employed. It's not bad. I mean, obviously it's better to have more people employed than not, but I think that does suggest there actually is a fair amount of scope for sort of rebalancing of actual sort of real wage growth in terms of, per hour per work. And I think that's reflected in the changes in living standards, where especially a lot of the people, the effective marginal tax rate, if you will, of people who have switched from being unemployed and getting benefits to being employed and then paying the social security system is quite high. It's lower than it was because the German government slashed a lot of the benefits that people who didn't have jobs received, but it's still so high enough that I think that can explain some of why we're seeing, the increase in the tax share offsetting the increase in the employee compensation as a share of GDP. So I think that explains some of that. Again, how you get around that, that's partly a government policy issue, but it's also, I think, suggests that there is scope for further wage increases. In terms of, what's driving the imports, I think, again, we can look at sort of just domestic demand just having been weaker. That you can, the chart that that Achim showed of, import growth and export growth over time is basically the same as a chart you get if you compare German GDP against just German domestic consumption plus investment. It's the same thing. So, how increasing consumption and investment together is really the way to drive it. I think it's absolutely right that German public underinvestment has been a real problem for a very long time. And while that trend changed recently, if you subtract depreciation or consumption of fixed capital in the national accounts, you still have a situation where the cumulative net investment since, sort of the late 1990s has been negative for a very long time. And it still hasn't really rebounded. I mean, it's gone up, but it's still essentially that cumulative has essentially been negative. So, that there's a lot of scope there. And conveniently, there are a lot of areas where, German scholars have identified that, what should be invested in more, whether it's the quality of things like roads and bridges or trains or schools or broadband, or, for that matter, all the stuff that needs to be done in terms of the green transition. So there's plenty of things that ought to be and people know should be invested in. So that seems like a very, obvious of what could be done there. So I think between, those two factors alone, just making sure that German workers are getting paid more, there's a lot of things, institution that would need to be changed, both sort of at the company level and, in terms of policy, and then also having the government invest more. I think that in and of itself would be probably sufficient to address these problems. There might be other issues that are worth addressing in terms of, I completely agree that providing more security and confidence in the benefit system, that people that people who live in Germany have less reason to be afraid. I mean, this is an argument that the Bundesbank made for why the savings rate in Germany didn't fall more than it did in the 2000s when it was falling basically everywhere else in response to lower interest rates. I think that would also be helpful. But how you quantify the various impacts of these things, I don't know. But I think that those are hitting on all the right points. And I think that focusing on having Germans produce less, obviously if that's what people in Germany choose to want, that's their choice. I mean, that would also address this issue. But I'm not sure that, like, if the overall issue is their living standards could be a lot higher for a lot of people, that might not be that would not be my first priority for talking about if we're my country. But again, I'm just an outside observer here. So those are sort of my main thoughts. And thanks again for a very interesting paper.
Thanks, Matt. Can I just follow up with one question to you? Because one of the arguments that is presented in Germany, at least occasionally, is, well, this is not only a German problem, Germany exporting its savings because workers aren't paid enough. This is also a pull factor because the US is pulling this out of countries willing to supply the capital. You have addressed those questions in your book as well. Can you give us your thoughts on this point in particular, because that's features in the German debate occasionally?
Yeah, I mean, I guess this sort of simple argument I would say is, we have market prices that sort of indicate what would look like pull versus push on these sort of things. And, you'd expect that if a country were really trying to pull in foreign resources, whether it's imports or funding or what have you, that would show up in the form of higher interest rates and a depreciating currency and probably lower, equity multiples, things like that. And you can see that in certain countries where they've had issues to access to financing, like Turkey, for example. I think it's clearly a case where in the past sort of 10 years, you've seen really that has been pulling in, and then you've seen, the financial consequence of that. I don't think the U.S. looks like that at all in any meaningful way. And for that matter, the Euro area countries prior to 2008 that also were recipients of German exports and German savings, again, you didn't see that either. So I think that, in terms of looking at the pull versus push, I mean, we can, looking at things like interest rates and exchange rates and so forth, I think they make it pretty clear what's driving it. Actually, as long as you brought this up, I mean, this is a minor point, but because it wasn't in the presentation, but it was in the paper. I think that talking about the U.S. current account deficit as a function of, sort of excess consumption is a common argument, and you can see it, and it looks reasonable if you look at, say, consumption as a share of GDP. But if you look at consumption in level terms as opposed to as a share of GDP, I don't think it really quite, that really argument is borne out. That it's much easier, I think, to say that production and incomes in the U.S. Were too low, and that in fact that the growth in production income slowed down pretty significantly starting, basically around 2000 or so, and that consumption growth basically continued along slightly slower than, but continued along a sort of long-term, post World War II trend, per person, and that's really, what led to what can look like overconsumption, but doesn't really fit sort of the data or the lived experience of most people in the U.S. And I think the sort of, the levels versus shares thing is important. But I think also, by the way, is important for looking at, the German case as well, where, you can say, oh, exports to GDP rose so much, it must be due to export competitiveness. And it's like, well, no, the rest of GDP just grew a lot less. And so mechanically, and that's sort of the same thing, by the way, you've seen in other Euro area countries that have, rebalanced since the Euro crisis, like whether it's Spain or Italy or what have you. It's not that you had some massive export boom. It's that the rest of, the economy grew much slowly, fell and then grew much more slowly. And so, mechanically, it looks like exports rose relative to GDP. But, it's important to sort of disentangle what's driving those things.
Thank you very much, Matt. Hi.
Yeah, thank you for the occasion to comment on the paper. I only received it yesterday, so I'm not sure if I can really fully give it credit, especially as the authors have not yet completed it. And thanks to the authors for forwarding it, because I know how bad it feels if you have not yet finished a paper, but you have to already send it to someone for a comment. I generally totally agree with the author's explanations for Germany's high current account surplus and their policy recommendations. I will then say where I disagree. But what I really like about the paper, it's a very great, detailed and rich analysis covering not only dominant, prevalent recommendations and explanations, but also alternative explanations for the current account surplus, like the structuralist approach that Till has presented. It's also incorporating new empirical approaches by the IMF, providing insightful recommendations that do not only address the current account surplus, but also questions about how to correct this problem by at the same time also trying to address other issues we have, like sustainable growth and making it socially more integrative. So this is what I really like about the paper, but I was also a little bit surprised, and I think that's now a comment coming from a different angle than the previous ones, but it's also related to the other commenters. The authors rely on a structuralist approach. That was a part that Till presented, that regard current account imbalances as a reflection of social conflicts. And according to these approaches, current account positions and changes in these positions relate to institutional settings in different countries and distributional conflicts between and within sectors. So although it comes from this angle, it's then surprising that the authors, rather than talk about general institutional differences between Germany and the United States, but do not really look at the drastic and tremendous changes we had in institutional settings since the 1990s. And that was a little bit surprising to me, because I think a lot of these many institutional reforms that were reactions to what had happened then also explain why, for example, we see the decoupling of the wage developments from private consumption. And why am I saying that? I will just quickly go into that. I think it also then will have more longer lasting implications than what the authors seem to indicate in their last part, when they show how easily we can correct the current account position. I mean, Achim was now more cautious in saying, yeah, one could. In the paper, it still sounds like, oh, it's just a technical issue. We just have to increase imports or decrease export, and it seems very easy. And if in some years it's corrected. I think that due to the institutional changes we had, and as they also then change private behavior of households and companies, this will have long-lasting effects. So what did I miss in the paper? I mean, I missed a little bit that we had a trigger for institutional reforms that really changed institutional settings in Germany. That definitely started, I mean, one could go later back, but definitely with reunification that led to or the way we dealt with the cost of unification. This increased non-wage labor cost. We had at a similar, or more or less in this time frame, we also had the crisis in the European monetary system, leading to a depreciation of the German mark against the other EMS currencies. So we really had a peak in not only unit labor costs in the mid-1990s in Germany, but this was then also reflected in the nominal effective exchange rate and the real effective exchange rate, really then indicating historically a peak in a worsening of the competition position of German firms. So that, of course, pushed for reforms, and it came at a time when anyway, in the 1990s, we had an increasing participation of German firms in global value chains. So outsourcing became more and more of a not only theoretical, but also real threat, even though according to empirical studies, we didn't have that much outsourcing, but the fear of outsourcing really put a burden on the bargaining power of unions and really led to a very strong pressure for labor market reforms that already started in the 1990s. So especially in the second half of the 1990s. That dampened, of course, wage developments, but at that time, it rather dampened the general wage trend. As we then, in the second half of the 1990s, that was a period when the introduction of the euro came nearer, and with that also not with that, but at the same time we had the discussion of the needed modernization of the German economy, necessity of deregulation, and with the felt increasing higher competition among euro area countries due to no longer existing exchange rates between the countries, and especially after the introduction of the euro, when we were told to be the sick man of Europe, we had a very huge pressure for reforms, and we then had a lot of reforms, not only regarding labor market policies. We had the Hartz reforms. We also had pension system reforms, taxation reforms. So that was already addressed by Ludovic. And I think this package of reforms was really important because it had several effects on dampening domestic demand. And I think what really then also explains a little bit why we have this decoupling of the wage share from spending, something that Christian Odendahl addressed or already asked, is the combination of that labor market reforms really led to inequality of wage development. So you do not see such a huge effect on the general average developments, but you see that wages start to increase in the upper end, but also to go down for the for lower paid jobs. So you really have a huge increase in inequality of wages. There are several empirical studies on that even for the average full-time employed male, you suddenly have this divergence of wages. And together with fear of pensions no longer being sufficient and so on, I think so this explains a huge, to some extent at least, or to a big extent, why we then later on see also a different effect for wage developments on an average level and spending behavior. Why do I think this all to be important? I think all this together with increasing integration into global value chains, these long-term, long-lasting effects on household spending and corporate behavior, plus together with a different expectation what the government should do, what the expectation that the government should rather decrease activities that would somehow affect market decisions and should generally rather try to decrease debt levels. We already had a change of the system, but in addition then with the financial crisis and increase in debt levels, not only the zero black became more, or seemed to be more attractive, but we also then now have the debt brake. So we had a lot of institutional changes that kind of changed the rules of the game, I would say. And that is why I was so surprised to see then that in the second part on the paper, when you come to your policy recommendations, even though I fully agree that it would help to have higher domestic demand developments, and that one way to get it would just be to increase minimum wages, to increase public spending and so on. I was a little bit surprised to see that you deal with it so technically, as if one could just forecast and continue with the old data, even though we currently have the COVID effect. So we probably anyway have a problem in just forecasting forecasting developments based on what happened beforehand. Plus, I was also a little bit surprised about the magnitude you expected. I mean, you always show how an increase in public spending, for example, I think by 5% of GDP, I'm not sure, that this would make then up for 175 billion per year. And given that the surplus is only 207 billion, it seems like, okay, if you increase public spending, then we can decrease the current account surplus to a large extent. But one always has to think about, okay, what does it then imply for imports? even if we assume a very high share of imports from public spending, if we take, at least if we look at the status data, and we take the investment import contents of gross fixed capital formation, then this would be 30%. So even if we increase public spending by the 5 percentage points, it would just be 50 million, and that would be a very optimistic guess. Same for increasing consumption by 116 billion per year. The import content, so the share of imports of consumption is only 20%, according to the last figures. So that would then only increase imports by 32%. So that's why I think the effects would not be as big as in the paper. And I especially had problems with the large approach, decreasing working hours only in the manufacturing sector, and then to expect that this would then decrease export growth. First, I think one has to be more cautious with the argument on where and how to decrease average working times. But maybe this is, maybe later. But we also have to take into account that for any exports, we import 40%. So import content of exports is 40%. So once we decrease export growth, also import growth would be affected. Okay, that's so now I'm coming to my end. I really like the paper. I also like that you try to look at the current account surplus from different angle, but then I found it in the end very technical, and I had the feeling you sometimes, even though you rely very much on theories that stress structural or institutional changes, in the end you do not mention them much. And I think just focusing on the figures 2001 to 2005 and just saying, oh, only in these years we had the huge decrease in imports, that's why we just have to think about a 4 years period where we just reverse it, would be too narrow. I think one really has to take the huge and dramatic institutional changes that we've seen from the mid-1990s until the mid-2000s into account. And I would expect that they have long-lasting consequences for behavior of corporations and private households and the government sector that we cannot so easily undo.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Heike. So we are running a bit out of time. We have another 10 minutes. And in these 10 minutes, I would like to give the floor back to Achim and Till to address some of the points. And in particular, I think the ones that Ludovic and Heike just mentioned. So one is the social protection argument. Can we, through better social protection, reduce the savings rate? That is one of the questions of whether that is realistic. The second is, of course, we have seen investment has been relatively stagnant, but we also know that there is a need for a digital transition in the German industry and the corporate sector. So is there potential for an investment boom in the private sector, and what is needed, particularly in the digital area, to get that about? And then the question of institutional changes. Heike made quite forcefully the point that there were institutional changes going on which led to these developments, and sort of are there, and that will be my question now, what are institutional changes that you can see happening which will have equally long-lasting effects in the other direction? Achim, do you want to start? And then I also have final questions for Ludovic and Matt.
Yes, thanks very much for the very good comments. Well, maybe just briefly, as we said, as we stressed actually, of course, this is an exercise with the sectoral balances, and that's always easier in a way and more convincing than coming up with convincing policy conclusions, because that's obviously contested, and it depends very much on the theoretical approach that you have. Nevertheless, I'm not sure whether well, some of the elements that, I mean, I said that there are so many different approaches that you can take. And of course, you can go for private investment and think about increasing private investment. That was about the digitalization. You can increase consumer spending by lowering the savings rate. But it doesn't automatically, of course, follow, just as our conclusions don't automatically follow. But if you look at the analysis, then it was not an increase in the saving rate that caused the problem. And it was not a decrease in corporate sector investment. So yes, of course, we can change it, and it would then maybe lead to some rebalancing, but that's not reversing something that actually happened. And we tried to take those instruments where we could really see that something had happened and try to reverse that. About the institutions, yes, of course, that's true. I mean, the aim was to write something about 20 pages. I think we are far beyond that already. So there's not too much we can really address in depth. But of course, let me maybe just mention the debt brake. I think we cannot overestimate the impact of this institutional change, because it really leads to overcautious public politicians. They go into surplus because they do some hoarding, actually, because they are so afraid that in a downswing they will have to cut spending or increase taxes. And that's, I think, one of the explanations for that public sector surplus that we saw. And so even if it's still not very popular in Germany, I think we need a major reform of that debt brake. We don't have to abolish it. There are always rules about public debt and limits to public debt, but we have to overcome this debt brake. We have an urgent need of that thing. One last comment. Heike, you're right, of course, that there were so many changes and that they maybe drove that the development. But what's interesting is that we have those changes, and then we see basically a change in the level. But then after that, everything, the trends go on just as before. So the growth rates go on just as before. So I think we would have to think about what actually causes shifts in the level of the things we are seeing and in the growth rate. And it seems that many of those major institutional changes haven't changed the growth rate. And I think that's maybe a puzzle that we should address. Maybe that's also a puzzle that Heike, you could, or we could maybe jointly discuss.
I think that's a good idea.
So thanks.
That's a fantastic idea. Since we're almost running out of time, can I just bring in Matt and Ludwig for a final question? Because this is not just, we've talked about Germany a lot, but the German current account affects the whole world. And you both are not just German current account surplus aficionados, and you're also working on sort of the entire macro of the world. So going forward from this Corona crisis, which has increased public debt, which has increased private debt, we are entering a world potentially with a severe demand problem in which central banks are pushing against the lower bound, and we have Germany exporting capital around the world. So do you think this issue that we are discussing here has become more important through this crisis, and how does the rest of the world view the German current account problem? Maybe starting with Matt, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I think it's a serious issue that, I mean, one of the things that you're sort of already seeing in the data, and, it's monthly data, so there's a certain degree of volatility, and who knows, but it seems that German exports and manufacturing has actually rebounded very quickly from the initial shock of the coronavirus, but obviously domestic demand has not. And to the extent that domestic demand in the rest of the world is also not rebounded, that suggests that actually the imbalance is likely to get worse. So even if you thought reasonably that, there was some very slight downtrend in the German current account surplus in the last couple of years, and there was some rebalancing within, the corporate sector, as they show in the paper, that a lot of those gains could potentially be reversed quite quickly, and that would end up leading to a serious problem for people in the rest of the world as well, which to the extent that if you think that there's sort of fixed and shrinking sort of pie of global demand, and German producers are able to capture a larger share. I mean, obviously that's good for them, but that's going to, obviously create a lot of tensions with producers in the rest of the world who are, losing share of a shrinking, pie of global spending. And so the obvious thing that would be good for both Germans and for the rest of the world is if, German domestic demand were to increase. And they're obviously, that should, I think fundamentally that's better for people in Germany, but obviously that would also have, be very useful for people in the rest of the world as well. I mean, that would have been good before 2020. That's going to be more important later. And I think that, this is also something that we've been talking about in the context of China as well, where you see actually a very similar development where, this is something that was mentioned in the paper, and as long as we're having the opportunity to talk about this, that China did have what appears to be a relatively successful external rebalancing, where the current account surplus in China went from about 10% of GDP to very sort of 1 to 2% up until this year. The thing is that was predicated on a very, very large increase in business investment, infrastructure investment, real estate investment, and to the extent that can't be sustained, and the extent that household consumption, which is sort of really the core of should be economic. The reason we have economies is so that households can consume. If that wasn't really rising commensurately, then that creates real vulnerability. And in fact, that's what we've seen, that with the coronavirus hitting China, even though overall GDP in China has rebounded quite quickly, that's been driven entirely by manufacturing production and by renewed investment in industries, either that don't necessarily creating this kind of sustainable value. And that's understandably led to a large shift in their trade position, and that probably could continue for a while, because China's main imports were commodities, which now are priced much lower, and travel, which obviously is not going to really be possible for a while. So, again, like these sort of structural issues, if domestic demand, particularly in the form of consumption, which generally is going to be led by households and to a lesser extent by government social services, doesn't increase substantially, both in Germany and other major surplus. We could talk about the Netherlands as well, for example. Then you're going to have an increase in global imbalance as a consequence of the coronavirus. I think that's something that we have to be thinking about very carefully.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important aspect to this debate, which is missing, at least from the German debate, that this current account surplus has increasingly political ramifications, because the US as a consumer of last resort, the Chinese as the investor of last resort, may not be playing this role, or not for free anymore. Ludwig, finally, for the last 90 seconds, a dose of French optimism.
I share Matt's perspective. I think I share Matt's view on the current account. I was very surprised, because we looked at the IMF forecast for current accounts, and by 2021, and we saw absolutely no effect of the corona crisis. So I wondered whether statistics were old or whether they got it wrong. I tend to side with the latter now. It's a service crisis, so it's not a recession like the others, including in trade. Trade in goods is rebounding, but trade in services won't go back to the crisis level before 2023. The policy responses were prompt and protected income and liquidity. So you won't see a big reshuffle, or at least you won't see this compression of private savings. Quite the contrary. You see forced and precautionary savings piling up in countries that had the right policy in place to protect aggregate output. And so in a sense, we see that current account deficit in structurally deficit countries will be increasing massively, because of policy responses related to corona. We see that, the very strong monetary policies will have an effect on exchange rates down the road. And we already see that on the US dollar into the euro. And so for me, I'm quite surprised to see that we don't see, and of course, Matt alluded to China. For me, what's happening with dual circulation, the Chinese were supposed to have a current account deficit by 2022 or something. Now they don't seem to have any type of expectation to have a current account deficit, or at least they won't depend on the savings of the rest of the world to finance their growth. They depend on themselves. No? So I do think that there is, even though in the IMF numbers we don't see much, there is so much happening below the surface on the reshuffling of current account deficit, who finances it, and what it means sectorally between households, governments, and companies. And so I think we continue. You talked about the political ramification. We absolutely need to continue to explain, invest the public and policy debate with this issue, because it has been a bit on the back burner for good reasons. Matt said it in the introduction. It's not a policy objective per se, but the consequences will be even more visible in the coming future, as Corona has revealed these intrinsic vulnerabilities, especially for the polarized countries between deficits and surpluses.
Thanks. Yeah, no, I agree. I think this will be an issue that is with us again, and will only increase in importance. And I applaud the forum for commissioning that study, and thanks to Till and Achim to presenting it, and to Matt, Ludovic, and Heike for discussing the findings. This conference is of course not over. In 10 minutes time, you will have a session on the limits and potential for Germany's industrial policy, chaired by Jens Südekum. And until then, you have time for a coffee. And I would like to say thanks to all involved for this session with a round of virtual applause. Thank you. Oh, and actual applause. Very good.
Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you to the authors. Bye-bye. Thank you, Christian, for the moderation. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So, hello everyone.
Hello.
Checking. So Rainer's there, Patrizia is there. So shall we wait for a few more minutes before we get started? And I don't know if Thomas wants to say a few words at the beginning.
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Yeah, but if you could just wait for 1 minute, right? Ah, so Klaus Deutsch is also there. I think Philipp Steinberg is still missing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yep, he's not there yet.
So could we do like the presentation, something like 13, 14, 15 minutes? And
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, and the comments, not more like 5 or 6 minutes, if that's possible. The comments, I mean, Patrizia, Klaus.
Yeah, I'll try to be like around that time. Yeah, but let me know if I'm going overboard. So just
okay. Yeah, I'll try, but I mean, doing that in the digital format is really rude, and I mean, I cannot really.
That's true, because
raise my hand or something, right? I mean, that's easier.
Yeah, you can just wave. Yeah, exactly. Or show me like 5. I think because if I'm sharing my slides, then I probably might not see you though. But
yeah, I think actually I believe that Philipp Steinberg is actually in Berlin, so basically at the venue.
Oh, he might be there, yeah.
So he's there. So I'm not sure. So I wrote Thomas and the organizers if they want to start the session, and they haven't answered yet. So probably we'll wait for a few minutes and not just start.
Yeah, I think they might getting coffee. Oh, let's get quite close.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So there we go.
I think they might be getting coffees in Berlin physically. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know how many people are in the audience physically? Or I haven't seen the audience.
I think not that many.
Okay.
I just talked to somebody who was there, and he said it's really very few people.
Yeah, because they have to separate it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Oh, Patrizia, could you mute yourself? Just in case?
Of course, you're right.
So, dann herzlich willkommen zurück. Welcome back from coffee or whatever you do at home or in the office. I see that everyone is already online. We will now come to the next big issue that we defined last year when we defined big issues on the German economy and on the renewal of the German model. We've been talking about inequality, to recall. We've been talking about fiscal policy and debt break, which is an important subject. And now the last session was about the export model, very central. And they all have some elements of this next session, which is about the issue, the challenge to the German economy from the transition to a carbon neutral economy, from other aspects which are more structural, which are all posing the question, or coming back to the question of how to design an optimal industrial policy. We commissioned the study, this study, which is the third or fourth that we are now talking about, the fourth, from the team of Mariana Mazzucato, and her team in London, which for us was a very exciting opportunity because we could again ask people a little bit from the outside to, and someone like Mariana, who's very excellent on redefining the role of the state and thinking about these issues, and asking them to work on the German industrial policy was an opportunity which was huge, and which getting out of the German bubble was very helpful. And we now have the opportunity to listen to the study, to the results of the study, and discuss them with very important German speakers. I hand over to Jens, who is online. A little unfortunately, but due to the current times, this session also has shifted a lot more to the virtual side. Jens has decided not to come to Berlin. Klaus Deutsch couldn't come to the event today. So please, Jens, I hand over to you to introduce the speakers and the discussion. Yes. And we need to say that Mariana apologizes for not being able to present herself at last minute, which is very unfortunate. But Rainer Kattler, who has worked essentially with her on the study, will present the study and will transmit any suggestion to Mariana afterwards. So Jens, please.
Yeah. So thanks, Thomas. And apologize for not being around in Berlin, but I decided that Berlin is too unsafe at the time, and so I'm safe here in Düsseldorf. But yeah, I'm very happy to chair this session. So we're going to have Rainer presenting the paper, and also convey the apologies from Mariana for not being able to present. And so we'll have 3 comments on the paper later on, and we're going to start with Philipp Steinberg from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs, and I think I've seen him in the audience already, so he's there physically. Then afterwards, Patricia Nanz from the German-French Forum, and Klaus Deutsch from the Federation of German Industries. So, but yeah, let's directly jump into the topic, and we look forward to the presentation by Rainer.
Yes, thanks so much. Let me just share my screen, and I hope it works both virtually and also digitally. Physically in Berlin, and also apologies for not being there. I think it's quite difficult at the moment to travel from UK to Germany without being stuck for 2 weeks in some hotel probably. So unfortunately, unfortunate as it is. Yeah, so we were our team, and you can see our members of the team who did the research for this paper. And again, yeah, Mariana apologizes for not being here in person. So I'll walk you through sort of the main findings of our paper. And I think already the title of the session, the German Industrial Policy Role Model or an End of the Cycle, in itself sort of provides you actually the answer as well, because it is sort of both. So in many ways, we see that in Germany, the industrial policy of the post-war era is sort of coming to the end. But at the same time, there is also something new emerging, which perhaps has flown slightly under the radar, but where there is a much more sort of an active and focused role of the state. So let me just go through the slides here. So yep. So of course, even in a pre-COVID world, there was a quite a bit of discussion around the industrial policy. You see, this is in Germany. You had 2 years ago the new industrial policy discussions around mainly actually geopolitical issues between, Germany and Europe being stuck between US and China in terms of not having the industrial giants anymore, especially in the digital sphere. But then, of course, you have, also in the Anglo-American world and in the World Bank and other places, the industrial policy was all of a sudden seen as an important policy arena. I think partially it has to do with the void left by on the other hand, sort of focusing on science and technology policies, and then on the other hand, on macroeconomic stability. So there was nothing much in between those kinds of policies that we saw over the last 30 years where countries were really focusing on. And I think this was already over the last couple of years, you saw it both in Germany, but also in Anglo-American debate, of course, this becoming more and more important. And then, of course, with COVID, you see here both from an economist, but also in Spiegel, you saw this very positive debates actually around much more activist role of the state. And I think this really has to do with this idea that there's an increasing realization about that markets are not only sort of finding the direction of economic growth by themselves, but this is also co-shaped by public policy actors. In essence, that innovation is political. So it is political decision in what kind of energy technologies, for instance, we invest into, or what kind of, how do we eat, how do we go about cities, transportation, all that. These are larger political issues. And I think this realization that public policy is not only about enabling growth, but public policy is also very much about what kind of growth we want, what kind of direction of the growth we want. And this has then sort of come down into the debate around industrial innovation policies, where it's very much about, if you look back over the 1990s and 2000s, early 2000s, the focus of the role of the state was very much around create and diffuse knowledge. So you have investment into research, investment into applied research, looking at regulatory frameworks, that knowledge is actually being diffused throughout sectors under economy, but also looking at education and things like that. And there's also increasingly now the sort of the focus, and we understand that actually we can, through industrial and innovation policies, try to solve specific challenges like the climate emergency. And this is here a sort of just to show you how and I'm sure all of you know that, how the prices of energy have come radically down over the last really 10 years and across the board of prices of renewable energy. So, and this is of course where the German investment, especially in the sort of photovoltaic industry and Chinese as well, was so important in terms of crowding in. And I think this is really behind the rise of industrial policy, the realization that a lot of these markets are actually shaped or co-shaped by public action as well. And so we need to look into that. And of course, in Germany, you have this sort of debate of industrial policy, not only the geopolitical issues, if you will, but there is also, of course, we heard about this in the morning as well, the problems with inequality, if you will, the inequality challenge. And here is just if you look at South Korea, basically there's a market income Gini index and the disposable income Gini index are very close by. In Germany, they are actually very much apart, which means that to keep the inequality relatively low, it's getting more and more expensive in time. That means there is lack of high-paying jobs and whatnot. So you have a huge, enormous challenge there. And then the other one is from the Bertelsmann Stiftung. You see the study that 20 years ago, Germany used to be much more at the forefront, at least in terms of patents, in terms of looking at the future key technologies. So there's obviously some sort of challenge there. And so this is if you look at the sort of the post-war German industrial policy consensus, if you will, what a very well-known German historian has called in Ordnungspolitik der sichtbaren Hand, is the visible hand of the ordoliberal policies. And what we did here is basically a look at the private sector investment into R&D, which is the greener you go, the more private sector investment there is. And then the concentration of basically public research institutions. And you see, if you take away the East Germany from here, you see in the West Germany case, this worked quite well. You had this public sector investing into knowledge and applied research and also educational institutions, and private sector focusing on R&D investment and developing incrementally very much the industrial base. And I think this was indeed the sort of the existing model in Germany. I think that also in the title of the session is the end of the cycle. I think in very much or in somewhat is that we see here. But on the other hand, you have to say it is still working really well. Germany is you know, number 1 or number 2 exporter in the world, and mostly industrial goods. So obviously there is something going really well there as well. So you can't argue that this is not working. And on the other hand, you see that there is in Germany, you have increasing attention being paid to missions or challenges and policies that should solve specific missions. So you have on the one hand, of course, the very well-known Energiewende over the last 20 years, and especially the role of KfW in that. You see the rapid increase of KfW investment into green environmental technologies, and of course played an enormous role in getting those prices down of energy, renewable energy carriers. But then also you have a high-tech policy, or so-called high-tech policy 2025, that really actually mentions 12 specific missions for Germany. And this has become very much a coordinating strategy for the R&D and innovation. There's some research from the Fraunhofer Institute that shows which kind of missions these are. So basically, most of German current science and technology and innovation investment should fall under those missions one way or another. And some of them are more concrete, like, you know, trying to combat cancer, but others are much less concrete, like open science and circular economy, that are very much also not about only research, but also behavioral aspects of it, if you will. So there is, you can see there is a very significant shift going on in Germany, both through the Energiewende, but also in a wider policy coordination ways of looking at innovation in industrial policies, and saying that those policies should be focusing on quite specific topics and try to solve them rather than just leave the market to find the direction. So in that sense, yes, we are at the end of a cycle and at the beginning of a new one, but it is quite interesting how this new one will work, because this policy documents are also like 2 years old, basically. So this is very much at the beginning of it. And also, if you look at the COVID response, you see again, here's from Energy Policy Tracker, there's an attempt to basically classify where does Germany's COVID response packages go in terms of climate and energy. And if you look, Germany is sort of leading in the world in terms of clean additional support to industry. So again, you see the Energiewende, the mission-oriented focus of Energiewende is actually working quite well, even in the COVID responses. And you can argue that this is again is a clear sort of emergence of a new model, if you will. And then, what we did in the paper is to look at the wider economic policy landscape, and of course, this is where the Mariana's original contribution came from. Initially, in the entrepreneurial state, is the idea that finance is never really neutral; that all the sort of financial structure of the economy is working one way or another to support innovation, or it's actually not. And so along the sort of innovation chain, and so this is what we did in German case as well. And really what's really surprising in the German case is that you have a sort of the largest financial levers in the economy are at the moment seemingly funding a carbon lock-in, actually. So you have this massive sort of investment from the KfW, COVID, whatever, all of those areas, and then in science and technology as well. But on the other hand, you have a procurement budget, which is a massive budget from the government. And so we looked at green procurement. So it's really a minor segment of procurement is actually helping to tackle climate emergency, for instance. So essentially, you have left this sort of source, if you will, unused in the economy. And of course, not all procurement can be green. Not all procurement can support innovation, but it can clearly be more than a couple of percentage points, especially given how much of that is done in construction and in areas which are really relevant for the climate emergency. And the same goes for the Bundesbank and the way the Bundesbank purchases on the market through quantitative easing and other programs. And again, we looked, where does this money go? And you can't really find in data that shows which is green or not technology, but you see that it goes into leading sectors of the German economy, which sort of makes sense, of course, that it goes to automotive and parts and chemicals and others. But again, you can arguably look at it and say, well, perhaps the sort of the regulation and the investment through the Bundesbank can do much more, especially if you look at the green private banking or financing is actually quite low in Germany. So there's obviously this wide resources in the economy that haven't been really deployed in the green or other sort of missions that the German government or the policymakers at the federal level have already set a couple of years ago. And I think sort of to come at the conclusion of our paper, you can really see that there is there is this overarching attempt to find a consensus among policymakers that yes, we should focus on missions and challenges, but at the same time, you see that most of this funding is still sort of focused on knowledge creation, knowledge diffusion, which has worked really well in the past. So I think the challenge for policymakers is how do we combine these federal high-level strategic choices and missions with those mundane everyday R&D that takes place both in public institutions and in private institutions, which is very much still focusing on those the ordoliberal ways of visible hand, if you will. So it's a fusion of these two policy models. And on the other hand, you have this, yes, COVID and of course cola exit will take much more time. There's a lot of funding coming there as well, and these are much more trying to focus on climate emergency and industrial upgrading. But again, the linkages to the R&D policy are where the real questions are being asked, I think. And then, as I said, we have this largely unused levers in the economy. You have the Bundesbank working together with the ECB, and then, of course, you also have the procurement budget. And you really have to ask, what are the sort of policies and strategic ways of looking at these enormous resources in the economy that are essentially unused for these kind of strategic choices? And of course, not all of those actions can be, for instance, deployed for green, but some of it can. And so how do we get these resources deployed also in the purpose for these, or fulfilling these kind of promises and choices? And I think this is really, for the next decade or so, one of the key questions for German industrial policymaking, if you will. And just to sort of bring an example of how other countries are looking at doing that. And as I showed, in Germany, you have 12 missions by the federal government, but some of them are really quite vague, like, for instance, open science, which, it's a nice thing, but doesn't really inspire or motivate anybody to do anything different. And here's an example from Sweden, which I think is especially the first mission that the Swedish Innovation Agency, Vinnova, is working on, which shares that in Sweden, we try to ensure that every student in Sweden eats healthy, sustainable, tasty food, which means every school lunch, basically, which is government funded mostly in Sweden, is healthy, sustainable, and tasty, which means you have to get together large food industry. You have to think about what do you import, how do we eat, how is this procured? So it has all the components in there, but it also provides this behavioral change you want to see in consumer habits in terms of eating healthy, eating local, eating from renewable sources in terms of energy and all that. So there's a much better way of trying to formulate these missions than is done at the moment in Germany, where you sort of have the feeling that these are in some ways quite rhetorical, coordination tools rather than actual sort of industrial policy levers. And so, in terms of our recommendations, and in here, we sort of developed 3 recommendations, which are really about not just policies, but we're actually much more about public sector capabilities. Where does Germany need to look for to develop new or different kind of capabilities in public sector? And of course, the first one is very much around those sort of coordination capabilities between those federal level missions, which are there are 12 of them, as I said, and then really this much more regional focused industrial and knowledge clusters between public institutions and private industry. Let's not forget, private industry is the main funder of R&D in Germany. So you have to be able to coordinate this action in a much better way than now, because currently these are really supported, essentially through mission neutral and technology neutral policy. I think German must be the only language where we really have the word for technology neutral. It's a technologie neutral. So it's nobody else has really that word, I guess. And even if that's made up, but it's really interesting that you have this word and to describe these policies. And then I think really the capabilities to look at the financial sector and sort of how do we sort of motivate and crowd in financial investments into the green transition but also into the other missions. Because again, today, if you look at the central bank operations and financial instruments, they're largely technology and mission neutral. And the question is whether we can afford that, looking at Germany's challenges that I talked about in the beginning, inequality and lagging behind key technologies. And then, of course, looking at the procurement, again, the legal environment actually allows procurement officers to go for the greenest project, to go for a most innovative project, if you will. But this is not done because of the various limitations in terms of capabilities of actually doing that. But I think these three areas should be, in our recommendations, the areas to focus for German policymakers, and also the various discussions around that policy. So this is just some of the resources that you can find on our website as well. But thanks so much for listening, and looking forward to the debate. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Rainer. So I'll suggest we'll start with the comments by Philipp Steinberg, directly from Berlin.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Hi, Jens. I hope to see you here. So I appeared here in person. It's a bit lonely on the stage, actually.
Very sorry, Philipp. Next time.
There are people in the room, so that's helpful to reassure me. So thank you very much, Rainer, for this really stimulating paper. I mean, in a way, I would like to, maybe for the sake of the argument as well, but frame it a little bit differently. I mean, in my view, obviously you're talking a lot about innovation policy. And there, obviously, we are at the center of the question: what is industrial policy? What is the role of the state? So, in a way, I mean, you know, there's no argument about it. Even like, you know, in conservative German ordoliberal theory, in a way, there's a case for the state getting involved in innovation policy. So that's my first point. So basically, yes, I would agree with a lot of what you said. But so why talk so much about it? That is nothing really new. That was my first remark. Second remark, then of course you argued in your paper a little bit more than in your presentation. Now you said, okay, is COVID a game changer? Okay, it was not only COVID you talked about the high-tech strategy, you talked about KfW and the involvement of our public bank, KfW. Actually, it's the mission of KfW, it has always been, to get involved here. So basically, my argument, and that is actually my central argument, is that all those developments that you have highlighted actually result mainly from the main challenges we are faced with today. What is that? That's of course digitalization, the platform economy we have to deal with, we have to find answers to. There are, of course, coordination problems, which that's a classical theoretical argument, you know, coordination problems as a case for the involvement of the state, and they are, of course, like strengthened a lot by this digitalization strategies or digitalization tendencies, which are strengthened a lot by or highlighted a lot by COVID. So digitalization, first driver of change, and giving rise to maybe more involvement of the state, not only but also in innovation policy. Second, of course, the climate crisis. The external costs are one of the classical arguments, of course, to justify the involvement of the state. Here, I would argue, once again, this has become even more clearer. Therefore, of course, in a way, we need to establish mechanisms. We have started in Germany, of course, with our CO2 pricing scheme. In spite of the criticisms, at least we have started. So I think that's another argument, and then, of course, or another reason. And then the third big challenge we are seeing today, once again highlighted by the COVID crisis, are of course changing geopolitics. That's basically value change. The question: can we still live with this highly integrated model? And of course, we in the economics ministry, we still believe in the division of labor, but also, and that's what Peter Altmaier always keeps mentioning, saying, of course, we have to be mindful of changing value creation in today's society. That means, of course, if a car is not the engine anymore, but it's the battery and it's the software, then we have to actually live up to that. So basically, what I'm saying is that I think your study, in a way, is highlighting important developments, but in a way, the answer can be described really using more or less conventional methodology, using like external costs, internalization of external costs, talking about coordination problems. Yes, we have stronger coordination problems today with high fixed costs for especially digital infrastructure and uncertain demand for it. We have the S-curve dilemma, of course. That means actually that we have to actually get the innovation into the real economy, and that is all the case. Yes, where the state is needed as an innovator, as somebody who's actively playing by the rules. But I wouldn't call it that. I wouldn't call it a paradigm shift. I would just say we look at the developments, at the challenges we are facing, and then we need to find the right answers. Just to quickly to sum up. Coming to your recommendations, you said we need a more mission-oriented approach to structural change. Well, in a way, I mean, I'm responsible for structural change for the Coal Commission, the 40 billion law. I mean, I would call it a mission-oriented approach in a way. I mean, our mission is to help the structural change to take place, decarbonization to take place. So, I mean, I would call this a mission-oriented approach, even there's a lot of criticism actually leveled against it, because many say it would have been better to use CO2 pricing schemes in a more efficient way. But so I would say we are doing that. Then you mentioned finance. Finance, of course, there's the debate about the role of the central banks, but considering the credit sector, I mean, in Germany, we have a very, very vivid debate about sustainable finance. We have a sustainable finance Beirat who is very active, and we want to become one of the leading sustainable finance hubs in Europe. So I would argue actually here we have already answered to your call. And on public procurement, once again, my responsibility in the ministry. I mean, this 500 billion figure is a little bit, it gets higher and higher. I'm not quite sure, but be it 300 or 500 billion, yes, it can serve, and we are working on it to make it more efficient. I'm working on a strategy, on a public procurement strategy for Germany. Still, I mean, a lot of procurement is just, you know, the stuff you need. So I wouldn't put too much emphasis on it, but it can be, of course, one element. So to sum up, I would think, yes, your study is highlighting a lot of trends. I wouldn't call it a paradigm change. I would just call it we are answering to the challenges of today's economy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Philip. So I suggest to hand it over to Patricia for her comments.
Yes, thank you, Jens. Thank you, Rainer, for your fascinating presentation, and thanks to everyone for having organized this great event and for inviting me to this panel. Can you hear me, or are there any technical problems? Okay, great. So I'm a sustainability researcher, and therefore, by its very definition, I'm interested, as you might understand quite quickly, in grand and complex and wicked challenges. So all of you are aware that with our current living and producing styles, we are producing climate change and loss of biodiversity, agricultural devastation, to name just a few. These problems urgently need large-scale solutions at a very fast pace. And therefore, as you can imagine, I'm very much in favor and very sympathetic to the mission-oriented approach to economic policy put forward in this IIPP report and Rainer's presentation. So when it comes to big transformations ahead of us, it will not be sufficient, to my view, to just incrementally change established models of economic development and hope for the best. So the mission-oriented approach offers a very strong, I think, conceptual and empirical framework for more thorough transformation of economic governance. It's a timely proposal that helps us to rethink, strengthen, and integrate the structure of economic governance in Germany and elsewhere. That said, I would like to raise some questions to this report and to every one of you at the panel and in the public. Namely, the question with regard to the actual implementation of the mission-oriented approach. To my view, implementing such an approach would also require not only to substitute mission-neutral governance mechanisms and institution to new mission-oriented mechanisms, it would also be imperative to integrate economic policy through a cross-sectoral coordination and to build close collaboration between government and willing economic actors in order to co-shape the direction of growth. This is a bit more than what Philipp Steinberg called, it's more than just a question, I think, of coordination problems. And let me explain why. As a political scientist, I'm in particular interested in not only how these general ideas you put forward translate into changes in practices of the real world. So I'm not only interested in concepts, but really what's happening. And given that for the last 4 years, I have been sort of more a policy advisor than a researcher only, I have many insights with how ministry works, how bureaucracy works, and what the difficulties are also in the coal regions. I'll explain that later. So if you go back to your report, you state, quote, that we would need to, quote, build more robust dynamic capabilities of public organizations, end quote. So among others, the report refers to capabilities to engage with a wide set of social actors, to encourage bottom-up engagement, what we do, by the way, in the French-German Zukunftswerk, and for experimentation and for cross-departmental collaboration. These are very strong, how can I say, bold statements, and I think we are far from there. So I can, of course, emphatically agree with this idea, but in my opinions, these capabilities of collaborations are not only decisive, but very difficult to establish. So establishing these capabilities and corresponding structures, not only the capabilities and cultures of collaborations, are crucial. And since I'm a member of the High Tech Forum for the High Tech Strategy 2025, I can say that you are right, that if you want the strategy to be not only a mere paper tiger, but be an effective strategy or turn any form of isolated innovative agency or institution into a powerful agent, we need this transformation. We need a transformation of government. Yeah. And this transformation of government in itself is a huge challenge. So what we need in a nutshell is a systemic change within government and administration toward cooperation and openness. Such a change, of course, would not only apply to relevant for economic policy, but more widely, it's a more widely condition for effective governance of big transformation in general. So it's bigger than only the economic questions. And I think that most political institutions at the moment, to my view, are not fit for purpose with regard to big challenges ahead. So I think there's a striking analogy from what you cite in the report, namely that in the same way that mission-neutral mechanisms and institutions of economic policy tend to result in a lock-in of existing carbon-intensive industries, existing capabilities and institutional structures in government and administration lock in certain approaches and models of policymaking. And that's what makes it particularly hard to establish new approaches and models, to my view. Yeah. So with regard to the German Kohleausstieg or coal exit, I think it's a potential trigger for mission-oriented economic policy. And I think that Philipp Steinberg agrees to that. Probably, and it hints at the fact that political decision makers are trying to copy the regional research and industry clusters established in the Western Germany, for example, the Rheinisches Revier, to the region. But for the last 4 years, I have been very often in the Lausitz because that's where some of my projects, my research projects are. And to my view, this would be very difficult because in the structural conditions in the West have been established over the last decade since World War II, and they are very different from the Lausitz, for example, Lusatia, which is south of Berlin. So I fear that, for example, to just state this Lausitz example, I feel that as a mission-oriented approach to structural change in Lusatia would also require a huge collaborative effort between politics, business, and civil society. Only, for example, I can say that in the discussion, if you want, I can elaborate on this, I think that the question of Mittelabfluss, fund outflow, is a big issue. How to have a meaningful process for this Mittelabfluss. But I can elaborate on this later. So to come back to my example in Lusatia, the emission approach to coal exit it's of course clear we will have to go out coal by 2032. But the clear problem in the region is not simply a loss of jobs that depend directly or indirectly on coal production. It's also, to put it in a nutshell, that in Lusatia, the coal has been a not only of economic, but also social and political coexistence for many centuries. And so it's profoundly woven into the history and the cultural identity of these people. And they have also experienced many sort of disappointments after reunification, new conflicts, old conflicts in this structural change. And therefore, I think that's why they're quite prone to be disregarding now parliamentary democracy and turn to right-wing populism, which is, of course, a big danger, I think, for German democracy. So it's a very complex issue I want to stress. It's not only an economic issue. And therefore, if we want to transform Lusatia with a broad mission, we would need a more comprehensive model for the future of the entire region, right? This would encompass not only economic, but also ecological, political, and cultural aspects. And such a comprehensive model would need, of course, to be broader, not only to economic policy, but also, as I said before, to questions how to work across sectors, with civil society and even with citizens. So to summarize, what I wanted to say is really that the role of the state is quite crucial. And I think that Philipp Steinberg mentioned that in Germany, I think that digitalization is the key to think about the role of the state and perhaps to see digitalization as driver of change. But I see, for example, much more debate on how the state and administration have to change for transformation. In France, for example, it's not only a question of the reform of INA, in UK now by the LSE, in Sweden, how to make sure that, how to tackle these challenges cross-sector, et cetera, But I see very little debate on this in Germany. And if you agree that the bottleneck of structural change is the reform also of administration and the government itself to be handlungsfähig, so to be sort of apt for the transformation we are facing, then we should put much more how can I say, attention to this part of the implementation of any sort of policymaking. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And so let's pass it on to Klaus for his comments.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you because I was only cleared 2 hours ago for not being COVID positive, and so I had to stay at home. You see flowers rather than my fridge in the kitchen. Please excuse me for not being present. Let me make 5 quick arguments. The one is a historical one. I think in terms of thinking about German industrial policy, one has to start with destroying the misconception that there hasn't been one in the post-war period. I think we had a very large set of industrial policies that are often forgotten and are talked about in the political science literature as actually a system involving collective bargaining, the restructuring of firms by banks, the politics of productivity, with companies devoting their energies to accepting high wages and promoting innovation, and a set of industrial relations that allowed the management of structural transformation and the increasing international division of labor. We also had single states on, not the federal level, but states who devised their education systems in ways that helped to set up professional education and R&D systems to support value creation, employment, and industry. This is all standard knowledge and should be reflected in the paper. We also had a number of very important industrial policies in the past in Germany, starting with the well, essentially with nuclear policy and the creation of the nuclear industry, then moving over to Airbus and the air and space field. We had a huge regional structural policy issue in the Ruhr area, stretching from the 80s to today. We did have in the Kohl government a very large number of policies that were then, fashioned under the rubric of technology policy, setting up biotech regions in Germany and so on. And we had an increasing attention to horizontal technology policies with the emergence of several high-tech funds and associated structures of finance. We have now Coperion, KfW Capital. We will soon have a fund for risk capital and so on. And of course, we had the huge exercise. It was studies from everywhere on introducing renewable energy in a large scale, which is probably the biggest exercise in industrial policy we have done in Germany. So we don't start from scratch, but I agree with the paper that it was often not well communicated. It didn't have a clear-cut objective, and often people did it in the dark, being shy of being criticized in the media for messing in industrial relations or industrial affairs more generally. Now, what's going on right now is a return to a much stronger industrial policy that comes from broader policy objectives the government sets itself together with other European countries. That I highlight only three. One is climate change and the associated decarbonization of industry. It has to go along with that. The second one is the strengthened resilience in healthcare. And the third one is the enhanced strategic autonomy vis-a-vis the US and China in key data or digital issues, where we do have different concerns in terms of national security or data ethics. And in all those fields, I think the overall objective of policy is set at the European level. There's not much controversial discussion around it, but we don't have something like the common agricultural policy at the EU level for industry. We don't have a common industrial policy. We do have 5 years of council recommendations and a nice communication from the Commission, but no policy, no legislation, and no funding so far. And I think we are in the process of changing that, where the German government has actually been spearheading this exercise. Let me make a third point. I think in some instances, we have to become much more specific. If you think about decarbonizing industry after the Paris Agreement and national and sector-specific targets, essentially you have to think about how much carbon pricing solves the problem for you and what has to be done on top of that. And here we actually enter the question of how we frame the EU legal framework for state aid, for competition rules, for public infrastructure provision, and how do we coordinate investment strategies by the private and the public sector to make it happen. You can take the example of decarbonizing steel. If you want to have investment in gas or hydrogen-based steel production systems, you need to fix the problem that new technologies yield much higher prices due to the higher costs involved with using gas or hydrogen. If you want to make it happen, you need to think about promotional schemes that introduce gas and hydrogen in investment planning of firms and that allow operational expenses that are higher afterwards to be tackled with and to make it into a true business case. There are many similar examples in the electrification of cars or in changing the shape of transportation more generally. If you think of long-range aviation, cruise shipping, and all the other issue areas in which technology is not yet ripe or not at costs that make it viable. I think the fourth point is that there is at the European level now a pretty strong consensus on what to do in general, but not much work on specific policy projects where legislation, funding, and other elements are put into place. Again, here, the MFR didn't bring the breakthrough, but Next Generation EU provides ample opportunity for promoting some of these policies in much more depth and length than so far. I mentioned only a few buzzwords in that context that are important and will be funded and will be legislated about in due course. Think about high performance computing, quantum computing. the promotion of AI, 5G and 6G, the work we have been doing on batteries and microelectronics, which are probably be prolonged, the issue of European business-to-business cloud solutions and Gaia X, on which there's an emerging consensus that we should be doing it, on appropriate software and hardware for doing digital solutions in accordance with European data protection rules or national security concerns, and for autonomy topics in healthcare. Now, these are all issues that are on the agenda that need to be financed, for which there needs to be a clear-cut policy framework on which we will be working on. I think Germany is pushing for that. It's not the ordoliberal state putting brakes onto these developments. I think it's a very positive development that we are getting there. I think we are closing on that topic is, I think we do still have issues with the more complex topics of European value chains in several areas where cross-cutting horizontal international projects have to be brought about. In particular in transportation, if you think about autonomous driving in Europe, obviously it should be a single market solution at the minimum. Probably you need to go beyond the EU in terms of infrastructure, data rules, GDPR rules, and so on, apart from the sheer technology you want to use. And I think in that sense, we need more of these European missions that allow all the partners you need to get these things done to collaborate with R&D institutes, companies, and the government providing framework conditions. A similar exercise has to be done in the transition of many mobility areas to either hydrogen or electric transmission systems. Again, here you have a big issue of infrastructure, of setting up loading stations and so on, that can either be done publicly or privately, but there has to be a plan for it and some allocation of responsibilities, risks and costs. And that's more complex than rather setting up a national program for support of a certain technology. I think we are in a midst of an interesting transformation in industrial policy that gets us back to projects and missions we had in the immediate post-war period that were at that time a bit simpler. But if you think about it, in the early 50s, thinking about a European aeroplane, about a nuclear industry or similar topics looked pretty demanding at the time. And the things we are talking about today are looking pretty demanding today, but we have been there before and we will get it done. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Klaus. So well, we have another 20 minutes or so for the discussion, and I'd like to hand the floor over back to Rainer for his response. But maybe before that, I mean, I would just like to add one or a few thoughts of myself. So even this morning, I came from Freiburg. I was there on a workshop yesterday, so at the Walter Eucken Institute, so basically the guardians of the holy grail of German ordoliberalism, okay? And I mean, we talked a little bit about those issues, and I mean, there was a fascinating talk about, the history of the whole idea, and basically a talk about the future optimism of planning in the 1960s, where basically policymakers were already kind of very keen on planning the economy at that time for the use of information communication technologies and so on. And some of the conclusion occurred to me that ordoliberalism may have kind of dominated the rhetorics of policy discussions, but never the actual politics, right? So that there was always industrial policy being conducted. The rhetorics may have been on this technology neutral side, but I mean, how can you conduct technology neutral policies? At some point, by making any decisions, you're basically shaping also the technology use. So basically it wasn't, I think and Klaus alluded to that as well. I mean, we have, in a sense, always been doing industrial policy. And so I was asking myself, and maybe you can elaborate on this a bit, what specifically do you want Germany to do? Right? I mean, as you said, I mean, some parts, and Philip talked about it, I mean, some parts I think we are already doing, right? So the coal exit, I think, is a mission-oriented strategy with very generous funding, the NRD vendor as well. There are other types of strategies that exist, which may not be so generously funded. So the AI strategy had something like 3 billion in funding, which is ridiculously low, but that's going to expand also due to COVID. So I think, so my question would be, what exactly are you missing? Is it basically a shift in rhetoric so that you basically openly admit what you're doing and you're not hiding behind sort of this ordoliberal paradigm, which you then don't really follow in practice. And the last remark on that is, I think, I mean, to me at least, the key thing is the remarks on finance. I think this is where Europe is really way behind the US when it comes to financing risky projects, equity financing, all of that. So the question is, to me, who is supposed to do that? So you talked a lot about the central bank, but I would say, I mean, the first thing to do would be to kind of complete the capital market in Europe, right? So the banking union, the capital market union, and then maybe set up something like a equity fund, a public equity fund to fund risky projects and so on. Because at the end, I mean, I don't want a technocratic institution like the ECB to decide on like what projects are to be funded and what projects are not. I think this is the task of policymakers. But I think there I very much agree. I would like to hear some more thoughts. What specifically you would suggest to overcome this huge gap when it comes to financing constraints for risky projects and missions? So, but please, Rainer, you had a lot of issues from 4 comments now, essentially. So you choose what to respond on, and we'll then have another round maybe of questions if there's time.
Yeah, no, yeah. Thanks so much for all the comments. I think they were very rich and from very different directions as well, which I really appreciate. So I think it also reflects, of course, your different backgrounds, which is really great. I think just sort of I might also sort of go, from the beginning, basically from Philip onwards. I think it's really interesting to hear that from a policymaker point of view, you're basically saying that because of the challenges have become, let's say, so dominant that you can't just sort of focus on one ministry, you can't sort of specialize anymore so much, that you have to have much more of a coordination, and that's why you need to be much more challenge focused. I think that's probably true, and also it shows that as many other countries are focusing in a similar way, they're sort of realizing that if you look at just the Ministry of Economics or whatever ministry you have for science and technology, it's not enough for them to do the investments and support mechanism alone. You need a much wider approach. So whether it's a paradigm shift only in rhetoric or in substance, I think is also the question probably that Klaus and Jens were sort of pointing at. And then in a report, we call it also the stealth in industrial policy in Germany, that it was really under the radar in a sense of rhetoric, and maybe especially in the economics profession. I think it was very much under the radar. For those in the policymaking and those in the industry, probably it wasn't that much of a surprise actually that there was actually very active industrial policy going on, and that's absolutely true. And in that sense, it might not actually be that much of a paradigm shift for Germany. It is actually much more about talking about it much more openly, and perhaps that's the reason to have a better discussion about it. I think that's already, a big step forward if you say that, yes, we are actually really interested in industrial policy that is specifically focused on challenges that our society faces and what can we do to make it better. And that's, I think it opens up all those avenues to then discuss finance, for instance, or procurement in a more sort of open, and also I think more, especially when we talk about sort of theories and things like that, in a more theoretically diverse setting. So it's not only one type of analytical people or frameworks being discussed, but you have a much wider, which is a diverse setting of analytical frameworks, which I think is already a big step forward. And I think this, my second point would be very much inspired from Patricia's comments. I think that even if the mission-oriented policies are not that strong of a paradigm shift in German policymaking, I think it is making you more aware that the policymaking itself needs to be changing as well in terms of much more open and collaborative, which I think, as Patricia was talking about, especially in some of the areas in East Germany, is something where you just don't have those historical structural support either in form of from labor to employers associations to universities and so on and so forth. So I think this is something that already, again, opens you another very different qualitative, different kind of debate. And overall, I think this, what we in our report also focus on capabilities. I think you can't really underestimate those capabilities in the public, but also in other sectors, not only to collaborate, but really to to try to implement some of those more mission-focused and long-term policies, which require a different kind of approach, if you will, I think. So in that sense, I very much agree that Germany, you still have a very much expert-driven organization. So if you look at the public sector, it's very much an expert-driven bureaucracy. So how do you open that up to a wider and diverse views and settings, and especially in those areas that perhaps are economically lagging and might not have the universities or companies to rely on taking some of the leading roles in those areas. So I think this is something that I think is very important. I think the Lausitz example is very interesting, a good one here. And I think from Klaus, I very much agree that there is this on the European level, there is a strange sort of rhetorical action going on, but not actually much of a ability to create those common markets. You mentioned some of the areas like autonomous vehicles and energy, but also you look at healthcare, for instance, where there is such an obvious reason to do so, and digitalization being the other one. And indeed, this is where the EU is being probably quite a problematic actor. And I think this is where Germany and of course France as well, as we've seen in COVID, can take much more of a leading position, if you will. And then partially, I think you can see it happening in digital sphere and especially also I think in areas where there is sort of strategic geopolitical security risks. I think GDPR in that sense is actually quite a good beginning of EU-wide regulations, and I would very much support that EU-wide sort of market shaping and common market ideas. In that sense, not that far from ordoliberal ideas are actually quite good, and so some of the things that we argue in our paper, you need a healthy balance of those market framework conditions and then also public direct investment support as well. So I very much agree with that as well. Yeah, in terms of Jens's questions around what is the concrete thing Germany could do, I think there is quite a lot to be learned from Energiewende. I think, for instance, if you try to do the same thing as we did in Energiewende over like decades, actually, so it wasn't a KfW alone, it was like citizen movements, political parties involved. So there's a long-term process. If you think whether you can replicate that in digital, for instance, I think it's a much, it shows you the tasks ahead, I think. So I think this is where I would really look at is how can we replicate the Energiewende type of activities in digital, for instance. And as you mentioned, AI, indeed, AI sort of policy that has the same budget as DARPA has for 1 year, which is the US Defense Agency. So obviously you can't compete on that level of funding. So the one thing is to look at much higher levels of funding, but it really, so capabilities in that space, I think, are really key for me. So I would really focus on that kind of capabilities for digital policymaking that can lead also the EU in terms of EU common market policies, but also wider. Yeah, in terms of financial regulation, I think there's a lot of work to be done in sort of understanding how both regulators, but also central banks can actually, not only, we don't really talk about direct investment, obviously, or direct, technocrats deciding where to invest, but it's actually creating those financial instruments and vehicles that then actually can make prices for green finance cheaper, essentially. So you want to generate those instruments on a much stronger level. And at the moment, of course, ECB, but also the Bundesbank is very much focused on price stability. So all the other mandates basically are really almost quite impossible. So I think this is, again, I mean, in Germany, ironically, you can really learn from yourself. I mean, that's why I mean the panel here is about role model as well. So you can really learn from KfW example and how to do that in many ways as well. So this was my quick round of comments.
Yeah, thank you, Rainer. So we have a few more minutes and we have to stop exactly on time because later on, I mean, we're going to have Olaf Scholz and Joe Stiglitz discussing, and I mean, we need to adhere to the schedule. I found it interesting that basically you alluded to the Energiewende as kind of the big shiny example of industrial policy, because this is probably the most controversial issue, because many others within the German debate will consider this as a complete failure and would argue that you could have achieved the very same goals at much lower costs, right? But I would like maybe to ask, maybe Philip, what's your main takeaway? What will be different in tomorrow's politics after today's talk? I mean, what's your main takeaway?
Well, thank you, Jens, for trying to provoke me a little bit. I mean, I think there was maybe even too much unity on this virtual panel.
That's very true.
Because I mean, I think Klaus Deutsch as well. He said there has always been industrial policy, and if you look a little bit into autoliberalism, then you can see that obviously there was always a role for the state. Wilhelm Röpke, Alexander Rüstow, Franz Böhm, they all had. I mean, obviously there was not the autoliberal school. So I mean, I think there always was a role for the state. There always was an industrial policy. I think Klaus Deutsch made that very clear as well. Of course, we do need a collaborative approach. I mean, in my view, I think we already have it. We can, of course, try to improve it. We always have to try to improve it. And I listen very well to this suggestion here. So I think we can improve. But that's exactly what we are trying to do with the Cole Commission and the structural change process. It's a collaborative process. And then my argument was, well, that's actually not so different. I mean, I wouldn't call it a mission-oriented approach. I would call it a problem-oriented approach. We look what are the main challenges, and we have to respond to them. And yes, there might be the case that we need that the classical economic arguments for state intervention, maybe they are a little bit stronger. Maybe the case for it is bigger because we have digitalization with network effects. We have Energiewende with external costs, the challenge to internalize them, and the geopolitical changes. And therefore, I mean, what will be different after today? I think I have gained more insight and more arguments. I think to support actually many. I'm not saying that we are without fault, but many of the policies we are conducting. And when Peter Altmaier actually proposed his industrial strategy, many laughed at him. And now, I mean, Klaus Deutsch, there are a lot of instruments. You mentioned them. Important projects of common European interest, batteries, microelectronics. We are setting them up. We are setting up battery factories in Germany. We are actually collaborating with other European partners, and therefore I think we're continuing on this road, but with a better theoretical background.
Excellent, thanks. So maybe we have like Patricia and Klaus, if you could just some final thoughts, but please not more than 2 minutes because we have to stop on time. So Patricia.
Yeah, I'm very happy that you just said that the administration and the government is already collaborative. I think to a certain degree it's right. And I think the Cole Commission showed that this is possible. Without them, we wouldn't have the consensus for the coal exit, leave alone whether it was necessary to have an expert commission or not. And I think it was very important. But my point was precisely that this was a collaborative discourse which finally came to a consensus. And then once the Cole Commission finished its work, there is no process going on which sort of binds the Bundesebene, the federal level, together with the Länder level, together with the local level, in order to have things like long-term strategies for a region. How does the Lausitz want to look like in 30 years? And then you would have a normative background from which you can judge which project to finance and which you don't. And to my mind, we don't have a process which is subtle enough to have a sort of a, how can I say, a structural change, which is, if you want to call it mission driven or whatever, or problem driven, I don't really care. What I care about is that how can I say, it's a very old fashioned idea to think that the sum of the project finance is then the structural change. That cannot be. We have to think from the future backwards. And precisely after the Cole Commission, this kind of a discourse and this kind of a sort of process to think about that was missing. That's all.
Thanks, Klaus. If you could give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, maybe 4 quick points on the role of finance. I think there's agreement that promotional or policy banks have a role to play, in particular in the construction sector, in energy, and local investment, and in many other areas. I think it's not controversial. It's also, I think, quite clear that sustainable finance as a regulatory approach to address non-financial reporting is not in itself a game changer. It's a useful additional instrument if it's at play, but the key issue is how to turn investment projects in the green field into viable business cases themselves. And therefore you need tax changes, you need state aid rules, and you need true, MBA faculties looking at technologies, running down the cost curve and thinking about what to do and how much support you actually need to get the most efficient bang for the buck in mitigating emissions. What I'm really critical of is one point in your paper, which is the role of central banks. I think they shouldn't get into structural policies by their purchasing programs. I think they should roughly buy the market in order to achieve their shadow interest rate objectives and not get into fine-tuning sectors and instruments. We have a big debate with them on the CSPP and the PEPP and all the rest of it. But I think in general, the ECB is doing fine, and they can also buy green bonds from the government. I don't care, right? But they shouldn't get into a structural policy of the central bank. That's something for governments to do, actually. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think we leave it here. Thank you very much, Rainer, for the very nice paper and presentation. Thanks, Patricia, Philip, and Klaus for the discussion. And I'll just pass it on back to Thomas for the next round.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you all for this excellent discussion, which we very probably will continue because there are a lot of aspects open, and you will circulate the study so that we have certainly other points to discuss. There was one question online, and we will pass it to the panelists so that they can hopefully and will answer directly. We now have a minute of a pause because we want to rebuild the scene. But I think we must check that the next panelists are already on the screen. We will now have a session which will not be the presentation of another study, which we had now some of excellent ones, but will be more a direct discussion between some of the economists that we invited. We at some point thought, and we had another discussion like this one and a half years ago, we thought that for getting or discussing a new economic model for Germany, you need also the right economists to think about something new. So we all are very confident that we have the right economists, but still maybe there are some questions to ask and to answer. So we invited a couple of very exciting economists to discuss this issue on the background of some years, and you know it, where Germany's policies and Germany's economists have got a lot of criticism internationally for being too orthodox, too order-liberal, less active in responding to crisis, in the euro crisis, in the financial crisis, and so on. So the last year, maybe everyone has seen that there may be a change in Germany, and we will want to discuss if this change is for real and what international economists think about it. So I already see Jakob von Weizsäcker is in the room. We will have Jakob and Anna Reich in the room. That's something we always need to say now in Corona times, who's in the room and who's on Zoom. So this time you both are there. I'm moderating, so I'm the third person in the room. And then we will have Anatol Kaletsky from London, Jean Pisani from Paris. Then we have Rüdiger Bachmann from Illinois, the Notre Dame University in the US. Very early morning down there. And who did I forget? No, Rasesh from Karlsruhe, from the University of Karlsruhe, very importantly. So I don't see the others yet. Are they online?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So now I see you and you see me probably on the stage. And I would very much like to start with our two foreign international economists, maybe the three fitting Rüdiger into that basket from the outside. So I would very much like to have Jean Pisani to start, and maybe you both can already come to the scene, and then we have a hopefully very quick start of the discussion. So Jean, I don't see Jean, but he must be there anywhere. Can you hear us, Jean? Okay, Jean is not yet there. So Paris is not yet there. So let's start then with Anatol from London. We want to have an outside view first. I mean, we know you've been with us at the last discussion we had on German economists, and that was very hot discussion over dinner, I remember. So what is your take after this year and after all the discussions and things from Germany that you've seen on German economics? You have to unmute.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So what I wanted to say is that post-war German economics has been very strongly influenced by a philosophy, which I guess is the ordoliberal philosophy, that emphasizes the rule of law and also the stability of laws. But the question I want to ask is whether necessary and healthy stability can mutate into a malignant rigidity and inflexibility, which is what I personally think has damaged German economics and German economic policy and Europe more widely over the last 20 or 30 years. Listening to this conference, even here, several German speakers have mentioned that government debts, for example, must of course be repaid or at least legally amortized. But Michael Hubner earlier today showed us that amortizations by the different German states vary from 6 years in Sachsen to 50 years in North Rhine-Westphalia. So it's not surprising, that variation from our point of view as economists, because we all know that in fact government debts do not need to be repaid and actually never are repaid. So why does German debate on fiscal policy still take it for granted that there's a need for consolidation? Because there are no valid economic or financial arguments for fiscal consolidation, we often hear German economists citing legal rules and requirements, the debt brake, the Black Zero, the EU Fiscal Compact, and so on. And German economists often treat these rules, even though they're economically counterproductive or just out of date in current conditions, as if they're legally and somehow morally sacrosanct and impossible to change. And therefore, these constraints are also accepted without question, things like the debt brake, by most German politicians, and I suppose by many German voters. And that, I think, is the biggest danger that we now have in German economic ideology. Because to make matters worse, a lot of these bad and irrelevant rules are actually based on even worse and much more outdated developments or rules that went further back in history. For example, Christian Kastrop said today that the debt brake is stupid, but then he explained that it was a historically specific policy that was motivated by the 60% Maastricht Stability Pact limit. But that arbitrary limit itself was just as stupid as the debt brake, if not more so. Even in this conference, though, I haven't heard anyone, apart from Eric Lonergan, calling for that 60% Maastricht limit simply to be abolished or ignored. So we have a situation, and have had over the last 20 or 30 years, where German macroeconomic policy has been bound by rules and constitutional provisions which reflected ideas that were dominant 30 years ago during the negotiations in 1989, 90, and 91 that led up to European Monetary Union. Now, I think we can all agree that the purpose of politics and also of economics is to design laws and policies that are properly adapted to the changing political and economic world as it really is. And in that respect, actually, Thomas, as you said, German politics and economics has done pretty well in the last few months. In response to the COVID crisis, fiscal policy has shifted rapidly and I think very appropriately from ordoliberal to Keynesian. That's also what happened back in 2008-9, which very few people outside Germany even remember the scale of the fiscal stimulus and the timeliness of the fiscal stimulus that Germany applied then. But the danger now, I think, is that another sharp reversal to monetarism, back towards monetarism and fiscal austerity could happen in the next few years, as it did in 27. And that, after all, was the cause of a period of stagnation in Germany and a crisis in Europe that almost led up to the breakup of the entire Euro and EU. Now, luckily, I think that kind of reversal is much less likely now than it was then. The European Recovery Plan, I think, is a very encouraging sign that things really are changing in economics, German economics and politics. Christian Kastrup acknowledged that policies should now address the needs of the current situation and that this may change over time. He said that Germany now needs a breathing debt break, and he called for the EU fiscal compact a stupid German idea to bully the weak countries. But isn't that also true of the 60% debt limit and the 3% deficit limit? And isn't this irrational German bullying also behind the prohibitions on monetary financing and debt mutualization, which again came close to breaking up Europe just a few months ago? They also reflected the economic thinking of 30 years ago in the EMU negotiations of 1990 to 91. So let me just finish by giving you this little thought experiment. German economists, I think, should be the first to agree that democratic politics ought to be ready to change laws, treaties, and even constitutions that are no longer appropriate or misguided or even much worse. To see what I mean, imagine that we were talking here in Berlin 50 years ago in 1970. Would we then be arguing about how to reconcile our present laws and policies with rules, treaties, and constitutions that were imposed on Europe by German pressure 30 years earlier, that is in 1940 and 41?
Thanks, Anatole. I see that Jean has come in. So please, Jean, your take on the German economists. You need to unmute also.
Yeah, okay. I'm very happy to be with you, and sorry for the glitch. I'd like to sort of take a step back from what Anatole just said and, ask myself why is it that we're having this debate. And I think, it's a sort of observation that German economists, German colleagues have been much more prone than US and European counterpart to defending market institutions, being free trade competition, tariff autonomy, against government intervention, warning against the risk of moral hazard and long-term unintended consequences of, well-intentioned policy action. Considering that governments are politically motivated or captured, advocating therefore rules, fiscal rules, but not only fiscal rules, rules in general, against harmful discretionary interventions, and not least criticizing stabilization policy as a departure from the principle that governments should be establishing markets, but should refrain from intervening in the functioning of markets. And there has been an evolution for sure. I mean, we don't have today the same kind of debate we had, I don't know, a few decades ago with German colleagues. And especially, we don't have the sort of cultural separation we had in the past, where we were reading from different papers, different corpuses of research. I mean, we all read the same papers, we all use the same methods, and many colleagues in Germany have taught or are teaching abroad or have studied abroad. So there is a visible trend, but nevertheless, these features remain. And so the question is why? It's Michael Boda, I think, who said German economists use the same utensils to cook, but they cook different meals. And the question is why is it so? So first explanation is given by Boda. Boda, in his short paper, says this is because German economists are defending the interests of the German state and the German economy. So they see themselves as opposing those who want to solve their problems with German money. So it's just a reflection of the particular status of the German economy in Europe. We all influenced in a way by the way we perceive the priorities and the risk for our own country. And therefore we shouldn't sort of, consider that this explanation is irrelevant. But I find difficult to accept that it's a sort of the main motivation. And I think, in particular, I'm struck by the fact that in Germany there has been very little rationalization of the particular role of the German economy in the European context. There has been no rationalization of the sort of leadership or hegemonic role of Germany because of its economic weight. So I find it difficult to believe that this is the explanation for the difference in attitude we see between German and non-German economies. The second explanation is that Germany
Waiting for a second. No, it seems quite rigid. Maybe wait a second, but anyway, you can skip in again afterwards. I would then hand over to the US and to Rüdiger Bachmann, who's German and teaching in the US and known for being a very moderating mind. So Rüdiger, please skip in, and then we will ask Jean if he comes back, when he comes back, to follow up on his thoughts. Please.
Thanks, Thomas, for having me. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, very good. Thanks. And quick correction: not the University of Notre Dame is not in Illinois; it's in Indiana. But I'm actually sitting in the state of Michigan right now because I live in the state of Michigan. So it is complicated. And I know flyover country is not on everyone's mind, but there is heterogeneity even in flyover country. So let me start by saying that what a refreshing luxury it is for me to discuss the state of German economics. I think a country is in good shape when this is the sort of an important debate. In my country, we are currently worrying about constitutional coup d'etats, and this is much on my mind recently. So I'm actually happy to be here to do something to going into a somewhat lighter debate. My second point I want to make is about autoliberalism, which has been much maligned and in recent years, and I certainly have given it my own share of criticism. I do want to say, though, a little bit, I think people are over interpreting its actual influence, its actual importance in Germany. Certainly in academics. In academia, it was never particularly influential. It had sort of bastions in a few universities, the University of Cologne, to a certain extent, the University of Freiburg, but those were not universities or departments that were internationally terribly visible, right? So the academia, even within Germany, when you think of the departments that were leading, Bonn, Mannheim, there was never much, except for the early 50s, there was never much of ordoliberalism to begin with. So the really academically successful German economists, think about Martin Hellwig, for example, Reinhard Selten, recently Armin Falk and others, I don't want to name more names, they have nothing to do whatsoever with ordoliberal tradition. So academically, it certainly hasn't been successful. And you can see this, the extent to which professors, ordoliberally inclined professors, still sit on chairs or get new chairs, I would say is basically non-existent, okay? So they're even dying out. So not only have they not been terribly successful, I would say, I think in terms of academia, they're simply dying out. It's a demographic issue. In terms of policy influence, a lot of people argue that they had some influence, but if you look into the details, you can say, and Anatol actually made this clear, whenever there was a German crisis and the ordoliberals won, policy went ahead and became very Keynesian when it needed to be anyway, okay? So it's not clear, just to give you an example, the Cash for Clunkers program about 10 years ago was hugely criticized by some ordoliberal stalwarts, and the German government and the conservative German government just went ahead anyway. So I question, and by the way, this is the view of, for example, none other than Lars Feld, who is, perhaps one of the most visible representatives of ordoliberalism. He basically says, we don't really have influence anyway, in one of his reflections, read. So what is, if anything, I think the influence of, or what is it about Germany and ordoliberalism? I think ordoliberalism is more of a symptom than it is a cause for anything. It is basically the outflow of a particular German philosophy. I would say the Hegelian philosophy of what the role of the state is, okay? That's what it really is. And that Hegelian philosophy, and I've worked that out in an essay of mine, is really that leads to jurisprudence being the queen of the social science and the state sciences, which is very different from the Anglo-Saxon. In other words, why is that so? Well, for Hegel, the state is sort of an entity in and of itself, right? That needs to be governed as the outflow of rationality that needs to be governed by rational laws. Whereas for Anglo-Saxons, and frankly, I have a lot of sympathy for that view, is the state is simply a means of free citizens to do something. And so if whatever it needs to be done is a discretionary policy, so the discretionary policy will be done. And so it's not so much about the rules. I will say though, in response to Jean, when he says that the German economists have not been very receptive of US or international economists, that is also, to be fair, that is also a little bit due to a selective view of what constitutes US economics. Okay, US economics has their ordoliberals, so to speak, right? If you go to the Chicago school, if you go to the Minnesota school, Penn and Minnesota, traditionally, they have been similarly skeptical about government intervention, about, about the power of monetary policy, the power of fiscal policy. They're very worried about incentives, very similar to ordoliberalism. And so just because the European left likes to listen to the East Coast economists, from out of MIT and Harvard, and to some extent Columbia and those play, Yale, doesn't mean that there isn't an entirely different US economics that is housed elsewhere, okay? So be careful when you say the Germans have been not receptive of US economics. US economics is itself very variegated. It's okay. So now that I want to go back, I want to get to the situation today. I do agree that the situation has become much more pluralistic, much more internationally oriented. But I would say perhaps there's also, a lot of it is appearance and rather than substance. Okay, so I think what has happened is that it's true that we had, to the extent that we had, the ordoliberals had economic policy influence, and again, one might put a question mark on that, but to the extent that they had it and were an established sort of policy community and well-connected policy community, it's true that they had a bit of a monopoly, okay? It is true that Keynesians and sort of more generally the economic left weren't well organized. There were very few networks in Germany, and that has changed, right? So now what we have, I think, in Germany, and that's my perception, and you can see this very beautifully, or not beautifully, on social media, on Twitter in particular, the German Econ Twitter, what you see is that we have now sort of an equally sized, if not bigger and more powerful and more loud camp on the political left, okay? And sort of what worries, and now we have two camps, okay? We have sort of economists that clearly identify with a certain network of economists that is sort of close to obvious parties on the more left political spectrum, and we still have sort of the old auto-liberal community in a broader sense, okay? Not all of them might necessarily identify as auto-liberal, but as liberal conservatives, okay? So what we have now is we have two of these networks, and my worry is actually that we now have just two columns of dogmatism here. When you hear, from the leftist network, things like, the greening of ECB policy, the claims that there really are no government budget constraints, that incentives and political economy constraints don't matter. That sounds to me just as much dogmatic and it's just an outflow of dogmatism as some of the old things that the auto-liberals said, which always said government debt is always bad. There's only rules in monetary policy, et cetera, and sort of political economy is everything, and macroeconomics is nothing. So I'm afraid that we just have now two networks of essentially dogmatists yelling at each other, both on social media and more traditional media. And so what I'm missing here as a more of an empirically driven economist, more pragmatic economist, is sort of the influence of the people that look at data that, for example, if you just look at the recent debate on short-term work, right? The political right was very worried about hindering Schumperian creative destruction. We have no evidence whatsoever, I think, that Kurzarbeitergeld does that. On the other hand, the left was touting it and was defending it, that Olaf Scholz was already extending it, and it wasn't clear that it was really necessary already to do so. And so there was all this thing was based on very little, all this debate was based on very little evidence, simply because, and this is part of the problem, I think, in Germany, to make real progress in the economic policy debate, we have the data infrastructure, the economic policy data infrastructure in Germany is still pretty bad, okay? So we don't even know in real time how many short-time workers, for example, we have. And what that means for people, for women at home, for example, another big debate of how COVID hindered women's progress in the labor market. We have no data on this whatsoever, very few data on this whatsoever. And I have to question whether this is partly politically motivated. The fact that we don't have enough data, a lot of people will then tell you because of privacy issues, and there's a certain point to it, given Germany's history, both through the former GDR and the Nazi regime. But basically, we have a politically, at least sanctioned, terrible data infrastructure that doesn't even allow us to settle some of these debates more empirically. Okay, and so that's where I'm coming from. That's where I would like to make progress. That we have much more empirically grounded, much more evidence-based policy debates than we currently have. So again, we moved from sort of one column of ideology. Now we have a two-column system of ideology, but sort of where the empirics, the evidence-based policy, that's sort of very much up to debate. There is some progress here. I know one of our panelists, Jakob von Weizsäcker, is a big champion of evidence-based policy, so that there's hopefully some progress. I also think that the inauguration of Veronika Grimm and Monika Schnitzer in the Sachverständigenrat was a big progress. Those are two very empirically minded economists. So there's some light, but I'm not sure that we have enough push in that direction. Lastly, I want to make two short remarks.
You keep your time, please. You're very much
very
over.
short, two very brief remarks. In terms of state, I'm still worried or still not pleased with the Gender diversity, the gender representation that we currently have in economic policy debates. There are far too few women. Again, Monika Schnitzer and Veronika Grimm being on there is good, but it's not, it can't certainly be the end of what we're doing. And the second thing that worries me is the massive radicalization of some formerly traditionally conservative economists, political radicalization, where we have, the former general secretary of the Sachverständigenrat tweeting something like that the Corona app is a Nazi app, and where whoever has had contact on this Nazi app with Thilo Sarrazin or an AfD member will have to be sent into a re-education camp. So completely over the top, crazy stuff from people that had professorships and were, part of the economic policy advising establishment. And those people are, loud on social media. They have their following. They try to influence from the right-wing margins. And I think we have to be worried about that they have influence. With that, I conclude my remarks.
Okay, Rüdiger. Thank you. Just to the others also, we need to be very short because otherwise we are 6 on the panel and we have a time restriction. Jean, you've found us back. So just to finish your points, are you? Yeah.
I can finish my points, but I don't know when I was cut off. So if you could tell me.
When he started talking about his second point.
Jakob says you started to point. Yeah, but maybe you switch to the second part of what you wanted to say. That's
no, but I'm basically had there were 3 explanations for this particular attitude of the German economist. One is the question of interest, and I explain why I don't think it's so convincing that they're defending the sort of national interest. The second is a question of time horizon, that they focus on a much longer time horizon than traditionally, people from other countries, especially US trained economists who are always I'm struck by the fact that in the US, the obsession with the depression is always there. So I think that's a sort of, that's shaped by historical experience. But that's something on the basis of which we can have a positive, a fruitful discussion, because none of us, wants to focus on a particular time horizon. And the third one is that I think German economists have a different view of the social role. I mean, implicitly or explicitly, people in the US, in the UK, in France, consider themselves as potential advisors to the prince. In Germany, they tend to present themselves much more as sort of protectors of the market institutions against the prince and against the temptation of the prince to pander to public opinion. And so that's what gives his pronouncement, telling the politician, this is what you shouldn't do. This is, this is something that's not acceptable. I mean, some of the Sachverständigenrat pronouncements are just unimaginable in other countries. And I think that has to really to do with the way the profession sees itself. What Rüdiger Bachmann said is very interesting on the politicization now of the German economic community, which is worrying, because I think we have all the responsibility of bringing something to the general debate that brings in the economic dimension. We all have political preferences and we shouldn't hide them. But nevertheless, we have something in common amongst economists in the way we look at the reality that's different from the way other people from other disciplines or people who are purely politicized approach the situation from a purely political perspective, look at things. And I think we should genuinely bring that to the general debate. If we just perceive as being aligned with a camp or another camp, we're just useless. And I think that's worrying. Let me just finish by saying that, in the debate between German and non-German economists, I think there's a lot to be built on the differences. the fact that we have a different perception of risks, we have a different time horizon, we have a different view on our social role, brings something that's useful to the discussion. And by taking it seriously, by going far into understanding what are the reasons, for example, in the European debates where we have a different perspective, we can help address the problems at a sort of relatively deep level and avoid the temptation of the papering over differences through political compromises that serve no purpose. And I think that's what we should do, basically, to sort of understand better what motivates the reservations or the different perspective of colleagues, and find ways of reaching a sort of deep, very strong, robust compromise that help address differences by going far into addressing the concerns.
Thank you, Jean. I will hand over to Nora, who's an excellent economist working on behavioral economics, so not the big macroeconomic questions, but even more importantly, this year, maybe in Corona times, we've been working on that. So extremely excited to know what you think about the state of economics in Germany. And you're very often in the US, so good placed to judge about this. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me there. My impression is that indeed this year we learned a lot in Germany, and we learned to adapt quite fast. And behavioral economics is something that originated in the German-speaking area. Reinhard Selten was one of the people who really pushed for that already decades ago. And my impression is this has become even more relevant now in this crisis when we want to understand how to cope with it. And indeed, I mean, we can be quite happy, right? I mean, Germany seems to be at a quite good point at the moment. We were willing to try out things that may be a bit risky, but trying to understand also how risky they are, like opening up the schools again. That came with a big risk. We tried it. So far, it seems to work so and so. Let's see how this goes on with the winter and how we can adapt then to make and keep hopefully everything safe. But I think this already shows the willingness to adapt, also in rule-based Germany. We discuss a lot now about what kind of rules we want to have, if they can be local, if they should be more, for the whole country. But I think it's good we have this discussion, and people seem to be quite happy with the measures we take, which is also a good sign. Yeah, but my impression is really this human behavior aspect. This has only gained even more importance in this year. And the overall insight that humans are not homo economicus, that they are not fully rational, that they follow norms, that they need narratives, that their experiences matter. This is something that I think has also only gained importance this year. I was a bit shocked in the beginning of the crisis. I was worried, where is the European spirit? My impression was it was a bit like, okay, this happens in China, so it's not so bad for us. We had never experienced such a bad pandemic in the last century, basically. And even when Italy was in doom, it was like, well, this is Italy, this is not us. Yeah, that's at least my impression. And I was very worried about the European spirit. My impression was in the beginning, it was very much, okay, what can Germany do for Germany? And not so much, what about Europe? But my feeling is this is changing, and I'm happy to see that, of course, policy making is also getting there. I think it's really important that Europe does not fall apart over that. Yeah, then, I mean, we have this long-standing tradition that we need also a safety net, right? That our market society should be a social market society. This is a thought that we have had for such a long time. And although, of course, we made the safety net a bit, it's not maybe as good a net as it had been some decades ago, but I think it paid out, really paid out. We have it. our social stability is still quite okay. And if I look into UK or US, where you have these more, market societies without much a safety net, then I feel it's really falling apart, right? And yeah, I think we can be lucky that we have this quite stable society, the trust in the institutions, and I hope we will keep that. And this is also what I would hope, that we will push for that, to have this good safety net. Yeah, and then maybe the last point, and this is also a bit to what was said before. I mean, this will be never possible to control tightly, I guess, but I think we can be quite happy to have this strong leader, Angela Merkel, who understands what exponential growth means. May also be good that she is actually, female. Yeah, the impression seems to be that some diversity in the leading institutions can be quite good in this crisis. Also fits well to the antibodies you count when you look into males and females. It seems to be that males are much easier to catch this virus and maybe more willing to take risks there. So maybe this diversity pays out here too, that we were not willing to take too many risks so far. And I think this will be important for our economic prosperity in the future as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Noah. Just one question. You told me about the feeling that you got about Americans sometimes now look a little astonished about how progressive you've been in this field in analyzing COVID and so on. Maybe just the last sentence on that to explain.
Yeah, that's actually true. So I heard that, for example, from Paul Roma, who says he wishes that the US would have been a bit more flexible as well and more willing to, tease out what can be done and where we need to really put a limit to what can be done. I guess it's I mean, when I talk to colleagues from the US, it's a very weird feeling for me, because typically they are in the super great position, but this time it's really the other way around, right? No, we are in a quite more comfy position, and hopefully we will stay there, of course.
Okay, thanks, very interesting. Jakob von Weizsäcker, as Chief Economist of the Ministry of Finance, you've been economists with a lot of economists and in responsibility this year, this very important year. Very important, very interesting to get your take on this discussion about the impact or the importance of German economists in the international context, please.
So perhaps let me start by saying that in these past 6 months, my experience has not been that there's something very different about German economists. We assembled a rather large, diverse group of economists. Some of them based, most of them based in Germany, some of them based abroad. Rüdiger is one of them, to try and get economic advice in real time. And I think it was sound advice. There were sound conversations. People, sometimes they disagreed, sometimes they agreed, but the kind of cleavages that some of you were alluding to simply were not there. They were not in the room. And I found that rather encouraging, and I think we got pretty good advice. And so I think to some extent, this session, this panel is about something in the past. And so to some extent, I agree with Rüdiger on that. But I think it's still worth reflecting on what was it that made, in the past, German economics a little bit different. I think it definitely was this experience of the Nazi era, the Second World War, and a new beginning. If you look at somebody like Röpke and his view of the world, to an important extent was, you can't trust governments, they go mad. You can't trust big business. They're either bought or they're part of the problem. You can't trust workers because they want to become communists. You can really trust nobody. And perhaps if you're lucky, there's rule of law. And it's a bit of a caricature. But I can see where somebody like that is coming from. I mean, later in life, he became, I mean, if you read some of his stuff, it's quite scary. But I see how people shaped by this experience, and he was a very outspoken, very outspoken against the Nazis before they got into power. He then had to leave Germany, lived abroad. So he got it right at the time, and came back and was quite disillusioned. And I think that's an important part of where the order liberal tradition came from. Then I want to point to something, a second important feature of German economics, and there is actually, interestingly, an analogy with France. Germany and France are non-English speaking countries with a relatively large domestic academic market. And that helped those countries, and it's true for France as well. I mean, I got to know some of the elder and more domestically oriented French economists while I was still in France. They were simply more domestic in outlook, and that's different. You know, if you are either an English-speaking country like the UK, or Ireland, or a small country like the Netherlands, or Sweden, or whatnot, it's actually similar in Italy. Italy is also this kind of mid-sized country, non-English speaking. We were simply lagging behind as a result, because much of the innovation happened in the English-speaking literature, the English-speaking journals, and that's an important factor, and it wasn't mentioned. That's why I want to mention it. And then there's a third factor that made German economics different, and I think that's by far the most influential today. And that has to do with the creation of the euro. When the euro was created, there was very pronounced awareness, and I think this awareness is actually factually true, that when you create a currency union, you create a common pool problem for fiscal policy. It's true. There was this feeling that politicians had promised that the Maastricht Treaty will resolve this common pool problem now and forever. And obviously it wasn't true. And there are many reasons why it wasn't true. I think there's still even some younger economists, some economists not influenced by this sort of post-war experience, more internationally minded than the German economists perhaps in the 60s and 70s, but profoundly disappointed that the promise they felt that had been given to them with the introduction of the common currency somehow wasn't kept. It probably couldn't have been kept, but it's this profound disappointment. And so I would say there are some economists in the generation 50 plus for whom this profound disappointment, or perhaps I should really say 60 plus, this profound disappointment with the way the euro didn't really turn out exactly the way they had imagined, that is still quite influential. And when I was listening to Anatol, I think the only point where I was slightly worried in the things you said is, I think if we do not reflect on this common pool problem, which is there, of course in the context of the zero lower bound, of course in the context of a rapidly evolving world, we will do so at our peril. And so I think we can understand why German economics was different. I think there's certain things we can learn from them, but frankly, I think to an important extent, the active generation of German economists has transcended many of the things that this session was supposed to be about. Thank you.
Thanks, Jakob. And last but not least, Anna Reich from the Pluralistic Network of Economics. So young students trying to go against what is perceived as a very mainstream unified economic thinking at some point. So please, your take on this question as someone who's younger and gaining in this field of an experience of new economic thinking.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. And when I was preparing for this panel, and also now, I felt quite nervous because I'm the young economist, I'm the young female economist, and usually you have like a lower power position on such a panel, but it's great that you invited me anyhow. And I wanted to decide to try something new today. Usually I put on my professional face, I try to dress up, which I did, but I also wanted to take my heart with me today. So I'm speaking here not only from my mind, but also from my heart. And I'm my authentic self, which means I know some things, but I also don't know many things. And I'm worried about things. And I feel insecure about things, but I'm also very, very, very curious. And I asked myself before coming here, because you sent me the question, does Germany have the right economists to design the much needed new economic model? And I reflected on that beforehand and asking my heart and my mind. And what came to me was that the new economic model and the role of the new economic model that we will create is to be a midwife for a more beautiful world. And saying this right now, this really feels outrageous. Economy and economics and beauty, they don't go well together, do they? Studying economics and speaking of economic policies, I never hear the word beauty. And then I asked myself, what qualities are core qualities of such a new economic system? In the last panel, somebody said we have to think backwards from the future. And that's what I try now. Core qualities for me, or the first core assumption, is that any economic activity has to be considered a subsystem of our planetary boundaries. That's not up for debate. That's just logic. And what are other qualities that we have to think about? For me, it's a quality of cooperation, quality of better relationships among human beings, and also better relationships between nature and human beings. Because let's be honest, we don't produce air, we don't produce soil, we don't produce water, we live from it. So it needs to be a relationship that is more thankful and more appreciative of nature. And I want to ask all of you here also for the coming discussion, what world do you want to wake up in tomorrow? If you could design that world, what qualities would it have? What qualities do you want to have or to experience your children and to inherit? And what I think, coming back to what I said before, being nervous about talking here, we also need like a Copernican revolution of economic thinking and acting and discussing. Because for me, it's not about fighting anymore. I'm part of the pluralist movement. We had to fight against the old paradigm. It was like to be against something. For me, that time is over. I now want to cooperate with everybody here. I want to get to know what gifts you bring. I don't dare say that even, but you bring gifts as human beings. You bring your knowledge, but you also bring your curiosity and your image of a more beautiful world. And that's what I want to do here, invite everyone here from that panel and everyone who's sitting here to get into cooperation and really find out what is our vision for this more beautiful world. And I think that's what we have to do. And what I had this feeling that there's like the forbidden fruit of beauty in economics, because we have to cut off ourselves from the longing of our hearts. And this is like economic thinking is purely rational. You have to be objective as you can, but you cannot be objective without having a clear vision of what you want. And that's where we have to go now. I think, in my opinion, the old thinking is over. And the new thinking is not fighting anymore. It's not being against you, you against me, but it's working together. You have your own perspective. You have your own perspective. I have my own perspective. Why not share it? And why not combining it? And yeah, that's what I'm here to say. And that's what I wanted to say to you. If I'm really honest, I think that's the time now. And I'm really, really thankful that you have built this platform and that you, for example, that you speak to young economists. We just had the talk with the Dezernat Zukunft last week. I think all the young people coming into the economic field, we don't only bring this, you're the old economists and we want to fight against. We don't bring that. We want to work with you and we want to share the vision that we have and we want to hear your vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank for the others. I think I think I get the point, and I think it's really something that we need to think about. I mean, when we've chose our name, like Forum New Economy, it's yeah, someone, you may say, well, that's very normative or whatever. That's something where you say new, or is it better or whatever. But at the same time, we felt also that there are some new challenges, some very big challenges that we can't answer with traditional economics. And I mean, Jakob has been with us and for a long time. That's where we started to think, well, it's not about, we are saying that that's the new world. It's about searching for it. And it's the process of discovering a new paradigm, whatever this will be. I mean, and that's something that I think it's very interesting that you say that we try to get out of this old this debate and old debates in Germany, and especially in Germany, where it was very harsh and there was a mainstream that it was very organized and very, let's say, I mean, I wrote about that recently, like a cancel culture in another way that has been produced and that has avoided too much criticism and the old circles. I think what is interesting this year for me was also to follow the COVID-19 debate among virologists and these scientists. And where you feel, okay, they also have some, whatever, personal ambitions or whatever, but the kind of discussion they had about how to approach Corona and how to find out the news and how is it working, I think that reminded me what's missing in economics. And maybe that's just something to throw in and to confirm what you're saying in a different way, maybe. And maybe we can get back. I want certainly, now we can back to the confrontation, but Anatol, are you satisfied with the the answers of Jakob? I mean, we can't avoid. I mean, it's just, to be honest. No, I mean, yeah. The difference is, I think the very difference is, I would say that it's not about saying we're all right and it's all beautiful. I mean, the kind of discussion we have, it needs to be, that's what I'm understanding, it needs to be a constructive discussion, not something where you go in. That's what I remember, the old conferences, economics conferences, you go into the room and, everyone came in with what he thinks about economics and goes out with the same. There was nothing moving. That's what I wanted to achieve. So maybe in that sense, Anatol, are you a little more convinced of the openness of German economics after having heard some of these contributions now?
Yes, I am. And I agree with much of what has been said. And I think drawing from Jakob, the thing that I find most encouraging is the generational issue, which I think is something that is observed, has been observed throughout history, not just in economics and politics, but even in the sciences. The famous comment by Max Planck that science progresses one funeral at a time. And it is true that, and understandable, and I think Jakob gave a very good explanation of why there is a generation of economists and also politicians in Germany who are sort of my kind of age, over 60, who feel that what has happened was not consistent with the promises that were made to them back in 1989, 1990, in the creation of the euro. But what I'm also actually very encouraged by, Thomas, is what Anna just said. And I think there's actually a relationship between what Anna said and Jakob and all the speakers, which is that I think we are actually on the brink of a regime change. We're at the beginning of a new era in economics and also public policy and political economy, and also society, where to live. Now, I thought that new era might have actually begun 10 years ago after the financial crisis, and I wrote a book at that time. Again, bringing out some of the points that Jakob's described about these ordo-liberals, that what the 2008 crisis proved was that we can't trust the private sector, And also we can't trust governments, not obviously at the extreme level of the Nazi experience, but there was a disillusionment with both the markets and the governments. And my view was that this was a crisis that would lead to some attempt to forge a new consensus, a new relationship between the market economy and the state economy, between the checks and balances that are required between politics and economics, between one person, one vote, and €1, one vote, and that would come about. Now, actually, it didn't really in the last 10 years. A lot of policies changed, but there wasn't a philosophical change behind it. I think it's possible that the COVID crisis coming 10 years after the 2008 crisis may be the catalyst for this really big transformation of a kind that we've seen before in the nature of market economies. We saw it in the 70s and 80s with the Great Inflation. We saw it in the 20s and 30s with the Russian Revolution and the Great Depression. We saw it in the 1850s with the era of evolution, the year of revolutions, when Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto. So I think we are living through a period like that. And if we're lucky, the consequences will be the kinds that Anna outlines, and if we're not lucky, the consequences will be like the ones that happened in the 20s and 30s.
Thank you. I would like to ask Rüdiger, you seem a little puzzled. Is that because of talking about non-combative economics?
Excuse me, non-combative economics?
Yeah, I mean, you're known for being quite direct.
Combative. I don't know why I have this reputation. Well, actually, I mean, I guess I'm halfway where Jakob is. By the way, I fully endorse his argument about the common pool problem, and he's absolutely right. This hasn't gone away, and this can't be blasted over. So I fully agree with him on that one. I also fully agree with him on the so-called Thursday round, the infamous, famous now Thursday round of economists that he has assembled. And quite, again, I can't thank him enough and can't sort of give kudos enough to him and Wolfgang Schmidt for doing that. I think it's very innovative, and these debates indeed have been very, very fruitful. I will say, though, that I don't think everything is swell. In the following sense, it was relatively easy at the beginning for economists, even of very different persuasions, to agree on what to do in the COVID crisis. And I think it actually has to do with the particular nature of this crisis. While in the previous crisis, the culprit, so to speak, or the impetus for the crisis came out of the economic system itself, okay? And so then we have these big debates about, already your diagnosis of the crisis is basically shaped by your economic view, right? The libertarians or more liberal in the European sense-minded people would say it's all the government giving these implicit guarantees, these bailouts to these banks, and that's why they take too much risk, et cetera, et cetera. On the other hand, the more leftist, more Keynesian, more macroeconomic types say, it's all austerity, et cetera, et cetera. So you had to have these debates between economists. In this case, this was the most exogenous shock that you could possibly imagine, I think, and that we have had in, I don't know, at least since I'm looking at the economy, which is admittedly not that far behind. So maybe post-war, right? It's a completely exogenous shock to the economic system. It was a complicated shock, but at the end of the day, we had the tools to analyze it. It was a combination of an uncertainty, liquidity, supply and demand shock. Everything was kind of in there, and we kind of knew what to do, and we did it actually quite well. And again, kudos to the finance minister here for acting from Jakob all the way to the minister. Okay, and even in the United States, we actually did a decent job of Congress did a decent job, despite the man in the White House, of dealing with it initially. Okay, but now I think we are dealing with much more sort of own economics problems. How long the short-time work assistance? Yeah, what do we do with the decarbonification and stuff like that. How do we redesign monetary policy? Those are the new kind of debates that we are having, and that's where we already see that how important is inequality vis-a-vis increasing the pie and stuff like this. And that's where we see the old camps just coming out again. And if you look at sort of the fierceness of some debates in social media, I don't quite believe that we are in this sort of la-la land where everyone agrees with everyone. So I view it, my worry is that rather than having one dominant view, we now have two orthodoxies, basically, that just keeps yelling at each other. And maybe not in the Thursday round, because people know how to behave there, but certainly over media and traditional media. And that's why, just the last point, I couldn't agree more with Jean when he says that we should really listen to each other and sort of understand why people have particular views. And I don't think, frankly, Anatol saying that a certain rule, 60% or 30% rule is stupid, is a good way of opening that debate. Maybe people had a good idea why they wanted to have these rules, and just disqualifying them as stupid, I think is dangerous. If I can say 10 seconds something about Anna, I sympathize, I know where she's coming from, but I have to say that I will fundamentally disagree with her in the following sense. I, as an economist, in that sense, I'm an Hayekian, actually. I'm strictly against design. I don't know that we can really design social policy all that well. We have a problem of knowledge, a massive problem of knowledge. And from a democratic theory point of view, I'm also strictly against Platonic kingdom rules, sort of ruled by Platonic wise men. So I'm very glad that it's Olaf Scholz who has to make the ultimate decisions. He's an elected official, and not myself or anyone in the Thursday round. And I sincerely hope this will stay like that. So we need to be very modest as economists here and understand our role in a democratic society. We are happy to give advice, but we should be very modest, and we certainly should warn politicians if they think that they can transform a society by design. A lot of this is going to be a search process that where we are going cannot be decided sort of in the ivory tower.
Okay, Anna wants to react.
Of course, in a very non-confrontative way, but straight to what you said, Rüdiger. I think what you described happening on social media is a problem that you can describe in cultural philosophy, and it's called game denial versus game acceptance. It's the people who fight against each other being in their own paradigm, the one being saying that everything is right as it is, the other one's denying that stuff is happening or saying that the game itself is false and wrong. And what we need right now is game change. And that's what I was trying to say. A game change perspective means that you don't have to engage into the fight anymore. And the fighting means that I have an opponent, and I always put the same arguments against my opponent. And what comes from that? Nothing. And it's just not la-la land, but it's a really almost manipulative way of designing your actions. And it doesn't have to do with any king or what you said, your fear of who makes the decisions. I can understand that, but it's rather a question of a design of a process, not of the result. And that's what I think is super important here. And what I also want to say, that we have so many solutions. Maya Göpel yesterday talked about wood housing. I don't know if anybody saw it or remembers it. The housing industry uses up to 50% of our CO2 budget. So that means our carbon budget, and that means we have to work on those solutions that are already there. If you ever heard about agriculture or thought about agriculture, there are so many solutions on regenerative agriculture, such as agroforestry or syntropic farming. I don't know if you know that, but there are systems. And we as economists have the opportunity, and also I think we have the mandate, or we have to do it. It's our responsibility for society to find the solutions that are already there and to incorporate into economic thinking and propose solutions, because in the end, it's a political decision-making process. But where do the ideas come from? And economists are asked to bring in new solutions. So we have to propose new ideas.
Could I just make a very quick response to Rüdiger?
Yes, Anatol, please.
So first of all, on the question of whether these rules are stupid or not, I actually wasn't. I was quoting, and I was rather surprised to hear that word myself, from Christian Karlstroth this morning, who was the designer of these rules. And the fact that he described them stupid, I did find encouraging, because if somebody who has actually designed this and been a part of the process can now reflect on them and say, as you said, Rudiger, at the time, they were probably reasonable, but as applied to the current situation, they're stupid. I think that was, to me, a very encouraging indication of the openness, of the new openness of the German economic establishment to new ideas. And the other point I wanted to make was about this, this question of design, whether as economists we should design. I absolutely agree we should not be in the business of designing. But in my view, just as we need market signals to constrain political design, we also need to recognize, and this was something that was missed out in the era of market fundamentalism, we need to recognize that at times political signals must constrain market design. And this is the kind of iterative process between markets and politics, decision-making through votes as opposed to decision-making through spending, that I think needs to evolve out of either this crisis, or I think actually started revolving even out of the last crisis and what I call capitalism 4.0.
Jakob, and then Jean and Nora, I suppose.
I really liked what Anna said. And there's an interesting historical analogy. The German Economic Association is called, I'm sure, Rüdiger, you're a member as well, it's called Verein für Sozialpolitik. It's odd. Why don't they just call themselves German Economic Association? The reason is that historically, when it was set up, the professors, and I'm afraid at the time, most of them were men, and they felt that the decisive question in society is the plight of the workers. And that's why social policy was key. And I think in many ways they were right. And they took a stand. I mean, they were probably good economists and good researchers, but at the same time they felt it is clear, it is almost self-evident that if you want to be an economist, I mean, at the time, you had to care about that problem. And I think the way at least I understood you, Anna, is by saying, well, if you want to be a young economist today and feel you can get away by not worrying about things like climate change, you're not doing your job. And in many ways, you're endangering the legitimacy of your scientific discipline. And I think looked at it in that way, with this historical analogy, I think we can have great sympathy for what you're saying. And that doesn't mean, Rüdiger, I mean, I'm in full agreement with you. I think we need to be very, very, very aware that expertocratic fantasies are extremely dangerous. And so we need to rely on democratic decisions to achieve the solution of our societal problems. And so I'm a little bit worried, for example, of some of the fantasies. I think you were there trying to get central banks without a democratic mandate to try and solve the climate problem. Those are the sort of things where I would be really skeptical. But I think the basic impulse to say, if we cannot give a good answer, a convincing answer, a workable answer to some of the key challenges of our time, sort of we as a discipline, we don't deserve to sort of carry on. I think that is a very, very reasonable observation.
Jakob, but may I intervene in that and defend what Rainer said? I mean, that's maybe also the question on the ECB, because the ordoliberal or the classical economist's answer would be they should be neutral. But in being neutral, they lock in old industries in a way. You know, they do not contribute to something which may be the big issue, the big objective of the society that economists, as you said, may want to defend. And if they spend such a lot.
Let me very briefly respond. So I'm not at all against central banks looking at some of their policies. What I am against is somebody saying we can't get a majority in parliament, now we try the technocrats and let them do what we can't get through parliament. That would be a problem. And I'm afraid some of the ideas linked to central banks are more of the latter nature. And that's something I think we need to be aware of, and we need to be beware.
Right. Okay, Jean.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to this sort of optimistic assessment of, the changes that have been in the German profession and the nature of the debate we're going to have going forward. I would object two things. First, in 2009, also we agreed very much on what had to be done in response to the immediate shock. I remember, I was in full agreement with Klaus Regling at the time. And he was a sort of representative of German thinking. Now, when we started to diverge, I'm not speaking of Regling, but in more general, was in the aftermath of the shock, with the question of the pace of consolidation and the question having to do with banking union and the assessment of the nature of the crisis, whether it was a fiscal crisis at core, or whether it was more a balance of payment crisis and something that had more macro banking nature. And there we started having divergence that led us to the nightmare we went through, not being able to find agreed solution to the euro crisis. So I think that I would caution against the illusion that we won't repeat that. I was in Berlin recently, and it was not from economists, but it was more from politicians. I heard from everywhere that the Schuldenbremse has to be restored for 2022. That's not the current way of thinking in other European countries. So are we going to repeat this debate? Now, that's one thing. The other thing is the whole new debate that have opened about the green transition and this vague notion of strategic autonomy for Europe, both having to do with industrial policy and intervention, state intervention in the market, because we're dealing with externalities, and the first best solution to deal with those externalities is just not accessible. I mean, we're all as economists in favor of a carbon tax that would basically send the right signal and leave to the private agents to decide how best to tackle this problem. But it's not going to be accepted politically, neither in Germany nor elsewhere. And so we are much more in the interventionist industrial policy. And for strategic autonomy, we don't even know what it is, and they have their different version of it. So I think there's potential for a new divergence and a new difficult conversation between German economists and economists from other countries is there. So we should tackle it. We shouldn't assume that we can't find solutions, but we shouldn't assume that we just now, because of a generational change, that's just over.
I think so. Nora, would you?
Yeah, I'd like to also comment on this atmosphere of discussion, and I think it's a really good sign that we, that we are starting to evaluate that economists are asked, what kind of atmosphere do we have in discussions, and are you satisfied with it? And what you see is that many say, no, they are not satisfied. And then I feel this already initiated a bit of a change. And I hope this change will indeed go on. And coming back to the diversity topic, it also seems to be that, females seem to be a bit more worried even than the males. Yeah, and as we get more and more diversity, this may, just help to push this more open-minded conversation. Another thing that I found quite remarkable, and where I heard from US colleagues they wish they had a bit more of this open-mindedness as well, is that we had some influential German economists that early on in this crisis started to cooperate with, for example, people from experts who know how to handle infections. An example would be Maya Hermann working together with Clemens Fußt. And very early on in the crisis, we had this recommendation, look, we have to keep the numbers down. It's not having a economy on one side and health on the other. Yeah, we have to really cooperate here and keep the numbers down. And I think things like that are a good sign. And I think this is something that we really need to broaden up. We have to get open-minded and look into what the other fields have to say and cooperate.
Thank you. I want to ask a very practical question and perhaps useful question to Jakob. It was quoted certain times now that you have installed this Thursday round of economists. Is that supposed to continue? Is there some experience in other countries like this? May Americans or English people learn, or French learn from this experience? Maybe you just say a word.
I really think we were just lucky for the reasons that have been mentioned. It was a situation where a really new problem was there. Everybody was really interested. All the people we asked to participate, they readily agreed to. And it was a good and fair discussion, not shying away from controversy, but it was a very good discussion. And
perhaps you just say, because not everyone knows what it is exactly.
Well, it's just a discussion group via video conference organized by the German Ministry of Finance, but Philipp Steinberg is often there as well from the Economics Ministry. People from the Chancellor's office also listen in. So it's basically a real-time economic advisory group. And so far, for us, it has been really useful indeed. And I want to thank everybody who participated in it. And it has, I think, been fun for the economists involved. And the outcomes have been good. I share the prediction that as time goes by, certain types of controversies will reemerge. But just as a thought experiment, Jean and Anatole, if in your countries you had a group like that, as time went by, I think controversies would also reemerge. So I'm not saying all is bliss and all is consensus in Germany. My core argument was we've become very similar in Germany in terms of, what economists can deliver and what they can't compared to other countries where in the past, and I think that's what motivated the session, that wasn't entirely true. And that's why I actually like that we finished with Anna's remarks. Having become very normal by global standards, there's still certain challenges that concern everybody, whether they're German economists or not, and certain problems that we need to address. And just to answer to Jean directly, I think that there will be certain issues in the euro area between member states. I think that's a fair prediction. But I think an important part of it is not motivated by the economic advice they're getting, but it's motivated by the position where they stand and the interests as they see them in government, which is different from saying there's sort of an intrinsic economic bias in certain countries. So I think that would be pretty normal too, that in the end, certain conflicts, they're not driven by different expert advice. They're driven by different majorities, and they're driven by differences in perceived interest. That doesn't make it necessarily better, but in a sense, it's very normal.
Thanks. Is there a Thursday round in Paris? Jean?
Yeah, I mean, we, not exactly, but Bruno Le Maire has been consulting very regularly a group of economists. So it was probably, compared to what I understand, more directly with the minister and less with the ministry. But yes, there has been much more openness to discussion with economists, and actually also quite a high degree of consensus on the nature of the measures that have to be taken in response to the crisis.
Okay. Perhaps just a last remark from Anatol and Rüdiger, maybe also from you. We have 5 minutes left. And
well,
we saw there's someone joining us already.
Well, just to answer your question, Jacobs, I can tell you with absolute certainty that there is nothing like a Thursday round in the UK government at the moment. And in fact, it's completely the opposite. And I suspect this is true of the United States as well. Maybe Joe will make a comment about that later, that actually what we're finding in the Anglo-Saxon world is a completely sort of zealous and fanatical monotheism where only one point of view is acceptable, even within government. And we've seen in the British government a number of very senior people being pushed out of even the non-political civil service part of it because they do not accept the sort of fundamentals of the new government's ideology. So we've certainly moved in Britain and also I think in the Trump administration under America into a much narrower and much more ideological view, which allows no space whatsoever for debates and conflicting opinions, even among professional economists.
But Anatol, that's purely political.
Yeah, it is. I'm just saying that's what's happened in the last year. I'm not saying, well, to some extent, I think it also does reflect what's happened to our societies as well. And I think Rüdiger would confirm that of the United States as well. You know, we have become much more polarized societies to an extent that I would never have imagined possible 5 years ago.
Yes, but the economic debate hasn't got more polarized. It was more polarized 20 years ago.
No, but I think the difference is there was a debate. I mean, that's the problem.
Yeah, now it's shouting.
I mean, the Trump administration has just no regard for any expert advice.
Yeah.
It's not that we and that this is, I do think this is remarkable because I would say 20 years ago, I mean, even a Republican CEA, Council of Economic Advisors for the German listeners, had on them first-rate economists. Whether you agree necessarily with their political and social philosophy, I'm sure Joe won't, but he can't deny that there were first-rate economists on there. Like, think about Greg Mankiw, Feldstein in the Reagan administration. These were undoubtedly top-rate economists. So there were highly sophisticated economic debates. And we in the US, we would look down at Germany where they didn't have these highly sophisticated debates. Now it's the exact opposite. We have them in Germany with the Thursday round. And I fully agree. And I just want to make this clear. They are highly sophisticated and very fun economic debates, while we have nothing whatsoever like that in the United States. We have, frankly, clowns in these, like Peter Navarro and I forgot what the other names are, Hazard. I mean, people who are terrible economists, they have no economic credential. Larry Kudlow, that's the guy, yeah. Who are basically business TV media stars. The level, whether you agree with the political positions or not, but the level and the sophistication of economic debate has completely collapsed. And this is not a Republican thing. This is a Trump thing. I mean, or a Republican Trump thing, or a new Republican thing, if you wish. We can only hope that under a Biden administration, should this happen, I'm sure this would change. But the big question is, will it change? Well, we will see in a month or two.
Yes, thanks very much. I would like to conclude with a thought about what we are doing also is, I think there is space for something new in a sense and avoiding the old debates, because there are a couple of new challenges. And it's not only climate, it's also about inequality, about globalization, there are different topics where there are no old camps really. I mean, yes, economists are always influenced by former economists, also in a famous, nearly slightly adjusted wording. But it's like we need to understand. That's what I understand from people. This morning we had Charlotte Bartels on inequality, and people discussing that. You realize that they are about to understand what inequality is. because the numbers weren't there. They are about to understand the drivers of inequality because we didn't know. In climate, I mean, there is no simple answer. There is, I mean, we're all searching for this answer, and it must be new. It's not like it's just the markets or it's just the state. It's something new. So I think there's a lot of potential for these new debates and going beyond the old camps and just searching for something new. And that joins what Anna has said. I thank you very much for all of you. Hope you stay a little with us when we have the next debate. We need to arrange the seatings quickly. Joe is already waiting, we saw him. Hello, Joe, if you listen to us. And we continue in a couple of minutes as soon as Finance Minister Olaf Scholz, Minister Olaf Scholz will be there. So thank you, Jakob, Anna, Nora, Anatol, Rüdiger, and Jean. And let's have the next discussion in 1 year, as we had already. That promises to be more productive and again. So thank you.
Den können wir wegnehmen.
Brauchen wir nicht mehr heute, ne?
Yeah, sorry. David Devine.
Yesterday was the first session of the economics course, which is micro, and it's taught by a young lady called Daniela Yuri. She's married to the chairman of the economics department.
So we're coming to our final session for today, and to what I think might be the cherry on the pie a little bit. I have the immense privilege to moderate a discussion between two men that do not need to be presented. So there is joining us from New York City, I suppose, the Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz, and Finance Minister Olaf Scholz, who will discuss whether or not we are seeing a paradigm change in fiscal policy. And I think you, Joseph, will start with a little impulse guiding us through your thinking of what might have changed in recent times. You have the word.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to discuss this really important topic because in many ways Germany has been an outlier in perspectives on fiscal policy. There are basically 3 points I want to make in my limited time. The first is that everyone has realized that the need for government assistance of enormous magnitude in the face of this pandemic. The pace of the economic downturn, the depth of the economic downturn is unprecedented. We haven't seen anything like it before. And this unprecedented event has brought forth unprecedented responses. In the United States, we had a $3 trillion fiscal stimulus. And I should probably caveat, it's not just a stimulus, it was a program designed to address the unemployment problem, the health problem, and the economic downturn. It was a bazooka, massive amounts of money that was not very well designed. We had a lot to learn from Europe. It could have been far better designed. But the realization all over the world was that without this very large governmental support, there would be a disaster. The cost of not doing anything was far greater than any risk of doing anything. And in designing the responses, in most countries, there was awareness that one couldn't separate out the health of the citizens from the health of the economy. Europe benefited enormously from having a good system of social protection, which we in the United States didn't have. And one of the reasons why the effect of the pandemic has been so much worse in the United States, contrary to what the President of the United States said, the rate of excess deaths, the number of excess deaths in the United States is far larger than in Europe. Germany has responded with the rest of Europe and done that recognizing that that may entail breaking the debt brake, increasing the amount of debt. Of course, no country has undertaken the debt, perhaps at the level of the United States, where before the pandemic, our debt GDP ratio was in the range of 5 to 6% of GDP, and now it's in the range of 15 to 20% of GDP. And I'll come back to that at the end. So Germany, like most countries around the world, did respond to this pandemic with a realization that fiscal policy was absolutely essential. The second point I want to emphasize is it's not just Germany's fiscal policy we're talking about, it's the recovery in Europe. There won't be a strong European recovery until all the major countries recover. And there was an awareness that Italy and Spain and some other countries needed substantial assistance. The EU response was historic and visionary. They created the common borrowing. There was not the kind of stringent austerity that had been imposed in the Euro crisis of 2010. That would have been self-defeating. It was visionary in the sense that they recognized that with government spending so much money, it was important that that money serve dual purposes, that it not only rescue the economy today, but it should help create a post-pandemic economy consistent with the vision of the future that Europe wanted. And of course, part of that vision is a greener economy. And so the model that's been part of Vice President Biden's campaign, Build Back Better, is at the core of what Europe has already done, the green recovery. And this could be a major turning point. As a academic economist, I can't leave it just at there. I need to comment that the amounts of money need to be larger. There needs to be more in grants rather than loans. The amount of debt that Italy already has makes further grants absolutely essential. And finally, there should be today now a commitment to the ways of servicing the Eurobonds that have been issued, an opportunity to address some of the longstanding problems that Europe has faced, creating a progressive EU system of taxation, carbon taxation, wealth taxation, corporate taxation, digital taxation. So that has not been done, and I hope in the coming months, something along those lines will be done. The final set of comments I wanted to make deals with a question that's been raised in the United States very forcefully, and I'm sure is being raised in Europe. At what point does debt become too large? At what point do we need to become worried about inflation? And let me make it very clear. At this juncture, there are no worries about inflation. The real problem is deflation. Data that we have show that wages are going down in many parts of the economy. And unfortunately, among the poorest parts and the most afflicted parts of our economy. The Federal Reserve doesn't see inflationary pressures anytime soon. That means, of course, that with interest rates already close to zero, monetary policy will be essentially ineffective. It won't be an effective instrument in the toolkit for macroeconomic stabilization. And that means that fiscal policy has to be at the center of macroeconomic policy for the coming years. Now, at some time in the future, inflationary problems might arise. But when that happens, we have ample tools to deal with that problem. We have underutilized taxes, particularly at the top, wealth, financial services, financial taxes that Europe had earlier agreed upon. And I mentioned a whole range of progressive taxes that would help shape the economy, address another problem facing all the advanced countries, the problem of huge inequalities, which have been exposed so strongly by the pandemic. So both monetary policy and fiscal policy are available should it be the case that inflationary pressures show up in 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But for now, the issue is very clear. What can we do to save the economy from falling even further down? And that's where it's unambiguously clear to me that further fiscal support, well-designed, well-targeted, including our vision of where Europe wants to emerge after the pandemic, is absolutely essential. So with those introductory remarks, I look forward to our discussion at this point.
Thank you, Professor Stiglitz. And I think that these words sounded much more supportive and in line with the German fiscal policies than what you sometimes said in the past when you talked about Germans imposing austerity on other European countries. And sometimes you even suggested that it should be Germany that leaves the euro. So this sounded as if you now see a future for the euro where Germany could be a part of it, if I understood correctly. But to turn to the minister now, for sure, I mean, so everybody has been applauding the big fiscal packages that you put together. But more than that, the rescue package at the European level certainly was a big change of heart for German fiscal policies. I think it's fair enough to say that. So perhaps you can say a little bit more about what brought about this change of heart, and then perhaps also your vision for the future. Where will we be in 2 years, in 4 years? Because there is already a debate in Germany about returning to balanced budgets rather fast. How is your vision there?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me and having the chance to discuss these topics together. I think we reacted very fast. In Germany, with 2 packages, with 2 extra budgets we decided on, first to stabilize the economy, and second to start with the recovery in Germany. We waited for the moment when the not very severe lockdown in Germany ended, so that it makes sense to work on recovery, because before that it wouldn't be very successful. And we started right at the point when we could see that the lockdown ends and that recovery makes sense. This was already in June, and the decisions were taken then. Now we are working very hard to make it feasible in the budget policies and to bring it to all the different aspects to our society. For instance, there was a change in the constitution necessary to give more money to the municipalities, but we made it to get the parliamentary support for that. And aside of this, we also decided that we will support the European economy as well. The first was a decision of the finance ministers in Europe, which I worked on very hard, making it feasible that there is something like a credit program to small and medium-sized companies all over Europe with the European Investment Bank, which is not the case very easily in many countries. We have this system in Germany. We don't need this European support, but it is good to have it all over Europe. The second is our decision to develop something which is the German Kurzarbeit short-term allowance scheme, which was so successful during the last crisis, 2008 and 2009 in Germany, and which I implemented then as the Minister of Labor to the German economy. And this program is now not just a program for Germany again, but also something that is used in many European countries and even others. And we developed a program which makes it possible for financing it in Europe, called SURE with the European Union, and it's used now all over Europe. And the third is giving a more easy access to the European Stability Mechanism for state financing to all the member states of the Euro system. Then we worked on the recovery program for Europe. And I had some principles I tried to develop and to suggest. And in the end, it came very near to the proposals I made right from the beginning. The first is that the European Union should go to the markets and take a debt. Sovereign debt from Europe is something very new in the size and in the way it's done now, with no covering by the member states, but doing it as an institution, which I think is a very important fiscal difference to many of the activities of the past. And it will be altogether 750 billion, aside of the 540 billion, which were part of the first program of the finance ministers. And a big portion of it are grants, as you know, 390 billion. The idea is to use them directly during the crisis in the first years, 2021, 2 and 3, and then to decide not just to go to the markets and to have the sovereign bonds of the European Union, but also to pay it back, and starting with it in this next fiscal term of 7 years of the European budget strategies. And this is making the difference, because saying that we will have to decide on paying it back in the next decades is also asking for a solution, saying that we will have to develop European own resources for paying for it. And Joseph Stiglitz already mentioned them, as mentioned some of them, but this will be the most important political decision aspect for Europe in the next year. The Commission will do proposals to this, and I think when we decide on them, you will have a fiscal capacity which is had not before, and this is the difference. And this is why I use the word Hamiltonian moment for this decision-making process.
I was just going to refer to that, but in that way, because we were talking about, of course, everything that we have at the European level at the moment is temporary in some ways for the moment. So the rescue package is the suspension of fiscal rules is as it is also in Germany. So when you refer to Alexander Hamilton and his decision to take over the war debt of some of the states in the United States and develop own revenues for the federation, you seem to be alluding that this could be a new start for the European Union, or the building of some sort of fiscal union to complete the monetary union. Is that what you wanted to say? Or could you elaborate?
We always missed the fiscal capacity of the union in the past. And this was the big question that right from the beginning of implementing the euro was discussed in Europe, right so. And you have to take the right moment for getting the necessary improvement, and this is the moment. And I think it is wise to understand that all these three aspects I mentioned are linked together. Having the debt, paying it back, and developing the fiscal instruments for paying it. And this is, I think, the real progress that will now happen. And when we have some emission trade income for the European Union, for instance, if we have a border adjustment mechanism on emission questions, if we have a digital taxation model, a digital levy, which is helpful for income also for the European Union, if we are having something which is a common way of deciding on taxing the stock market better than we have today with the financial transaction tax, when we have a decision on a common system of taxing corporates, this is a base for that. This is a different European Union, and it is a necessary and good progress, because we will not get the necessary sovereignty if we don't go this way.
Excellent. So, Joseph, we talked a lot about today about paradigm change here in Germany, and do we have it or don't we have it? And one important aspect to discuss certainly are fiscal rules, because they exist here in Germany. They still exist. They're suspended, but still exist at the European level. And you said in the past, and I quote, "You have to change the rules when the rules are wrong. If you have the wrong rules, then the consequence is disaster. These rules are not like the 10 commandments that God gave from Mount Sinai." So if, the minister here was going to take a stroll on Mount Sinai with his colleagues and were to design new rules, talk to somebody, whoever wanted to talk to him there, let's say you were the person, what would you recommend? What kind of fiscal rules would Europe need in order to be able to make, also to project itself into the future, make the transition to a carbon neutral economy, tackle challenges like digitalization? Do we need permanent change rather than, that are built on the rescue packages and on the fiscal packages that we have now?
Yeah, it's very impressive what Germany has done and the leadership Germany has provided for Europe. The minister has articulated well the packages and how they work together. As he pointed out, the third pillar, which is developing the instruments, the fiscal instruments to repay, is absolutely essential. And making sure that those are in accord with the vision, a greener Europe, more equal Europe with more progressive taxation. All of those are things to come, but are absolutely essential. So you asked the question of, what are the new rules? And let me first make a comment about some of the old rules. Some of the old rules were things like 3% deficit, 60% of GDP debt limits. You asked the question, where do those numbers come from? And they were pulled out of thin air. They weren't based on any economic science. And as you pointed out, they weren't They weren't given down from Mount Sinai, 10 Commandments. They were man-made. They were reflecting a sentiment that was prevalent at the time, but they were not based on the best economic analysis. So for instance, one example is if you have all corporations look at both their liability and the asset side of their balance sheet. And for some reason, when we talk about countries or governments, we only talk about the debt. We don't talk about what you're doing with the money. So one precept that is important is look at the balance sheet. If you're encountering more debt, but at the same time, you're using that money to invest in infrastructure, education, make for a stronger economy, the country's balance sheet is stronger. If you're using that money to create greater solidarity, less inequality, the country is in a better position. So it's less simplistic rules that I would emphasize, but more broad-based perspective on what is going on. And very future-oriented, asking the question, are those expenditures leaving the country in a better economic position? And recognizing that there needs to be a new contract between the state, government, and society, civil society, that markets don't automatically get to full employment, that monetary policy sometimes doesn't work, and we are in that kind of circumstance today. And we have to use whatever instruments we have, and fiscal policy and debt are among those instruments.
Okay, so, well, for you, I mean, you have supported, you have long stuck to what is called here the Black Zero, and now that you have been able to build such a big fiscal package, you've often argued that, see, it was the right decision because it allowed us to respond so fast. On the other hand, I think you also agree that the country faces a big investment backlog, that there are huge investment challenges to digitalize the economy, to build a carbon neutral infrastructure, and you can currently indebt yourself at negative interest rates. So when you think about, well, building back the economy or reigniting the economy after this pandemic is over, what is your vision there?
So looking just at Germany first, the fiscal situation is not too bad. We started into the crisis with the debt to GDP ratio down under 60%. We will go up to 75 to 75, 76, something like that. And then it will go down without special activities just because of the growth of the economy. And so this is the situation where we are in. And we see that the economic stimulus is working, that the economy is recovering very fast, faster as we expected some weeks and months ago. So we are on the right track in the end. The second question is about fiscal stability. I think it is useful to have it and to have ways to look at them. And right at this stage, we don't have too many problems with our rules and regulations because we use the exceptions that are in it. They are in Europe, they are there here in Germany, and it's right to use them. And this is what we do. The third thing which I would like to say, we shouldn't forget discussing about fiscal policies that there is something like taxation. And if you avoid fair taxation by just taking a debt, you miss your political task. So it is a problem that if countries, for instance, reduce the taxes for people that earn a lot of money and that are very wealthy, and then instead of taxing them fairly and they just increase the debt for all. This is a mistake. So we should not forget that a fair taxation is the basis for all. Even the strength of the German economy and the strength of the German state now to react to the crisis has something to do with a fairer taxation than in other countries, though as a social democrat, I'd say there's something to do still. The next is, if we look at the future, I think, or at the past, when we discussed about rules and this question, I think there is something that happened which has not really been realized by anyone discussing it. The European way of public accounting, or the accounting of the public, is not knowing something like depreciation. If world economists discuss about golden rules and things like that, they always have in mind that, as it is the case in Anglo-Saxon countries, there is something like depreciation in the accounting, but it is not. And this is why it is a very difficult, different way of acting we have here in Europe as other countries have, if they look at this figure. So if we discuss about the future, we should have this in mind. And yes, necessary investments should be we should be able to take. Let me say a last thing about Europe. We need a better fiscal cooperation and a better cooperation also in taxes. Many of the taxes countries raise are not in the range of decision making in the European Union. They are in the range of decision making in national levels. And so we have a situation we have to overcome. For instance, if there is tax arbitration by small countries in a big European Union, this is something that would not work. What I would like to have is majority votes in the Council of the Finance Ministers, the ECOFIN, also on tax measures and tax questions, and that we have a way to avoid tax arbitration, because this is the basis for a common fiscal strategy. Otherwise, this will not work if some countries tax their corporates and pay the money for the others. And this is where we have to work on, but this is part of the necessary progress. And I'm quite confident, I'm really convinced that we will make this progress now.
So yeah, that's an important point, and Professor Stiglitz already alluded to it, that it's also important after the crisis to make sure that people feel that everybody is contributing their fair share to taxation. And you've been a champion of also the OECD digital taxation work to avoid tax arbitration or taxing the digitalized economy, as we call it. So perhaps you can elaborate on that, and what do you want to achieve during your European presidency, and how do you see that? Do you see a breakthrough there? Is it possible to make a step ahead?
So my presidency ends at the end of this year, and many of the things to be done will be done later, to be honest, but we can make a lot of progress, especially in now fixing what we agreed on in the European fiscal strategy, fighting against the crisis. But this should build the ground for what Josef Stiglitz already mentioned, the question of own resources of the European Union, because this is the basis for a continuously acting in fiscal, continuous acting in fiscal questions. My view is that we should make some progress on the OECD level, where I'm working very hard on minimum corporate taxation in the international level, which would be a very big progress if we could get this. And is very likely that we will have a very concrete blueprint on this question in the OECD, so that we can report it to the G20. It is not that likely that we will get that far in the question of a new way of taxing the big digital companies, but we need it also, because it would be not a very good idea to have an international tax war in a crisis situation like the one we are in. And so I hope that we will be also able to have a blueprint and to get an agreement up to the end of this year or in the beginning of the next year for having a common international strategy. And to come back to Europe, many of the progresses we made in Europe in taxing corporates were done in the OECD debates. And then we were able to convince our friends in Europe that they should have it in Europe as well. And that tax arbitrage, which is not a good idea in the world, is also not a good idea in Europe.
So to turn to the US on this, Joseph, you've been a big proponent of fairer international taxation of corporates, of a minimum tax there. But as you know, the international discussions are complicated. So do you have advice for the European finance ministers? What can they do, Olaf Scholz, to push this agenda forward when you look at the American position?
Well, first, I think I'm optimistic that in January, we'll have a new administration that will be more aligned with the notion of curbing tax avoidance, working with other countries around the world to get a more efficient and fairer multinational tax system. One pillar the minister has already emphasized, which is a minimum corporate income tax. But let me emphasize that that minimum has to be at a number like 25%. If we don't have an adequate level of that minimum will serve to be the maximum. If there's an agreement at 12.5%, the global, what began was as an agenda to make sure that multinational corporations paid their fair share, will have turned out to be an agenda to reduce taxation of multinationals. So it not only has to be a minimum tax, but a minimum tax at a level of around 25%. The second thing is a more principled issue, which the digital economy has brought home, which is the old system of taxation called the transfer price system is not fit for purpose. When I was chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, I weighed in and said, we have to change it. It's not a system that's working. That was 25 years ago. And it wasn't working then, and it's working much less well even today. And so what we have to do is move from that transfer price system where you make up numbers about where the origins of economic activity are, where the sources of returns are, and you have to shift that to what is called a formulaic principle, where you allocate profits in proportion to sales, employment, capital stock. And I can share with you, I think what is the proposals currently being discussed at the OECD are simply not adequate. They really represent the capture of this agenda by the multinational corporations and the countries that are closely allied with those multinational corporations.
So what's a good minimum rate?
So the way of taxing corporates we have is working with this figure in Germany, but I'm not that optimistic that this will be the global agreement on this in this field. So we can do our work together. You convince the United States, I convince the Europeans, and then we both will do it. But it is not that realistic at this moment. I think we are happy if we get something. And in the question of the way how we tax corporates, I do not agree with the concrete proposal we got from Joseph Stiglitz now, because as the Minister of Finance in Germany, I'm quite happy about the way of taxing corporates we have today. That means that profits are taxed where things are produced, that we are that profits are taxed where inventions are made and where services are developed more or less. And what we try today is to find a way how we could reform this model to a way that is much more referring to the changes that are coming from the digital economy. And yes, this will have an impact on the way of taxing corporates globally. But the things we are discussing today are a more pragmatic reform in what we already have. But getting this is also a progress.
But let me comment, if I can. Within the United States, we have a lot of trade from one state to another. You can say trade within the United States is a precursor of the kind of trade that will exist globally as goods move around. And no one proposes in the United States to use the transfer price system. It just can't work. We use the formulaic approach. It's very successful. It's not perfect. It's a pragmatic approach. And what I'm suggesting, and it's what the Independent Commission of Reform in the International Corporate Tax that I'm a member of has proposed, is a kind of model that's based on what is done within the 50 states of the United States. And it is similar to a proposal that has been made within the European Union as well.
That's right. If we can just come back, Joe, a little bit to the question of, investment, building our future economy. We've had, as I said, we talked a lot about paradigm change here. And some people were very optimistic and said, the peculiar things, the very conservative way of thinking of German economists is basically a thing of the past. It's a generational thing. I'm not so sure about this. So you've seen the minister was very prudent and didn't really answer questions about fiscal rules. And I'm sure he sees the the need to invest more into infrastructure here, etc. But there are also many people in this country, including coalition partner, but more general people, and he has to take them along, who are worried about this new setup at the European Union, that the Union is taking up debt. And of course, debt developments here are not too worrisome, but it's quite a bit higher in some Southern European countries. And so there's a worry that Germany will have to take over, pay the price in some ways, or others worry about very expansionary monetary policies, that this will create zombie firms and drag down the productivity of the economy, and then we'll be in a terrible mess, like often what people evoke then is Japan, or sometimes Weimar Republic, or even Zimbabwe. So, all of these countries, the minister has to take along if he wants to invest more, if he even wants to consider taking on some debt to invest and benefit from negative interest rates. So what kind of advice can you give him, or what would you say to people who are very, very worried about this debt explosion and what will happen within the European Union and more generally after that?
Well, I take a very pragmatic approach. I mean, I'm an economist. And so as an economist, we begin with the perspective that resources are scarce and you have to use resources very carefully. You can't waste resources. But on the other hand, if the economy is operating well below capacity, that means you're wasting resources. And market economies do not automatically get quickly to full employment. We have long periods where we are well below full employment. The decade after the onset of the Great Depression in 1929, resources were not fully utilized, a huge waste of resources. It took the United States and much of the world a decade after the crisis of 2008 to get back to full employment. If we had undertaken debt to finance a stimulus, we would have gotten back to full employment much more quickly. It would have been a better use of our resources than wasting them in the way that we did. So the first premise is to realize that markets on their own don't get to full employment. And at times, you need carefully designed policies to bring the economy back to full employment. Now, at the same time, you don't want to waste resources. And so that's why I've emphasized, to the extent possible, when you're trying to recover, you use those resources for necessary investments, infrastructure, education, technology, and right now, making the green transition. So we have ample investments, public investments, with returns that are orders of magnitude greater than the cost of capital. The public cost of capital is negative in real terms right now, and we have investments that have very high returns. So economic prudence, good policy means spending this money. Now, I think the minister was absolutely right that in some cases, we shouldn't just rely on deficit spending. If we increase taxes and increase spending, that too can stimulate the economy. It's called the balanced budget multiplier principle. And if you increase taxes on the wealthy, on bad things like pollution, if you impose a financial transaction tax, if you impose a digital taxation, you can simultaneously create a stronger economy, a more equal economy, and stimulate the economy. Taxes, if they're done right, and with the money spent the right way, can actually stimulate the economy. So I don't believe just in debt policies. It's a broad, comprehensive fiscal policy, and I would put it a pragmatic policy. And the problem is simple rules often mislead you. And so you don't want to have unfettered spending. You have to have a recognition of the constraints that resources provide. But simplistic rules can be very dangerous.
So, Minister, does this convince you, and will this help you to convince the public? And will you try the balanced budget multiplier in Parliament?
First, the public is supporting the political activities we are undertaking today. There is a big support for the fiscal strategy we have in Germany during the crisis. There is also, which is something very enormous, a broad support for our European activities. So there is no debate like we had it 10 years or 20 years or 30 years ago that we are paying for someone else. Yes, someone is mentioning it, but the public debate is mainly following the course and understanding that in the end there is much more a European economy now as there had been in the past, and that this will only work if the recovery is working all over Europe and not just in our country. But I do agree that we have to invest into infrastructure for getting the future. And this is mainly the question still of streets and railways and things like that, but also for the digital economy, all the necessary with cable, necessary investments into cable, into the question of mobile activities and for making it more easy, and for electrifying our traffic, and for investing into renewable energies, and investing into the most important new technology we will have to develop, which is hydrogen, as something that will be absolutely important. My view on the economy we are in Germany, in Europe, and in the world is that all the wealth we have today is coming from using fossil resources. All the industrial strength that we got in the last 200 years are coming from using fossil resources. If our aim is to have a CO2 neutral economy in 2050, this is just 30 years. And this must be the most impressive technological revolution we have to undertake for being still wealthy, for having jobs and successful companies, and without using the fossil resources we use today. And after 200 years of industrial use of fossil resources, doing in 30 years, getting out of it and being still a successful economy is really the biggest task we have in front of us, but this needs a lot of investment, and doing this investment also with public support will be key for the future. So this is where we agree. I will stress also the question of research and development. You know that Germany made it now to have more than 3% of GDP for research and development, which is quite a relatively high figure for a big country like Germany. If we would get a situation that this 3% would be the case for the whole European Union, this would be more than $600 billion. And this would be then the biggest investment into research and development we have worldwide. But this is the problem of Europe, that this is not the economic and political model we have in all the 27 member states. And one of my biggest ideas about the future of Europe is that we try to convince anyone that we will not earn our money with the things we can do today. We will earn our money in the future with things we cannot do today, which we have to develop and which are new. Otherwise, we will be not successful in the world market. So increasing research and development in Germany to higher figures as we already have, and to increase it to 3% all over Europe would make really a difference for the ability to get the future. So the ecological transformation is the key task we have in the next 30 years, together with the digital transformation, and they have to do something with each other. And if we do so, and if we invest the money, this will be important.
One issue about the funds in the next generation EU funds, of course, is that it will take, the EU being the EU, it will take time to draw on them. And it's probably more, rather than being a fiscal stimulus in the height of the crisis, it's probably more about building the future economy in their countries. It was very important politically not to have conditions attached to these funds, but countries, if I understand correctly, will have to draw out plans, how this fits into the, how their policies fit into a growth strategy or a transition strategy. So this could either be a very bureaucratic exercise, or perhaps it could be something where countries in the EU get together and build their vision of the future of the EU economy. So is there an opportunity in that procedure?
I worked very hard that we do not just budget financing for member states with the European money, because then nothing would happen. They would take it as a relief, yes, and it is, but it's not enough. And this is why right from the beginning we said it must be investment into the future, into the recovery, and it must be something new that helps their economy to become better. What we won't do is to be too precise in the details what they will have to do. And this is something which I understand very much coming from a federal country. I'm absolutely sure that one of the strengths of Germany is about the fact that we have this federal system, that we have all these municipalities, that for centuries there was always someone working very hard that his special place, his region is becoming better. And this is developing a society that is not just strong at one place in the capital city or somewhere, but it's also strong all over the country. And many of these global players we have as medium-sized companies, as Mittelstand from Germany, are sitting somewhere in the country. And going back to Europe, it means that we need the ownership of all the member states. They have to develop their own programs. It is not the right way that we draw something which is the right plan for member states, but we have to discuss with them whether this is something which is really helping the future. And so my idea about this is we need ownership in all the member states, someone that they have to do their own plans, and we need leadership. If we just use money and no one is doing anything which has to deal with which is dealing with the future, it will not help. So both things will be important at many places in Europe.
So Joseph, after listening to this and seeing what has been happening in the EU, do you see paradigm change in Germany and also in Europe? And if so, well, do you have any advice for us how this could be developed further? What's important to keep in mind for the future?
Well, I think there is a paradigm shift. At the end of 2008, 2009, after the financial crisis, there was a paradigm shift, but it was not as deep as it should have been. You know, the idea before that was that markets were always efficient and stable, self-adjusting. There was a talk about self-regulation, and we learned some important lessons that markets are not automatically efficient. They misallocated capital. They're not stable. And it took government intervention to recover from the 2008-9 crisis. This, in some ways, is even more dramatic. It's not a mistake of the economic management that caused the crisis. It was a nasty virus, a pandemic. But what we saw is the market was not, in many ways, well prepared. It was not resilient. We saw, once again, that the markets were short-sighted. But most importantly, we saw that the markets on their own couldn't respond. Everywhere, we recognized the important role for fiscal policy. Monetary policy couldn't do it. We needed fiscal policy. And as the minister has pointed out, Germany responded, as did so many other countries around the world. The question, worry that I have is that as time moves on, there will be backsliding. And the backsliding can be very quick, as in the United States, where the Republicans were willing to support the packages in the beginning, but now don't want to do anything and leaving unemployed people with inadequate support, unlike what Germany has done. So if you don't do that, the lack of assurance is going to lead to more precautionary behavior on the part of households and firms, and that's going to make a recovery all the more difficult. So I think Germany, as in the rest of the world, this is an opportunity to realize and to think more deeply about the critical role that governments inevitably play at these moments of crises where ordinary individuals and often firms can't fend for themselves. There is a really important role for fiscal policy. Obviously, as we've been talking about in the last hour, it has to be shaped, it has to be prudent. And I think it has to be done with a vision of the future. And I think that vision of the future is something that often was not brought in earlier discussions of fiscal policy. Now it's moved front and center. And I think that is an important part of the paradigm shift as well.
Very well. So you have the aware, I think at the end, you have the support of the Nobel laureates in the United States. But you want a final word, Minister?
No, I don't want a final word. There is no final word in real life. It's always going on. I'm quite happy that I get this advice and that we get the support you mentioned. And I think there is really a moment where we are doing the right things in Europe and Germany for forgetting the future in the end. And if we continue with this, this will help a lot. And yes, if we want to build our infrastructure, this will be never possible without public investment.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I've enjoyed this discussion very much. And Minister Joseph Stiglitz, thank you and have a nice evening.
Just the very last words, Nicola, many thanks for having moderated this session. Excellent. I'm very proud and happy that we have had this discussion, imagining 5 years ago to have such a productive and peaceful discussion between a German finance minister and Scholz Stiglitz even if maybe you'll have more differences than sometimes it appeared in your discussion, but we will maybe continue this discussion at some point. A last word, many thanks for all of you having been here. That's been a very big experience, having a virtual and real session and having both, and even at the last session with Joe and Olaf Scholz, I think it worked in an excellent way, and we want to encourage others to do this as soon as or as long as the situation allows it. Tomorrow, just for the people here in the room, don't come back. Tomorrow, the last day, the half day, we will have a only virtual session. So please keep that in mind. And again, thanks a lot, Joe, to New York. Thanks to Minister Scholz for having been here, and have a nice evening until next time. Thank you.